101, 101. A changed world. No, Olivia. They weren't our sons. They were devil spawns. I'll show you everything that happened after you were. Not with me. Alexander sadly replied. He took out a real pensive. Not the projector but the real one. He put in all the memories. Everything that happened in his life till now, except the 15,000 years of history. She saw how Alexander took care of Henry and Marcus. How much he loved them. How hard he tried to make the cancer vaccine. How much the world loved him. Then the end came. How their sons betrayed and killed their own father. Olivia had started to cry by then. Then she saw the Harry Potter world. How Alexander made a new family there, Edward and Hermione. She laughed at things and cried when he had to leave. Then the things he's done in the current world. It all took her some hours to see everything. When it all ended, she quickly got up and hugged him tightly. You had to suffer alone for so long. Those ungrateful sons of our. I am here now and you have already built a big family. Look at their smiles. They sat quietly and looked at Rena, Medusa, Barry, Rooney, Monty playing together, laughing, and running around. Yes, everyone I love is in my small heaven and all the Starks are my family too. But sadly I would outlive them all, he thought. Eventually, all the kids will grow up and make families. This world wasn't like Harry Potter where wizards lived very long. He could make his loved ones immortal, but immortality was a curse rather than a blessing most of the time. After talking for a bit more and remembering the past, they went out. Alexander introduced Olivia to Ned. I thought we came here to find me a wife, Uncle Ned confusedly asked. Ha ha ha. And we will. They lived in Sun's Pair for a whole month, in which Ned met many ladies. In the end, he did strike up a relationship with someone from the Martell family. She was a distant relative of the main branch. A beautiful and kind woman. And a fierce fighter too. Ned had a lot of trouble besting her. Life had turned so beautiful for Alexander as his Olivia was by his side now. As he had 90% of the known world under his control. He started bringing various revolutions. Green Revolution, Agriculture, White Revolution, Dairy, Milk, and finally the Industrial Revolution. But his Industrial Revolution was more focused on bringing non-polluting methods into main use. A good start would surely lead them to a good future. He knew that many people in the world had small talents in magic, so he opened a magic academy. Though anyone could join it, as studying runes and potions didn't need magic. The ones who had magic were taught simple magic that helped them in herbology and magical healing. He didn't teach any battle-related magic. His apple of knowledge had done wonders and people had started to question various things happening around them. Like why did everything fall and why was there day and night? The trains were expanded all around Westeros and Essos. Going as far as from Hardhome, beyond the wall, to Sun's Pair, Dorne. Bravos to Assai. The cost of transporting goods decreased a lot, which further promoted trade. But there was still a problem as the two continents were separated by sea. So he introduced big container ships. Studying became universal and free. Every lord had schools in their regions now. Towers of knowledge were opened in every kingdom and big cities. Little by little, the whole mindset of the world started shifting from monarchy to democracy. Alexander made sure that all the new lords of every land or city were pro-democracy too. 15 years later. My people, 15 years ago. On this day, I came to you and became your king. And I am pleased with the journey till now. We have all come a long way. But there is still something that is holding us from going further, that is aristocracy. We needed lords and knights when our society was too backward. But now we have good functioning courts and judges. Now we have the police to keep us safe. I have already removed the aristocracy from the north. Now all those families are nothing but business families. They don't own the whole land now. Only a small part of it. The rest is the property of the government, which you can buy. You all must have read how a government works in a democratic country, so I'll spare the boring details. From today, I am abolishing the title of lords, knights, masters, king, queen, or even emperor. From today, the constitution will be enforced in which all people are born equal. Planeto's first election will be held in 1 month. Till then, I'll keep on administrating. Thank you. Alexander gave his speech from the newly constructed huge parliament, same as Congress or National Assembly, building in King's Landing. He chose the place to be the world's democratic capital because of its surroundings and image. For years it was seen as the seat from where God ruled. He was also going to make another parliament in Mirian though, as it was in the middle of Essos. Half of the Essos elected members will sit in parliament in Westeros and half of Westeros elected members in Mirian. This would make sure that the other half doesn't secretly go rogue someday. His little Rena had grown into a big girl now. 21 years old, beautiful lady. She still acted like a little girl around him though. She plans to run for elections from Winterfell constituency. She had wholeheartedly given up the Targaryen name and had taken Alexander's and Stark's surname. Now her full name was Rena Maxim Stark Universe. A name she was overly proud of. But by far the most shocking thing happening was Lyanna marrying Robert. They even had another son now. They lived in Norgold with Jon, Maya, Bella, Gendry, and newborn Alex. The name Alex had been too popular in the past years. They still refrained from using his full name though, but Alex was okay. Now every household had at least one Alex. Benyon was still single. Brandon had stopped at 2 kids. Now that the world was safe and in order, people didn't have to birth extra children. Alexander also subtly popularized 2-child policy. It would help them in the long run. Tyrion Lannister, Federation Minister of Commerce. He just celebrated his 31st birthday with Myrcella, Tommen, and Joffrey a few days ago. He had given the past 15 years of his life to the creation of a successful Planetos Federation. He first went to the Tower of Knowledge and soaked up all he could about economics and commerce. As he knew that there was no longer any danger to his life or any upcoming wars, he focused only on studying. He was baffled by the knowledge in the Great Library. The things he read about the stock market changed his view on how businesses worked. After feeling that he had already gained enough knowledge, he applied to work for All-Father. There was no bigger good duty than working for God to make a better and happier world. He also hoped that it might help him reduce his sins and maybe get to see Tisha and his child after his death. Though today was a different day. He had asked for an assistant and some young talented lads had come to give him an interview. He had rejected 19 out of the 20 already. Sigh, I hope this one's good. Knock knock. Enter, Tyrion spoke. A young boy with black hair, green eyes, and a tall build entered the room. The boy was wearing a modern suit that All-Father introduced. He could see that the boy belonged to a rich family by just looking at his clothes. He gestured to him to sit. So, Illyrian. 17 years old, just out of university. Why should I hire you? Tyrion straightforwardly asked. Sir, since the day I started my school I already had planned to become an economist. So you can assume that I've been preparing for this since I was 6. Illyrian replied with a firm confident voice. Tell me, how does making a business go public help the economy? He asked for a work-related question. As the stock trading was a new thing he didn't expect a good answer. Sir, stock trading allows businesses to raise capital to pay off debt, launch new products, and expand operations. For investors, stocks offer the chance to profit from gains in stock value as well as company dividend payments. Stock prices influence consumer and business confidence, which in turn affects the overall economy. A very good answer. Briefly and to the point. Though there are some disadvantages to going public too which I am trying to minimize, but that's for later. You are hired, kid. You'll get your identity card tomorrow. Go home and party today as you might not get time for that starting tomorrow. The Commerce Department is one of the busiest departments here. I am proud of you, kid. Having the knowledge you have at just 17 years of age. Your parents must be proud too. Tyrion said with a kind face. My son or daughter would have been this old if he thought. Yes, sir. They are proud of me. Both of them. Illyrian replied and smiled before leaving. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters. And Joachim Johnson. 102, 102. Always an imp. As soon as Illyrian left, Alexander entered Tyrion's office. I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding an assistant, Alexander spoke. All-Father. Please take a seat and no, I didn't find any trouble. He replied. Ah, yes. Illyrian is a very bright child. He praised. Do you know him? Tyrion asked. Yes, yes. I do. I saved his mother from some bad men 17 years ago. She must be really proud of her son. He reckoned. Yes, she must be. Tyrion agreed. Wait, let's go and meet her. Alexander suddenly suggested. Tyrion could not really say no and he didn't have any reason to say no either. By the way, I've always wanted to ask a question, All-Father, Tyrion spoke while he locked his office up. Go ahead. How did you become a god? I mean, there must be an origin of yours. Tyrion asked. Alexander was truly surprised. No one had ever asked him this. Well, it's a secret. All I can say is that even I was a broken man once. When I came to this world. This land was filled with mindless growling cave-dwelling barbarians. You didn't even know how to properly speak. Then I helped and uplifted the people and created the first ever city. Alexander said. Tyrion was truly interested in this new knowledge. Is this city still standing? Absolutely, it's Asai, Tyrion. What? He was surprised. But he could understand. The mysterious city had magic and no one knew how it came to be. Then I'll visit that place someday. Sure. Now let's go. He took out the anywhere door. Apparition was only good for traveling alone. After all, not everyone had a strong stomach. They arrived in front of a beautiful farmhouse near Winterfell. Tisha had bought it with her hard-earned money. She had refused to accept any gift from Alexander and demanded work. It was summer and the place looked very beautiful. They went to the door and rang the doorbell. The whole north already had electricity by now. Soon a woman came and opened the door. It was not Tisha. It was the housemaid. One of the new professions that developed with changing times. She fell to her knees the moment she saw Alexander. Oh, All-Father! My life has received salvation by seeing you. Thank you for gracing me with your visit. Alexander had really grown tired with the god business now. People still treated him like they first did when he revealed himself. Haha. You have my blessings, child. Is your employer inside? Tell her that I and Tyrion have come to visit. Alexander said, acting as he was supposed to. She nodded and hurriedly went inside. Though Tyrion was confused as to why Alexander told his name. As far as he knew, this was his first time coming there. But then it happened. His heart nearly stopped beating. The lady of the house looked just like his Tisha. The same kind face, blue eyes, and black hair. However, Tyrion's mind was not letting him believe that it was really Tisha. So he just introduced himself. Hello, I am Tyrion Lannister. He greeted. Hello, sir. I am Tisha Lannister. She replied with a smile. Tyrion's heart nearly burst out of his chest at that moment. He looked at her face. Is it? Really you? Tisha. Tyrion stuttered. She fell down on her knees and hugged him tightly. Yes, Tyrion. It's me. It's Tisha. Tyrion's eyes started to shed tears like a waterfall. 15 years of regret pouring out at once. All his pent-up sorrow unleashed to be replaced by happy memories soon to come. Lady Lannister, I brought your ordered items. A loud known voice came from behind Alexander. Alexander turned around and saw his freed assistant Bronn. Because of democracy, Bronn couldn't have his Fukin castle. But the guy did have a nice idea for a business and Alexander helped him set it up. 3 years ago. So, you are freeing me from the contract? Bronn asked. Yes. Then you should help me set up my business. I know I can't have a castle or a lordship after knowing your future plans, so I came up with it. You know, most of the people are lazy ass CNTS and don't want to go out to buy things themselves. People also have a lot of money these days because of you. So I thought, why not make these lazy ass CNTS pay for getting their stuff delivered to their homes? You have already made that wireless telephone famous and nearly everyone has them in their homes, non-screen phones, not smartphones. I will spread my pamphlets with newspaper and hire some boys as delivery men. Bronn gave his sales pitch. Alexander was truly impressed with Bronn, aka soon to be Jeff Bezos of Westeros. Damn it, Bronn. That's a good idea. You'll probably get rich enough with this to really build your dream Fukin castle someday. Alright, I'll help you. He was a multi-millionaire and still delivered stuff himself sometimes. It keeps him fit, he says. Bronn saw Tyrion shedding tears in Tisha's embrace and understood what was happening. Tyrion then remembered Illyrian. Is Illyrian my son? Yes, father. Another voice came from behind him. Alexander had brought the boy with his anywhere door. Soon the three were in a group hug, crying and smiling. Then Alexander decided to give him something. Tyrion Lannister. Remember all the humiliation you have faced in your life and wear it like a badge of honor. Do not forget the lessons that life has taught you. I hope you'll stay the good man you have become. As Alexander spoke, Tyrion started to feel like his legs were growing big. Then he noticed that Tisha and Illyrian didn't need to bow down to hug him. Instead, he was taller than them now. The family of three stood up. Tyrion had a well-proportionate body now. He understood what All-Father had said. Thank you for saving them. I will always be an imp in my heart, All-Father, always. Tyrion cried. I kept them away from you because of the way you were. You would have brought more sorrow to them than happiness. Now you are a changed man. A good man, and I am proud of you. Alexander felt satisfied with Tyrion's attitude and decided to let the family have some private time. Let's go, Bronn. We don't have any business here anymore. By the way, did you find a wife? Alexander asked. I did go on some dates. I met Brienne of Tarth yesterday. I mean no disrespect, I'd fuck her, but she's too tall for me. I look like an imp with her and a man got to have some self-respect. Bronn replied. Well, I wish you good luck then. I'll be going now. Take care. Alexander operated away. Alexander had fixed the uneven season cycle. He didn't even need to go into space for that. He had found out that the weird seasonal cycle only affected Westeros. as the Essos and other continents were all situated on the equator. They also faced winter but very mild, while the Westeros was more towards the northern hemisphere. He had guessed that magic must have something to do with it, as there was no such weird climate before the arrival of magic. The only reason he could think was that something must have happened further north. There he did find the reason behind the weird season cycle. It turned out, the core of the shattered red moon in the sky had fallen there. And it was a hot core, still radiating heat. He could feel that it was unevenly pulsating. He understood the reason for the weird season cycle then. The core had an uneven cycle of various temperatures. Sometimes it would even go dormant. Whenever it was hot, it would change the ice around it into steam, and that steam would travel. In its travel, the steam would also cool down and become thin sandy ice, which would then be carried by the wind into Westeros. It caused the winter. Whenever the core was dormant, Westeros would feel a summer/normal climate. Alexander had straight up taken the core and put it in his dimensional pocket. He would later study it and see what the hell it really was. Since then, Westeros faced normal seasons. There were lots of benefits to the new normal climate. For starters, the north wasn't as cold as it used to be, and more good land had opened up the north of the wall now. Alexander had also sent men to map the whole north too. A team of 10 Wolf's Sword and 30 scientists. Jerian had also mapped the whole world too. His Wolf's Swords had used magic to take care of the Death Island west of Westeros and also dealt with the reason behind the storm. It turned out that the Death Island was a supervolcano. It was constantly spewing deadly gases in the air and also creating dangerous air currents, which in turn made huge hurricanes in that region. His Wolf's Swords used magic to turn the volcano dormant. Now, a new trade route was built to travel from Sunset Sea to Essos. Sothorios was an empty continent. Some cannibal tribes lived there once, but they had all died. Now only mutated dangerous animals and disease remain there. Alexander was going to deal with it before going away from the world. It would create more land for humans to expand. Space. The remaining half of the moon. Rise, my children, we may have lost our steeds, but we still have a whole army. That foolish godson had taken care of our nemesis, ice demons, and it's the time we attack. Rise up, children of our healer. Ha ha ha. A demonic voice spoke. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 103, 103. A threat to the world. Winterfell. Ned's third daughter. His first child from his new wife, named Arya, 7-year-old, was exploring the Stark crypts. For some reason, she heard someone calling her. She followed the voice and came to the deepest level of the crypts. Then she walked to a wall and just stood there. Touch the wall, a whisper came. She was about to touch the wall, but Brandon stopped her. Arya. What are you doing? He asked. Uncle, there is someone inside. She asked me to touch the wall. She innocently said. Brandon looked at the wall and felt cold. The whole corner was really cold. I should tell Uncle about this, he thought. Some hours later, Alexander came to Winterfell to check what Brandon told him about. He went straight to the deepest floor of the crypt. He also heard a voice telling him to touch the wall. Well, there's no harm in trying. He put his hand on the wall. Suddenly the wall lit up and little by little the bricks moved away, making a big door. He entered and saw a path leading down. The more he walked down, the colder the surroundings got. After one point the steps and wall turned into ice. Soon he found himself in a big hall. All made of ice. Even though the place was so deep underground, there was somehow light. At the center of the hall, a big throne-like chair was placed, on which a female figure was sitting. Just then Alexander felt like a memory resurfaced in his mind. A memory that made him feel complete again. Memory. 7500 BC, Age of Heroes. 13th Lord Commander of Night's Watch. 500 years after the wall was built, people had slowly started to forget about the long night that had come to pass. The 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Brandon Stark, found a woman beyond the wall. Her skin was as white as the moon and eyes like blue stars. The Lord Commander quickly fell in love with her and had a union. It really was love, but for others it was unholy. Later the Lord Commander brought his wife to Castle Nightfort, which was the main castle of Night's Watch at that time, and declared himself the king and her the queen of the wall. He ruled for 13 years. When Brandon the Breaker, the king of winter, and Jormun, the king beyond the wall, found out, they teamed up and destroyed the reign of the Night's King. Brandon Stark, Night's King, was slain. Later it was found that he was offering orphaned children to the White Walkers. But in reality, he was just helping the White Walkers to maintain their population. Brandon the Breaker, when found out that the Night's Queen was pregnant with a Stark child, he secretly brought her to Winterfell and hid her in the deepest part of the crypts, where she later gave birth to a healthy boy with magical abilities. The boy was a warg and had a very high tolerance for cold. Brandon the Breaker named the boy a Stark and raised him as his son. The Night's Queen, seeing her existence as unneeded, locked herself inside the crypts. Brandon the Breaker later died without any real heir and the mantle of the King of Winter finally fell into the hand of the son of Night's King and Night's Queen. He was called Brandon the Cold. The whole current Stark generation was a descendant of a union between a Stark and an Iceman/White Walker. Memory ends. So that's why the Starks have such a high tolerance to cold, he mumbled and walked to the Night's Queen. God King. She quickly got up from her seat. You have been calling for people. Did you want to go out? He asked. Thank you for coming. No, I wasn't planning on getting out, but I sensed him. He is coming to attack. I also couldn't feel my people. This world is in danger, God King. She quickly spoke with a horror-filled face. Easy there, your people are safe. I sent them to a place where they could live freely. Now tell me who's going to attack? Alexander asked. Arhiller and his minions. There is a legend that us Icemen and those fire demons were at war once. In the end, we won but only could make them run back to their fire moon. Then you destroyed that moon when they tried to attack. We thought that they were dead but no. I can feel them. He's coming with his army. She explained. Is Arhiller immortal or a demon? Alexander asked. He wasn't sure now if Arhiller was an original demon from hell or immortal turned demon. He's a demon. Though he was once immortal, after practicing dark magic for so long he became a demon. My brother, Hagar, and I have heard of these stories since we were children. You must do something, God King. She pleaded. I will save the world, child. No need to worry. You should go back to Hagar. He'll be happy to see you again. Alexander sent her to Frostheim. No wonder the world's purity had been stuck to 70% for the past 5 years, he thought. Dobby, call a war meeting. Threat level Ragnarok, Alexander sent a message. In King's Landing. All the main people responsible for the working of the Federation were present. All right, I have just received the news that Arhiller, the Lord of Light, is a demon and had been living on an obliterated moon in the sky. He has amassed an army of fire demons as well. They are going to attack the realm. I will fight them, but you must also keep all the defenses up. We don't know what his minions look like. They might start attacking the world when I am fighting their leader, though I will try to deal with them before I start fighting Arhiller. Spread the message that all people are to stay in their homes. Tell them about what's coming. Tell them that All-Father will save them. Alexander briefed the people. When will they be coming, All-Father? Tyrion asked. I don't know. That is why I am taking the fight to them. Dobby, you can stay here and help. Tell all 1,000 elves to stay ready to fight. I will leave in an hour. Now move. He ordered. The people dispersed to do their duties. Only Alexander, Dobby, and Tyrion were left. Good luck, boss, Dobby said. Haha. You know I am unkillable, Dobby. Let's see what this Arhiller has. I had told him to stay away from the realm, but he didn't listen to my advice. Now I will treat him like any other demon. He replied. I'll pray FO. Tyrion stopped mid-sentence. Arg. You are the god, so I don't know whom to pray. Haha. It's fine. I have all the blessings I'd ever need. Now I need to inform my lovely wife too, or else she'll get angry, Alexander said and popped into the Tower of Knowledge. Olivia had taken the mantle of the director of the Health Education Department. After all, she was a military doctor. Hey, Oli. I need to have a word with you. It's an emergency. He dragged her out of the class. What happened, dear? She asked. You know, there's a demon called Arhiller and he has amassed an army and wants to attack this planet, so I need to go to the moon and fight him before he comes here. He explained her in as simple words as possible. What? Ah, there's a bad goo. I know what you said, Alex. Will you be all right? She worriedly asked. Yeah, my dear. I am unkillable. Literally. He reassured her. Then I wish you luck. Do you want me to help somewhere? She asked. Over the past 15 years, Alexander has helped her learn magic and has brought her to the Supreme Magi level. I don't know. Dobby and the elves are on standby though. I have also created more godroids and stationed them in each town and city. He said. Good, I'll be on standby too then. Go defeat him, my man. She punched him in the chest. Alexander smiled ear to ear and popped away. He flew into the sky and looked for the blasted moon. He orbited around the planet and didn't find anything. Then he widened his area of scanning. After hours of searching, at last, he found it out of orbit. He could see that most of its part was gone. A big spherical empty place was also there, which he guessed had the core. He flew to it with his battle armor on. He didn't know how strong Arhiller was, so he stayed alert. He found out that there was nothing on the surface. There was a big tunnel leading inside which was probably where the party was. He entered it and went deeper and deeper. With each passing meter, he could feel the temperature rising. After God knows how long he saw a light. As he reached the end, he came into a huge fiery chamber. In the middle was a fire throne on which Arhiller was sitting. Around him, thousands and thousands of fire demons were standing. "Welcome, God's son. I knew you would come." Arhiller spoke in his demonic voice. "I am not very happy about seeing you. I told you to stay away from the realm. Tell me. What's your big plan?" He mocked. "My plan is simple. You have something that belongs to me. Give it and I will not unleash my army on the realm of men. Refuse and everyone dies." Arhiller threatened. Boom. You can see images on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 104, 104. A.P.E.C. Alexander used the strongest blasting curse he could and obliterated the remaining moon. Because he was inside it, the damage was bigger. All the fire demons died in his attack. Now only he and Arhiller were there. He had no other choice as he was sure that if the demons reached Earth, they would do too much damage before they'd be killed. "You! What have you done? My 5,000 years of work! Where is your honor, God's son?" Arhiller roared in rage. "I am not foolish enough to treat a demon with honor. You are a category 5 and have only one fate." Arhiller vanished and suddenly reappeared beside Alexander and punched him in the back. Alexander felt it. Now he knew he was dealing with someone who could at least inflict pain on him. The force of the punch was so strong that Alexander was thrown away into the debris of the moon. He maneuvered and oriented himself. "Just a second ago you were talking about honor and here you are, attacking from the back," Alexander mocked. "Silence!" Arhiller again dashed towards him. He again vanished but Alexander also vanished at the same time. The moment Arhiller appeared, Alexander also appeared some distance away with an attack already on the way. Frost fire was the cold equivalent of fiend fire. He hoped that it would create some damage to Arhiller's body. And it did. Arhiller screamed in anguish and pain. So Alexander bombarded Arhiller with ice attacks. "You can't win against me," Alexander boomed. So, what, there, are, things stronger, than, us, out, there Arhiller heavily stuttered. For a second Alexander was confused about what the demon was talking about. "Let's go." Arhiller gathered all his strength and teleported for one last time. But this time with Alexander. Alexander looked around where the demon had brought him. And he wasn't disappointed. Arhiller had brought him to any physicist's wet dream. A black hole. And from the size of it, the one in front of him was a supermassive black hole. A supermassive black hole, SMBH, is the largest type of black hole, on the order of hundreds of thousands to billions of solar masses, and is theorized to exist in the center of almost all massive galaxies. They were near the event horizon. A place from where even light can't escape from the black hole's gravitational pull. He and Arhiller were both unaffected by it. But Alexander could feel that if he went any closer, he'd be sucked into it too. "Give me the core back or I will throw you in there," Arhiller threatened. "The core must be really important to him, I guess." "Not gonna happen. Do you think you'll be able to kill me by throwing me in there? I think you didn't do your homework. I am unkillable, Arhiller," Alexander said and attacked. Arhiller also tried to counter him with his flames. They were nearly evenly matched. Though Alexander still had an upper hand on him. They were blinking here and there, attacking from different places to get a better position. "Ah! This is going nowhere. You have left me with no choice, God's son," Arhiller said and threw his flames. But Alexander didn't see that behind the flames there was a detached hand of Arhiller. An explosion occurred from the detached hand. An explosive with as much power as billions of nukes exploding at the same time in the same location. "You haven't won yet," Alexander's voice came. Suddenly Alexander's apparat and grabbed Arhiller. The energy wave from the nuke threw both of them to the point of no return. They were now stuck in the gravitational pull. Though they still kept on fighting. With each passing moment, their bodies were getting more messed up. After God knows how long, the already weakened Arhiller started to die. Alexander used his eyes to give the proper punishment and erased him from space and time. But he was still in trouble. He was using his magic to the fullest to keep himself alive. He wanted to see what was inside a black hole. So he fell. And fell. There was nothing. Nothing except still increasing gravity. No fifth-dimensional library or anything like that. Guess the reference. After a point, the gravity became so much that his magic shield broke down and he died. Then he again got respawned, but he was still inside the black hole. So he died again. 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 Then he thought, why am I trying to fight a singularity? So the next time he respawned, he quickly went into Valheim. He took out the anywhere door and set the destination as King's Landing. He opened the door and nothing happened. Damn it, anywhere door cannot travel between dimensions. Arg, what should I do? He started thinking. Unconsciously, he walked to the core he found in the north and looked at it. It was surely radiating a lot of energy. He put his hand on it and tried to feel it. As soon as he made a connection, whatever kind of energy that was stored in it started to turn into magical energy that he used. Holy! Is this like a battery? Like an external magical core? He was baffled. Let's see if I can connect with it so that I can use its energy even outside. He again touched it and surprisingly, the connection was already there. No wonder our healer was crazy about this. If he had gotten his hands on it, he would have destroyed or enslaved the world, he thought. With his newfound powers, Alexander decided to give another try to the black hole. He went out and tried to fight it. Surprisingly, he could fight it now. And with each passing second, fighting the gravity became easier and easier. It didn't take him long to realize that his battery/core was somehow sucking the energy of the black hole, converting it into magical energy and passing it to him. It was like he was using the black hole to fight the black hole. After a while, he went back into Valheim and checked the battery. Ah, I need another name. For scientific purposes, let's call it All-Purpose Energy Converter, A.P.E.C. For ease I'll just call it APEC. He checked the APEC and it hadn't increased its size one bit. He didn't know how much energy it could store, but he was ready to experiment with it by consuming the energy of the whole black hole. But first, he needed to ask something to his father. Father, can you hear me? Ah. My favorite son. What happened? God asked, even though he already knew as God knows everything. Can you tell me if the supermassive black hole I am in is the one at the center of the galaxy in which Planetos is, or is it a totally different one? He asked. Oh, it's a different one, son. That demon Arhiller knew the consequences of damaging a central black hole, so he chose a faraway one. God answered. Thank you, it makes things easier then. I'll bring Olivia to meet you someday, bye. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting then. God replied and cut the connection. Alexander went out again and started storing the energy. The process was too slow, so he tried to bring out the APEC, and sure enough, it started to store energy much faster. After a very long time, the APEC had become as big as the planet Earth. But it stored the energy of a goddamn supermassive black hole, and that whole energy was at Alexander's disposal. Though he still knew that he wasn't physically strong enough. Maybe his magic had gotten a lot stronger. He happily put the APEC in his dimensional pocket and used the anywhere door to return to King's Landing. He learned that some big meteorites were going to fall on the planet, but the elves took care of them all. He wasn't able to sense any dragon eggs on the moon before obliterating it, so he wasn't worried about new eggs falling on the planet. Still, he used Oxio to make sure. Boss, Alex, All-Father, many worried voices came. Haha. Easy, everyone. I have dealt with the demon. There is no threat now. The world will always be in peace. He assured the people. Now, back to work everyone. Don't you all have elections? He shooed all of them away. Olivia came to him and hugged him. Was it really as easy as you make it seem like? Sigh. I can never hide things from her. Well, they see me as their god. I can't look weak to them. Fighting that demon was very hard, Oli. Painful too. In the end, I killed him by jumping into a black hole. But you know what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I don't think I can be killed, so I will keep on getting stronger. He grinningly said and kissed her forehead. Thank you for working so hard. You have really changed the fate of the whole world. She whispered. That's Grandpa for you. Always helping the world. Rena sneakily entered. How long have you been in the room? Alexander asked. Since you sent everyone away. Good line, Grandpa. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'll use it in my election. She cheekily said. Oh, so my little Rena has been eavesdropping. He started walking towards her. A few years back, Rena had asked for a weird gift for her 16th birthday. She asked Alexander to teach her magic that would let her become her 5-year-old self physically. Her argument was that she missed spending time with Grandpa and all the piggyback rides. Just imagine Umaru-chan from Himuto. Umaru-chan anime. So, he had given her a bracelet that lets her do that. Poof. Rena suddenly turned her small self and started running away from Alexander while laughing. Some might say that Alexander's relationship with her was weird, but he was a 15,113-year-old grandpa. Rena would always be a little child for him. Olivia happily looked at the laughing grandfather-granddaughter duo. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 105, 105. Gone from Planetos. Elections went by peacefully. The first session of the parliament was held smoothly. A lot of big decisions were to be made. Alexander was still unanimously accepted to become the first president. He had won the MP elections from the King's Landing constituency. He didn't even try to hold public meetings to publicize himself. King's Landing didn't have any candidate, so Alexander had put his name. People came to vote happily when they found out. King's Landing vote turnover was 100%. Then in the parliament as well, he was selected to become the president by the 6 other chancellors. The president was also a chancellor, but he'd be the head of the 6 other chancellors and also the face of the government. The top to bottom hierarchy was such as 1. President Alexander. 2. 6 Chancellor Rina from North, A. Blacksmith, Joachim from Mid, A. Farmer, Jose from South. In Essos, a shipbuilder, Camos from East Essos, a clothing merchant, Riza from Mid and a sorcerer of Carcassa, Blue Sun from East. Northwest Eros, Midwest Eros, Southwest Eros, East Essos, Mid Essos, West Essos, and Sothorios. It will have more Sothorios chancellors as the population increases. 3. 14 Vice-Chancellor. 4. 3,200 members of Parliament in Upper House, MPs, responsible for districts they won from. 5. 23,789 members of Legislature in Lower House, MLS, responsible for blocks inside districts they won elections from. 6. Many more bureaucrats. All of these positions were cursed by Alexander. So no unworthy person may ever get to hold these positions. The curse would last for at least 50,000 years. This feat was possible because he used Apex limitless magic to cast it. He also created a ceremony for oath-taking, whenever a new person holds a government office. The book they kept their hands on while taking oath had special runes on them. To normal people, it was publicized that it was God's language. The runes would make a person compelled to not go corrupt. The best thing about it was that the book could be reprinted and used many times by any department. The first thing Alexander did was to introduce bills that would protect the planet and the people. 1 Human Life Protection Bill, basically makes any kind of slaving the biggest crime in the world. 2 Wildlife Protection Bill, laws that protect animals from going extinct or laws that force the government to protect a species which is going extinct. 3 Nature Protection Bill, laws to protect the trees, waterways, and the atmosphere. There was also a law which states that if you cut 1 tree then you must plant 5 trees somewhere else. 4 Anti-Dictator Bill, simply states that if a person tries to become a king or dictator then he'll just die. A curse from Alexander. 5 Social Upliftment Bill states that all extremely poor, jobless, and homeless people will be helped by the government to make their lives better and that government will do everything possible to keep the people happy in terms of quality of life. 6 One Law for All Bill gave the same rights as any person to giants. People were okay as giants had become a common sight now. They were heavily involved in the construction business and the world's top 10 construction companies had 4 which were owned by giants. All these 6 laws were unchangeable and unremovable by any amendment or method. Rina, Tyrion, Elia, and many more had decided to run in the election and all won. Brandon decided to remain a businessman though and focused on the creation of fire whiskey and butterbeer with new non-magical methods provided by Alexander. Ned decided to become a military man and is currently the highest-ranking general in the Federation Defense Forces. Benyon was a wild wolf and decided to set up a clothing business specializing in ladies' clothes. He was probably the world's first fashion designer. John and Daenerys were both 17 and had decided to study acting. They wanted to become movie stars. An industry started by the guys he met in Winterfell years ago, Nathaniel and Zach. Rob wanted to become a police officer and was preparing for the exam. Sansa was still too small for anything. Though she did have an interest in modeling for Benyon's company. Alexandra had decided to become a politician as well. She was planning on participating in the next election as she was very young right now. For now, she'd be working under Rina. Alexander could see that Alexandra would probably become the president someday. She was the favorite of any person he knew. She knew how to make any conversation fun and make others notice her. Her cheerful laugh was a plus. Eric still had a Targaryen surname. His interests were the most different. He wanted to become an explorer. So Alexander set the boy up for special training under his wolf's sword and also contacted the production company to shoot a survival show with him as the lead role in some years. The TV thing was still in its initial stages at the moment. The music had come much further though. The Tyrell family had produced many amazing singers. Marjorie was one of the top singers in the industry. Varys now ran the security and intelligence agency of the Federation and really loved his work. World purity 89%. How much time do you think we have? Dobby asked. Well, I have dealt with Arhilla and the purity jumped from 70% to 89%. Now, even a slight amount of purity is going to take a lot of time to increase as it's not under my control now. I have done all I could and now we must wait for the world to get better. He explained. So you don't know? Yes, I don't know, Dobby. I can't see the future, you know. I can predict but that's it. And what does your prediction say? Dobby asked. After taking all the variables into account. I'd say 30 years, plus or minus 2 years. Alexander reckoned. Well, that's as good as predicting the future I'd say, Dobby interjected and relaxed back on the beaches of Westerlands. Looking at the ocean. The whole Stark family had come for a picnic. Why did you ask? Not liking the relaxing time? Alexander asked. Sigh, I used to be a house elf. Doing nothing still makes me feel like I'm wasting time. I've had nothing to do since I completed the takeover of the Free Cities. Added. Haha. Enjoy while you can, Dobby. Who knows where we might end up next? Alexander tried to cheer him up and went to play with the children. Days became months and months became years. Alexander served as the president for 2 terms. The law stated he can't serve more than 2 terms or else the people would have elected him again. Tyrion Lannister was the president now. People loved him for all his economic reforms. Alexandra was probably going to become the next president as she had gotten really famous after her healthcare reforms. The technological level of the world has come really far. Initial airplanes had been recently invented. The world would soon have its first airline company. It has been 30 years now. It took so much time to increase the world purity to 89.99%. Alexander had already decided that he could end his stay voluntarily by doing a large-scale cleanup with his curse. So, he started preparing. All the people had gathered at Winterfell. Many of them had tears in their eyes. Everyone had grown up. Jon, Daenerys, Eric, Robb. But the saddest one was Rena. She probably loved her grandpa more than even her mother. All the happiest memories of her life had something to do with Alexander. She couldn't believe that her grandpa was going away. Everyone in the Stark family looked young. No matter their age. The reason being Alexander's blessings. All of them were to look and stay young and healthy until their last breath. All of them would also healthily live till the age of 125. No grandpa, please take me with you. Please. Rena tightly hugged him. Not planning on letting him go. Alexander couldn't see her crying. After all, he had spent more time with this granddaughter of his than his real devil sons. He looked at Olivia. She also looked sad. What about your mother, Rena? He tried to reason. Elia looked conflicted. But it was also true that she didn't really have that much interaction with her daughter in the past few years. As everyone was busy in their lives. If she wants to go. I have no problem with it. She really loves you, uncle. She even refused to marry because she didn't want to waste the precious time she gets to spend with you. She said that marrying was a waste. I think you should take her or else it will break her heart. You had been together since the day you saved us. Elia reasoned. Thank you, Mom. Rena gratefully said and then looked at Alexander's face in hope. Sigh. All right, I can never say no to you. But I'm gonna have to find an immortal husband for you if you are to come with me. Alexander said loudly. She again hugged him tightly. Thank you, Grandpa. He ruffled her hair and told her to say goodbye. Then he went on to talk to everyone, one by one. Okay, everyone. It's time for me to leave. Though I'll always be watching. He and Dobby flew in the air. Olivia, Rena, and all the Wolf's Sword had returned to Fihaim. Out of 10,000 unsullied, 6,700 decided to follow him. All the faceless men also came with him. His time had come to an end, but it was time for one last deed. After he had come high enough, he used Dobby's orb of illusion and made a golden opaque face of his. Big enough to be seen everywhere. Then he directly spoke. My children, you all have come a long way. Do not look back and embrace the future with open arms. My time has come to return to the higher realm. But don't think I am leaving, as I'll be keeping an eye on all those who deserve my wrath. He warned. Then suddenly all the arpists and murderers in the world died after confessing their crimes. Alexander also placed an invisible orbital cannon. It would fire every year on random days at the cruelest criminals. This way the people would not dare to think of doing something stupid. He wasn't going to take chances this time. Valyrians and the Empire of Dawn had messed up enough already. World purity 91%. As soon as he received that message he felt the same old suction. Goodbye, everyone. Take care, he said and surrendered to the suction. Let's see where I'll be thrown into now, he thought. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters. And Joachim Johnson. 106, 106. Talk to the hand. He felt like being thrown out of a tube and suddenly there was light. Took a second for his eyes to settle. Dobby quickly came out of pocket dimension. The giant was always excited when it came to exploring. They found themselves standing on the roof of a single-story building. In front of him was a street. He oxio the newspaper he saw in a nearby trash can. First cleaned it and read it. So, where are we, boss? Dobby asked. Let me see. We are on normal Earth, it seems. The year is 2004 and we are probably in Los Angeles, and according to my background on my phone, I am a farmer, Alexander muttered, looking at the newspaper. America? Never been to America, Dobby said. He used to be a small house elf after all. He probably only knew Diagon Alley and the Malfoy Manor. But I can't find out which world we are in. Alexander turned the page. Dobby just looked around. Boss, what's that blinking light? Alexander looked at the end of the street. Heavy noise was intensifying. It's a police car, Dobby. And an ambulance. And a huge crane is driven by a girl and a bulky man on a police motorcycle in a black jacket with a shotgun. What they? The more Alexander spoke, the more stupid it sounded. A/N, guess the movie. Dobby, turn invisible, and follow me. I think I know where we are. He said and cast an invisibility charm. Both of them followed the action from the air. The man on the bike was trying to stop the crane truck. The woman in crane truck was trying to kill the man. The man shot the truck's tires. Some moments later the crane truck was laying on the road upside down. Haha. Dobby, we are in the Terminator world. Alexander exclaimed. Dobby had seen hundreds of movies in all the past years, so he also recognized. Oh, I remember now. It's Rise of the Machines. Are we supposed to stop the Skynet? Dobby speculated. I think so. But I want to check the TX and T800. It'd be awesome if I could create them. Alfred could probably program a system for them. It's still 4 hours until they press the final button. Skynet is already out there, you know. Alexander replied. Then what's the plan? Dobby asked. It is simple. Catch both the Terminators, ask Alfred to flush out the Skynet which is already out on the net, and stop and destroy whatever backup they have of the system. Well, Arnold is gone. Only the TX is here now. They looked at the TX coming out of Crane's rubble. Let's catch her first. Alexander pointed. Suddenly the TX tilted its head towards them. Boss, why is it looking at us? Arc thermal vision. I forgot to put other charms with the invisibility one. Living in a medieval and backward world has made me careless. He reprimanded himself. The TX jumped in the air towards them. It only took Alexander a simple freezing magic to short-circuit her chip. Magic and tech don't go well together. That is unless he uses his special spells made to work with tech. He then put it inside his pocket dimension and flew towards Arnold Schwarzenegger. Alexander and Dobby came to a gas station where the Terminator had stopped to get food for his humans. Talk to the hand. They heard when they entered the store. T800 was just about to leave. Come on, T800. Is stealing a load in the future? Alexander interjected. I am calling the cops. The cashier boy picked up the phone. Go to sleep, boy. Dobby cast a sleeping charm. T800 looked at Alexander from head to toe and didn't see any weapons. But he couldn't find any data matching his description either. Are you from the future? T800 asked, seeing that it was the only logical explanation based on what he heard. Not the future, but the multiverse. Alexander truthfully answered. Okay. Why are you obstructing me? He asked. Whoa. So easily he accepted that I am from multiverse. Well, I had an offer for you. You see, I can help you with your mission. I've already deactivated the TX. Look, Alexander took out the body. T800 checked it and confirmed that it was dead. He looked at Alexander and nodded. But the Judgment Day will still happen. The Skynet is already out. Yes, I know. I can stop the Skynet too. Isn't stopping Skynet your end mission? Saving the boy is just a sub-part of it. Alexander argued. T800 stayed silent for a while. What do you need from me? I want to see how you are made, Alexander stated. Show me the proof that you have dealt with the Skynet and I'll surrender myself to you. Till then, I'll keep on working on my current mission. Protect John Connor and Kate Brewster. T300 monotonously spoke and walked away. So are you really going to deactivate him? Dobby asked. No, I might just make him the general of my droid army in the future. He surely got the swag for it. Alexander thoughtfully replied. Alright, let's go to that secret facility. He added and both of them flew in the air. After a while, they appeared in the secret facility. Dobby got to obliviating everyone with knowledge of Skynet. Hey, Alfred. Can you help me out here? I need you to flush out an AI program from the internet. It thinks that humans are a danger to itself and wants to start a nuclear fallout. He briefly explained his AI friend. Sure boss. It's as easy as lifting a finger for me. By the way, the droid you sent me is very high quality stuff. It's perfect for a super army. I am also thinking of making myself a new body later. Alfred spoke while working. I've met another one. He's a good guy. I'll bring him too, so you should study him as well before creating a new design. He suggested. Sure, I'll be waiting. It had spread itself over the whole world. Must be at work for a while now. It's still easy. But time-consuming. After an hour of hard work, Alfred was done. All the files are gone. Don't know about the offline devices though. I'll take care of it, Alfred. You can go back to your research now. Oxiosa Prima, any device with any knowledge of Skynet. In a moment, a small hill of various electronic devices appeared in front of him. He straight up burnt them and then left to find T-800. It's done, T-800. I have removed the Skynet from everywhere. You can check it by accessing the web, and this is the main hard drive that contained the initial codes for the Skynet. I'll destroy it now. He burned it. T-800 looked at his two humans. John Connor and Kate Brewster. The Skynet has been dealt with. My mission is over. He deactivated himself. Alexander quickly put T-800 in his pocket dimension, obliviated the two NPCs, and left. Inside Alfred's lab in Fiheim, he stood up and saw the ongoing process. Alfred was making an assembly line for him. The new droids would be a mixture of T-800 and TX. Each droid would have a different face and voice. They can also develop random personalities, only good ones. They would follow Alexander's command, and when they had nothing to do, they'd just act like normal people. They would be called UD, a serial no 1,2,3. UD meaning Universe Droid. He named T-300, Arnold though, and didn't erase the guy's memory. It had new programming, but the behavior variables were still the same. The first order was for 10,000 male and 10,000 female droids. Fiheim felt a bit secluded and empty, so he hoped that this would lighten the mood. He was also planning on creating a portal bridge connecting Fiheim, Drachium, and Frostheim. Alex, what are you doing? Olivia asked. Oh, haha. Just some work. I'm coming. He walked out. Today was a celebration day. They had decided to celebrate that day as Medusa's birthday from now on. She never had a birthday party, so she was very excited. Grandpa, she hugged him tightly. Haha. Let's go and cut the cake, my princess. He waved his hand and a beautiful dress transfigured on her. Then they celebrated. Some days later, Alexander returned to the Terminator world and saw that the purity level of the world was increasing on its own. The Skynet must have been up to something. He looked around and sure enough, the Skynet was blackmailing people to do work for it. Now that it was gone, the people were reporting it to authorities. After waiting for some weeks, the purity reached 90% and he left the world again. The purity level must have been related to the Skynet. Or else in no way it could get purified so fast, he reasoned. His vision came back and he found himself standing in the middle of a desert. In front of him were some pretty-looking tents. He quickly took out his phone and looked for his identity. It shocked him seeing that he was the boss of a very bad organization. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 107, 107. A dog lover in Marvel. I am the big boss of the high table and owns it. He read on his phone. Where are we now, boss? Dobby asked. I think we are in John Wick, and from the look of that tent, we are in the third part. Let's go and see what's happening there. He walked on the sand. Alexander and Dobby were both in their usual Jedi robes. When they reached the tent, a guard pointed his gun at him. Alexander just took out a coin carved out of a big diamond. It was his identity token as the owner of the high table. Forgive me for my insolence, King, the guard said and opened the curtain for him to enter. The king was his title as the owner of the high table. He entered the nice tent and saw the elder sitting on a nice cushioned chair. In front of him, John Wick was kneeling. Just as he entered, Alexander waved his hand and turned the elder into a goat. John Wick quickly took out his gun and pointed at Alexander. Then he realized what he just saw. What did you do? He asked weakly. Still weakened from his trek in the desert. Alexander checked John Wick's sins. John Wick Category 2. Murder 1267. Sin percentage 48%, reduced from 59% for saving 20,789 puppies. No wonder he'd go to such lengths to avenge his dog. I am the king. People in your kind of business might have heard about me. Though most of you dismiss the idea that there could be someone owning the high table. Alexander introduced himself. John looked at the old man in front of him. He had also heard rumors of there being a king but dismissed it as bored men's blabbering. What did you do to him? He asked. Haha. Son, there are some things in the world that are better left unknown. Trust me, you don't want to involve yourself in my business. Now, tell me, why did you seek this goat? Alexander said, pointing at the elder. I want another chance. I am ready to work under the table again. He replied. Why? You didn't do anything wrong after all. Isn't it Santino D'Antonio's fault that this has happened? He broke the rules and faced the consequences. Sure, you killed him on continental grounds, but still. The high table created the problem by itself. So, I can give you another chance to retire and live like you always wanted to, but before that, you'll be joining me in removing the whole organization of the high table and the continental. Alexander calmly stated. He was shocked by what he was hearing and even more shocked by what he was being asked to do. Why? Well, because I want it that way. I am a good guy, Mr. John. I don't like killing people. The high table was created in ancient times to provide security to the rich, but now they provide a means to murder. It's really going against the founding principles. So, it must be removed. He explained. John nodded. He knew that the organization was very old but not its founding principles. Actually, Alexander was just bullshitting. No one could retort anything he said after all. I'll be honored to work with you. John stood up. Haha, good man. Now follow me. Alexander said and walked out of the tent. As soon as they were out, Alexander pointed his finger at the tent and burned it down. Including all the people and the goat/elder. John just quietly looked at the magic. Not asking, as he doesn't want to involve himself in any more mess. Alexander took out the anywhere door. As soon as he opened it, he was greeted by city noises. Cars, trucks, and pigeons. John also followed in after Dobby. His jaw nearly fell when he realized where they were. How are we in New York? He asked. Just a second ago he was 6,000 miles away. Haha. Magic, Dobby whispered. John, do you know how to find the Bowery King? Alexander asked. Yes, I can take you there. He replied. Good, then just point to the direction, Alexander replied. The three flew in the air. John started to hyperventilate at first but then slowly became normal. Enjoy flying, son. You won't get to experience this again. After a while, he came to the Bowery King. Without speaking much, he punished all the major criminals. Death was the punishment. Then he chose 100 random beggars and used mind arts to make them good people. Then he gave them enough knowledge to start a rag picking and restoration business. The whole homeless people organization was going to go legit now. He also cursed the top 100 positions in the organization to never go bad. Now, let's go to Continental. I want to eat something nice. Alexander spoke. The three flew to the hotel front. Alexander removed the invisibility charm and they entered the building. Oh, so many bad people in one place. Makes my job so much easier, he said as he walked through the lobby. Killing here is prohibited. John tried to remind. Haha. That rule is for pawns like you, Mr. Wick, not for the king. They reached the end of the lobby where the hotel concierge was standing. He looked at John in surprise. It seems that you have resolved the situation, Mr. Wick. Tell Winston to come and have lunch with me, Alexander ordered. And who might you be, sir? Karen asked. Oh, where are my manners? I am the king. Alexander took out his diamond token. Karen's eyes widened in shock and deeply bowed to him. Please follow me, sir. The manager is talking with the adjudicator. He took them to the open terrace restaurant. Sir, Mr. Wick and King have come to see you, he announced. Winston and the adjudicator turned their heads. First, they were shocked by seeing John and then confused by Alexander. No one knew what King looked like after all. Alexander just took out his token and showed it to them. The adjudicator quickly stood up with fear-filled eyes and gave him her seat. Thank you. Though you have sinned too much. Alexander waved his hand and her body got disintegrated like Thanos snapped his finger. So, Winston. You own this hotel, I heard. How's the business going? Alexander asked and took a sip from a new glass of wine that Karen brought. Everything's fine, sir. I am honored that you've come to my establishment. What can I do for you? He respectfully asked with a bit of fear. Well, you know. I am shutting down the high table. No bad work anymore. We're all going to be good men from now on. Oh. I forgot to invite the owners of other continentals around the world and also the rest of the high table members. Alexander silently oxio them. One by one many people started to appear. Alexander made anyone with 2 violent crimes disappear. All the members of the high table died. Many continental owners survived though. As usual, he used his mind arts to make them good guys and some curses as insurance. Then he dissolved the whole organization with the help of his elves to obliviate a lot of people. Like the women working in the administration branch. Then he looked at John Wick. You are free now. Stay away from trouble, will you? Also, take this puppy and care for him. John nodded to his advice and took the husky puppy lovingly. Alexander flew away to the market. His job was done in the world and he'd be gone in 15 minutes. And that is exactly how much time he had for his shopping spree. He bought anything and everything. Cars, tanks, planes, ships, toys, seeds, liquor, clothes, guns, movies, etc. The reason being that he didn't know where he'd end up next. It could be an advanced or medieval world. Soon, he quickly sent Dobby into the pocket dimension and he went through the same experience. Boom. Sleeping Alexander woke up. What the hell, Dobby, what happened? Alexander yelled. Boss, we've been shot. We're losing altitude. I have dealt with the pursuers though, Dobby replied from the pilot's seat. They both were currently inside a B-29 bomber aircraft. There were just 2 of them. Alexander was in a military uniform with 2 stars on each shoulder, signifying his rank of Major General. Dobby had a silver eagle on his shoulders signifying his rank of Colonel. They were both headed to New York from Egypt. He was going back because of a certain secret experiment that was soon to be done. Splash! The plane crashed in the Mediterranean Sea. Alexander and Dobby swam out. Well, what do we do, boss? Dobby asked. Arg. Well, let's just swim to the shore. At least that will give the gorilla some time to tell everyone what we've been up to since the time we arrived in this world. Alexander spoke and started swimming. Okay, boss. Swimming is good for your health anyway. Dobby swam near him. But then Alexander had an idea. Hey, let's race. Whoever reaches the shore first, wins, and the loser will cook for the next whole month. But we don't even know which direction to go. Doesn't matter, we're in the Mediterranean Sea. Let's just choose a random direction. We'll eventually end up on some shore. Alright, let's do this then. Dobby accepted the challenge. You can see images on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 108, 108. Marvel Memory. USA, New York 1940. Alexander and Dobby's vision turned back to normal and Alexander looked around. He was sitting in a big office. In front of him, Dobby sat. What the hell, Dobby? When did you become an army colonel? I don't know, boss. Look at yourself in the mirror, you are a major general. Dobby replied. Without thinking much, he took out his mobile phone and looked at the new message named Memories. Suddenly information started to flow into his mind. Memory. Alexander Maxim Universe, an orphan, grew on streets fighting for food. Birth year 1890. Current age 50. Address E 69th Street, New York, USA. He owned the whole street. From the East River to the Central Park. Occupation U.S. Army officer since the First World War. Current rank Major General. Founder and Director of Strategic Scientific Reserve. Deputy Director Colonel Chester Phillips. Alexander could remember some highly notable events that happened in his life in that world till now. He had fought in the First World War. He was just a major back then. He bravely fought and commanded many dangerous missions. For his service, he received a Medal of Honor from the US side and a Victoria Cross from Britain. After that, most of his time was spent in the US dealing with various defense projects. Alexander always had Dobby as his second in command wherever he went. In 1932, Alexander met a very talented 15-year-old boy in a school where he had gone to give a lecture. The kid was studying there on a full scholarship and was about to graduate soon. He went to the boy and talked. "What's your name, son?" he asked. He was in his full military attire. My name is Howard Anthony Walter Stark, sir." The boy replied. He must have some personal issues which must have made him so meek. "Well, what are you going to do after school?" he asked. I don't know, work in the factory," he muttered. "Why not go to college?" he inquired. "My father won't let me. I need to make money so my family can eat, my mother is sick so I have no other choice, sir," he said, getting a bit emotional when he talked about his mother. Let's go and grab some lunch. I am hungry, follow me," he said and took him to the old-style Wild West saloon bar that Dobby had opened on 69th Street. It was closest to Central Park. Dobby had wanted to do this for a while, and who was he to deny him? The free elf was a part-time bartender now. Sir, I am underage. Howard spoke. Haha. We aren't drinking. This place makes the best cheeseburger. Let's eat those. He walked in. Dobby brought the delicious burgers and a butterbeer for him. It was a special creation of the Dobby's bar named West Eros. Butterbeer and fire whiskey both were exclusives here too. So, tell me about your family, kid. What does your father do? He asked and took a bite. Nothing except beating me and Mom. Howard spoke under his breath, thinking Alexander couldn't hear him. So your father beats you and your mom. What does your mom do? Howard's eyes were wide open in shock when his words were heard. Don't look at me like that, they don't call me a war hero for nothing, I can hear stuff from miles away. Besides, getting beaten or beating someone isn't rare in this day and age. Even I grew alone on the streets. An orphan boy in the 1900s didn't have many options to gather food, you know. He nonchalantly said. Howard felt sad for Alexander. Who knew that the war hero had such a tragic past? My mother works in a factory and sews shirtwaists. Father sells fruits. Barely making ends meet. Father also has a drinking problem, and when he's drunk he doesn't talk. Only his belt talks. Howard grimaced. So it's all about money in the end. Hey, son, let me tell you. You are a shining light amongst a place full of fused bulbs. Now you can keep on shining or turn into a fused bulb. Follow me if you choose the first one. Alexander stood up and walked out. He waited at the door for a minute before Howard came out running. Haha. Get into the car, Alexander happily boomed. Where are we going, sir? He asked. To your home and deal with your father once and for all, he replied. No, sir. I'm not going to kill him. I will make him divorce your mother. The bar we just went to is short on managing staff. The giant guy you just saw was Colonel Dobby, my second in command. Your mother will run the bar in his absence, and she'll be paid 5 times what she's being paid now, and she'll also be given an apartment to live above the bar. Or if she likes any other place on this street, I can give it to her. I own the street, you know. What? You own the street? He shockingly asked. Hold tight. Alexander had modified the 2-seater 1930 Duesenberg Model J skiff and went faster than any car in the world. You can see images of the car on illustration channel of my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. The car zoomed through with a roaring engine sound. Howard just tightly hung on to whatever he could. Soon they came to the Lower East Side. Howard and his family lived in a small 2-room apartment in a rundown complex. It was already evening, so Mr. and Mrs. Stark were already at home. Alexander put on a trench coat and a hat and walked beside Howard. You look like a hired killer in those clothes, you know. He scoffed. Haha. If I was on an assassination mission, then you'd not have even heard me. Alexander said. For some reason Howard shuddered, realizing that it was probably true. Soon they came to the 4th floor and knocked on the door. His mother opened the door. She was a woman in her early 40s and already had white hair on her head. Her face also looked wrinkled, making her look older than she actually was. Welcome home, dear. Oh, who is the guest? She warmly asked. Alexander quickly diagnosed her body and found her to have a high fever. Psy mothers are really strange creatures. Always ready to sacrifice their own happiness and health for their children, he thought. He waved his hand and healed her. Mom, this is Mr. Universe. He came to our school today and thinks I have a bright mind. Howard introduced. Oh, please come in, sir. She happily invited him in. There wasn't much furniture in the house, and whatever there was in a very bad condition. Then came the man of the hour. Arg. Who is it? Howard? Why are you so late? I'll teach you a lesson, his father yelled. Howard, please bring a bucket of water and throw it on him. Can't talk like this now, can we? Alexander recommended. Howard quickly went to the bathroom and brought a bucket. He probably wanted to do it for a long time, as his face was showing a smile. Splash! His father fell on the floor and started making sounds. Soon he was sober enough to talk. All right, Mr. Stark. I will only say this once, so you better keep your ears open. Tomorrow morning, the first thing you will do is go and hire a lawyer and file for a divorce with your wife. If you do that, then I'll give you $100,000. If you don't do that, then I'll throw you in jail. The choice is yours. Mrs. Stark was shocked and wanted to say something, but Howard grabbed her hand and signaled for her to stay quiet. Who the hell are you? He asked. Currently, I am your way to get 100 grand. But I can also become your worst nightmare if you want. Alexander spoke and secretly showed him his gun. Yes, I'll do as you say, sir. I will go tomorrow and file for a divorce. Mr. Stark replied. Alexander had also used some magic to make sure that the man kept his word. All right, Howard. Pack yours and your mother's stuff and come down. I'll be waiting in the car. He said and went out of the house. Howard quickly told everything to his mother and that she'd have a new job and home soon. She was reluctant, but for Howard, she followed. Later Alexander settled them in a nice apartment above the West Eros bar. He also sponsored Howard to go to MIT and get his degrees. He ended up doing multiple degrees in mechanical and electrical engineering. After completing his studies he came to Alexander for help in starting his own company. By then Alexander and Howard had established a good grandfather-grandson relationship. Grandpa, I want to start my own tech company. Can you help me get funds? He excitedly asked. His shyness had gone away and confidence of being a genius had kicked in. But he never acted cocky in front of him as he knew that Alexander was smarter than him. Haha. Sure, son. Even I own a company. It's called Nevia Industries. Let's do this, I'll invest in your new company. You can make me a shareholder in return. He suggested. Alexander's company, Nevia, only dealt with the medical industry. Like medical equipment and medicines. Currently, it wasn't registered in the stock market though. In his own world, he had a similar company. He didn't try to start a tech company because he knew that he would end up monopolizing everything with his big brain. Then there would never be a Howard Stark or Tony Stark. How many shares do you want? Howard asked without thinking. 15% and for this, I'll give you $100 million. Will that be enough to kickstart? He asked. Yes. I can do so much with that. Thanks, Grandpa. I'll go tomorrow to register it, he excitedly said. What are you going to name it? I was thinking, Unistark Industries, he suggested. All he had was because of Alexander, so he wanted to honor him. Nice name, but you shouldn't use my name with it. Some people will target you otherwise. Just name it Stark Industries. Alexander corrected. But I know what you wanted to do, son. It's the thought that counts and that's enough for me. Now go and fill out the form for tomorrow. He shooed him away. Howard quickly got up and hugged him. Thank you for everything, Grandpa, he said and ran away. Just in some years, Howard was able to procure many military contracts for his company without his help. Still, he did help sometimes though. Stark Industries had become an American household name in just a few years. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 109. Changing small things. The U.S. President of the time, Franklin D. Roosevelt, wanted to be prepared for war. So he asked Alexander to start a secret branch for scientific advancement which could help protect the country. So Alexander formed the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Colonel Chester Phillips was recommended by the president, so he made the guy deputy director. Because Howard was already dabbling in weapons manufacturing, Alexander brought him on board too. From there on, they started their various projects. In 1938, Alexander was sent on a mission to search and rescue of a scientist named Abraham Erskine. Alexander was probably the only such high-ranking officer who still went on field missions. He was famous for his extreme fitness as well. Dobby was always where Alexander was. The giant elf couldn't sit in peace when Alexander was having fun infiltrating an enemy base. Alexander found Abraham Erskine trying to run away from Nazi Germany and safely extracted him to the United States. After that, he did some thorough checkups and included him in his SSR. 1939, White House, Washington, D.C. In a secure room, Major General Alexander, Colonel Phillips, Howard, Colonel Dobby, Erskine, and President Roosevelt were sitting. The president was sitting in his wheelchair. Gentlemen, I have asked you to be here because I had a thought after reading the reports from Dr. Erskine. He reported about this Obergruppenführer Johann Schmidt injecting the imperfect super soldier serum. That the man may have lost his human features but still has gained super strength. I worry that this threat will become much bigger than Hitler's. General, I want you to start our own super soldier program. So that when the time comes, we can end this war. President Roosevelt spoke. Dr. Erskine, can I count on you to help us in this time of war? Alexander asked. Yes, I'd be glad. Schmidt must be stopped. Dr. Erskine agreed. Okay, then. I will initiate the Project Rebirth. Colonel Phillips will be in charge of the selection process for suitable candidates. While I help Dr. Erskine in perfecting the serum. Howard will work on creating whatever hardware we'll need. Colonel Dobby will work on making sure that everything is kept a secret. Alexander informed. Perfect, just the reason you are considered the best general in the USA. Quick and precise. However, I have received a request from the British Special Operations Executive. After all, they are fighting at the front lines. They also had a hand in getting Dr. Erskine out of Schmidt's prison. General, you already know her. It's Agent Margaret Elizabeth Carter. The president read her full name from a file in front of him. Colonel Phillips, she will be working under you. Alexander gave his order. Yes, sir. Colonel Phillips sternly replied. The man was 63 years old. Older than Alexander if the record was to be believed. But he also respected Alexander as his commanding officer. All right, then. Meeting dismissed, President said, and everyone started leaving. Except for Alexander. When only he and the president were left, he spoke. Well, how are you, Ruzi? Sigh, this war will be the death of me. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep us out of it. He said while looking at the sky out of the window. Well, today or tomorrow, we will have to enter. Nazis are a threat to the world. Even if they somehow take over the whole of Europe, they won't sit quietly. Their ambitions are big. Now I'm hearing that the Japanese are also going to shake hands with them. The war is yet to reach its peak, Ruzi, Alexander stated. And I am afraid you are right, my friend. The war has just begun. This is why I am counting on this project. Don't worry, the project doesn't matter. I'll personally lead the war if I have to, and I can promise that we will win. Alexander declared. Haha. Sometimes your optimism scares me. But then I remember all your deeds. I am seriously confused if you are lucky or just that good at everything. Roosevelt laughed. Haha. I'd say it's a mix of both. Otherwise, how would I have been able to make a polio cure? Alexander calmly said. Yes. Wait, what? You developed a cure? Roosevelt excitedly asked. Haha. Yes, but it's still in the experimental stage. I have brought an injection with me though. If you agree, I can administer it. You will at least be able to walk again. Alexander offered. Roosevelt did not just have polio. He had other diseases too, which were the main cause of his death. Alexander was just giving the man an opportunity to experience the joy of walking again before his time comes. Do it. I am already a cripple. What worse can happen? Haha. Okay then, take out your ass, Alexander laughed. He then administered the injection. It will take at least a week to show the effects. When you start feeling like you can walk, don't get up. Your legs are very weak. You will need to start eating a special diet and exercise your legs while sitting. In about 2 weeks you will be able to walk, and in a month, run. Alexander wrote down some supplements prescription on a paper. When he went to give it to Roosevelt, the man suddenly grabbed his arm. Thank you, Alex. I will never forget this debt. There are no debts in true friendship. Now, I'll take my leave. Unlike you, I don't get to sit around all day long, Alexander joked and left the room. Roosevelt smiled and decided that someday he would return this favor somehow. He looked forward to the day he'd walk again and make news headlines. What better way to publicize than a miracle? Camp Lehigh, New Jersey. A military base was created from scratch, and it would only be used by the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Alexander had included 10 of his seraphs, elves, from Nevia Legion. Alexander had decided to change the wolf's sword name as it didn't fit with each word. Instead, he renamed them to what their status was. They live in his own world, which is kind of like heaven. They are his purest and most faithful followers as well. So he gave them the rank of seraphs in his small heaven. And called the 1,000 of them Nevia Legion. Heaven in reverse is Nevia. The 10 elves were given ranks from captain to major. Their job was to gather intelligence about everything. They would work in the army and tag all the people working for Hydra or any other power. Stark Expo, New York. Howard was busy showing off his new flying car. Alexander had told him to change the super thrusters, but the boy had gotten overconfident. So he let him humiliate himself. He was at the military enrollment camp, waiting for a skinny boy. After waiting for an hour, he did see the boy standing in front of the soldier's photo frame. The poor lad wasn't tall enough. What's your name, son? He asked. The boy hurriedly turned around and saw the broad and tall Alexander in uniform. He got nervous and stood at attention like he was already a soldier. Stephen Grant Rogers, sir, he spoke. At ease, son. So, you want to be a soldier? Why? Alexander asked. I want to do something, sir. Men are fighting the Nazis and I want to help. So you will kill Nazis? Alexander asked, checking out his stature. I will learn, sir, Steve firmly replied. Haha. Alright, we already got big ones, let's see what change a small one like you can bring. Take this and show it to your medical examiner. Good luck, son. We will hopefully see each other again. Alexander said, giving him a card, and was about to walk away, but another boy came. Steve, come on. He suddenly noticed the old man with stars on shoulder beside Steve. Bucky Barnes, 107th Infantry Regiment, Sir. Bucky stiffly introduced himself. At ease. Good luck in the war. He wished and left. After Alexander had gone away, Steve and Bucky relaxed. What's a Major General doing here in a recruitment center? Steve asked. Steve, how could you not recognize him? He's the Major General Universe. The war hero. Bucky excitedly said. What? But he doesn't look so old. Steve said. Well, they say that he trains his body a lot to keep himself in the best shape. He's the only Major General still active in the ground fighting, you know. Everyone wishes to fight alongside him someday, Bucky dreamily spoke. Yes, and they should, Steve muttered with a newfound motivation in his heart and sternness in his eyes. Are you sure you're gonna do it? Bucky asked. Yes, it's the right thing to do. I should go now. Take care, Bucky. Steve gave a hug. All the best, Steve. Bucky wished and ran to his girls. Steve took a long sigh and walked into the assessment hall. In the hope that one day he'd really get to fight alongside his role model. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 110, 110. Boom boom. Steve got his height and weight recorded with embarrassment. Then he was made to sit in a cabinet. A sergeant came in with a file. Stephen Grant Rogers, I am afraid you are not fit for service. He said. Steve instantly fell into disappointment but suddenly remembered the card. Sir, Major General Universe gave this card to me. He told me to give it to my medical examiner. He handed it. The sergeant took it and checked it. His eyes widened and quickly left the cabin. Soon Dr. Erskine entered. How did you get this card? He asked. Steve truthfully told everything. Erskine was wondering how the boy got it or what did Alexander see in him. But after talking a bit he felt that the boy was perfect. Maybe not in body but surely in terms of mind. Okay, let's get the little man enrolled. Where are you originally from? Brooklyn, Steve replied. Report to the camp in a week, Erskine said and handed the file to Steve. The next week, all the new recruits reported in the field. Colonel Phillips, Erskine, and Agent Carter were there to check. Colonel Phillips spoke first. All of you are the strongest boys in this country. You all have been chosen for a purpose. All those who complete this training and the test successfully, will work under the direct command of Major General Universe. Now, Agent Carter will take over. He went to talk to Erskine. He's the one? Phillips asked, pointing at Steve. Yes, he's the one, Erskine replied. God save this country, Colonel Phillips exclaimed and left. In the remaining 8 months of training and assessment, Alexander appeared many times and trained the men himself. He tested Steve many times and was sure that no one other than Steve deserved to be Captain America. But before the experiment, he went on a mission. To help establish a pro-Allies government there. The mission was successful but his plane was shot down while returning. Memory ends. God damn it Dobby, how can you swim so fast with such body? Alexander shouted at Dobby swimming 100 meters ahead of him. They had been swimming for the last 18 hours and finally came close to the shore. Soon their race ended as Dobby won. Swear to me that you didn't use magic, Alexander shouted. I didn't, but my body is made of magic so that doesn't count. We elves are very good swimmers. By the way boss, I want a nice pizza. Dobby said and dried his clothes. Alexander remembered the deal. Now he'd have to cook their meals. Haha. Well, I like cooking so no harm done. I'll put some pineapple on your pizza, Dobby. Just the way you like it. Alexander replied and also dried his clothes with magic. After all, a man of his rank shouldn't look bad. He might not be America's ass but he sure was America's grandpa. Wait, I hate pineapples boss. Wait Dobby quickly followed him. Soon they entered a small town. Well, Dobby. You go and find a newspaper while I go and buy a cigar, he said. One couldn't look badass in that era without a cigar after all. The seashore town was quite small but beautiful. Though many of the buildings had fallen down probably due to air raids. From the style of the buildings, he could see some Greek resemblance. He walked to a shop and talked to the seller. The guy spoke Greek so Alexander already knew where he was. A little more and he knew his precise location. He was on a big island called Crete Island, just south of mainland Greece. He was in the small town of Redimo. Wait, doesn't this island also get taken over by Nazis after they fully take over Greece? If I remember correctly, British, New Zealand, and Australian forces should be here at the moment to defend this island as it's a very important strategic position. If the Nazis get this then they'll be easily able to strengthen their attack on Egypt, Alexander thought. Hey, are you buying anything? The shopkeeper asked. Being annoyed that Alexander had asked so much but hadn't bought anything yet. Ah yes. Give me 3 cigars, you got any Cuban? Alexander asked, with not much hope. As Cuban cigars weren't famous yet and most of the other ones were made in American factories near Florida. Yes, I do, but it's not cheap. Not many people buy it. I don't even know why I bought it. It's been sitting in my shop for months. The man spoke and took out a nicely seal-packed box. Wait, I'll buy the whole box, Alexander said. He was certain that it was the original pack of 25. How much do you want? 10,000 drachma. The man said. At that time, 10,000 Greek drachma was equal to $25. You take American dollars? Alexander asked. Sorry, no dollar. Alright, what about this? He took out 5 gold coins. After all, everyone liked gold. Yes, this is acceptable. You can take the cigar. Pleasure doing business. Alexander was sure that those gold coins were worth a lot more than $25. Well, no harm is done. He had tons of gold lying in his dimensional pocket. He walked out and lit up the cigar. Just outside the shop beside a wall, there was a bench. He went there and sat down to relax and wait for Dobby. Beside him sat a little blue-eyed, blonde-haired girl in a blue sundress. She looked about 4 or 5 years old. Her clothes were untidy and there was some dust on her hair and face too. She had her eyes closed and hands in a praying position. Alexander silently looked at the cute one. He really got intrigued and looked at her surface thoughts. God, puishi gib Amy sweet karoth. Uncle Henry sesh mama and papa are with you. Amy mish share mama and papa. Alexander's heart ached to hear that. The girl must have lost her parents in air raids. She must also be hungry. Alexander waved his hand in a carrot as long as the girl herself fell in her lap. She noticed the sudden weight. She picked it up and then quickly jumped from the bench and started dancing with the carrot raised above her head like a prized possession. But there was a problem that Alexander had just realized. The girl was acting weird. Yay, God gib Amy karoth, God gib. She danced. Suddenly she tripped on a stone and was about to fall. Alexander quickly came and grabbed her. Be careful, Amy. He said. Wah, mish there know my name? She questioned. Not looking him in the eyes but somewhere random. Alexander's doubts became clear. She's blind. He looked in her memories and they were only sounds and feelings of touch. There were no other images or color, only darkness but still happiness. Her parents had given her a very happy life. But then Hitler happened. I will make sure he doesn't commit suicide and torture him before killing with my own hands, he vowed. Oh, you were just dancing a while back while shouting your name, Amy. Alexander warmly said as he caressed her hair. Amy, are you hungry? I can cook very delicious food, you know. Come with me, we will eat until we become like pigs. Alexander cheered her on. She giggled, Ray, I like karoths. She replied. Haha, then let's go to my kitchen. But then Alexander saw some soldiers headed towards him. Their leader seemed to be major ranked. They came to him. 2 of them pointed their rifles at him. Who are you? I thought my dress would have answered it by now. Anyway, I am Major General Alexander Maxim Universe, U.S. Army. My plane was shot down and I swam to this island with my adjutant, Colonel Dobby. Oh, speak of the devil, there he is. Dobby walked towards him with a big bag on his back and a Carabiner 9AK bolt-action rifle. God knows where he found it, but he also brought something valuable to Alexander. An M1917 revolver. Good, Major, meet my adjutant, Colonel Dobby. He introduced. Pleased to meet you. I am Major Edwin Holmes. Good, now take me to your commanding officer, Major. Let's go, Alexander said in a bit authoritative tone, and it probably brushed the guy off wrongly. Sorry, but I don't take orders from you, now surrender all your weapons and come with me, Major Holmes ordered arrogantly. But suddenly airplane noises started coming. It was very loud. Sir, it's an air raid. We should take cover, one of the soldiers told Major. Oh no, boom boom ish back, little Amy worriedly spoke out. She must have some really bad memories attached to that sound. Alexander decided to take care of the incoming flies right there and then. Dobby, give me the revolver, he said. Here you go, boss. Alexander loading 5 bullets for the 5 planes. Leaving the last slot empty. Have you gone mad? The major shouted. Alexander just ignored him and aimed at the oncoming bombers. The sound kept on increasing more and more. Dobby had taken his place with the old-fashioned camera, which God knows where he got from. As soon as the 5 planes opened their hatches to drop the bombs, he fired in a split second. Boom 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 boom. After a few seconds, 5 loud booms sounded in the sky. The 5 planes got blasted in mid-air by a revolver. You were saying something, Major? Alexander looked at Major Holmes straight in the eyes. And no, sir. Please follow me, I'll take you to Colonel Wilson. He respectfully said. Good, lead the way. Hey Amy. Let's go. We'll eat food soon. The boom boom has gone away. He warmly said and carefully put her on his shoulders. Grab Grandpa's head tightly, okay? She did as asked and tightly grabbed his head and hair. Yes, Grandpa. Haha. Let's go. He happily walked. Unknown to him that Dobby had recorded both, his badass and loving nature. You can see the image of Amy on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn. Or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 111, 111. Grandpa again. Redimo, Crete Island, Greece. British military camp. It was night time and Alexander had organized a big barbecue for the soldiers in the camp. There weren't that many. He had met Colonel Wilson and the guy turned out to be his fanboy. Rattling about how much he knew about his military work and stuff. The guy was the highest command on the island and this basically meant that he had the highest command now. Hey, dear Amy. Say he helped her eat. He was going to cure her eyes at sunrise. He wanted her to see the beautiful sunrise as her first colorful memory. Do you like it? He asked. Yush. Ishtazthi, she happily replied and cutely chewed on her food. Dobby sat beside him with his goddamn pizza which Alexander had to specially make. So, you are preparing for Nazi invasion? Well, this island is too important for Hitler and I'm sure he won't stop until he has it. How many men are coming in reinforcement? He asked Colonel Wilson. We have 17,000 here and they're sending 15 more. Not enough. First of all, move all the planes from the airbase and put fake ones there. Then we will start a plan to tackle their paratroopers. I want you to bring me as much barbed wire as possible. By the time we are done here, me and you'll probably receive a promotion. Tell all the officers to gather here tomorrow. He briefed. Colonel Wilson looked at him with shining eyes and excitement. He surely was loving all that. Night fell and little Amy fell asleep while sitting beside him. Her head was resting on his waist as she tilted towards him. She had a happy smile, cute enough to melt even the heart of Thanos if he had any. He carefully took her to Fahim and tucked her in a beautiful room with a princess bed. He told Olivia, Rena, and Medusa about her. They wanted to just barge in and hug her but he stopped them from disturbing her sleep. There were some changes happening in Fahim as well. His Unsullied had completed their training and were waiting for Super Soldier Serum. Faceless Men had also completed their training. Now they don't need to kill people for masks. Technology did the job just fine. Though they still adhered to harvesting real masks of some really bad people. Iceman of Frostheim had really done a nice job and had made a big city. They had started farming and manufacturing various items. Dragons of Drachium have also done a fine job. They still lived in their big caves but they were well furnished with marble and furniture. His army of universe droids was also ready. They worked under the command of Arnold. They were living like normal people for now. Waiting for orders. The next morning, Alexander went to Amy's room and woke her up. Hey, sweetie. Wake up. It's Grandpa. He calmly woke her up. Not wanting to spook her as she couldn't see him. Grandpa? Oh, beardy Grandpa. She remembered the recent events. She had touched his beard when she tried to touch his face. Since then she liked to play with his beard. Haha. Yes, it's beardy Grandpa. Let's go. I will heal your eyes today. You will be able to see after that. He informed. Really? Yay. She stood up and hugged him as he was just beside her. He patted her head and picked her up. Olivia, Medusa, and Rena followed him to see the sunrise outside. They knew that Amy was going to be their new family. They wanted her to see them too. Amy, drink this tasty milkshake please, he said and gave her a small glass. She quickly emptied it and burped. Hee hee. Tashti. Then suddenly, she felt it. She felt light. Colorful light slowly becoming stronger and stronger. Soon she had her vision back. She looked at the rising sun in the east. Soothing wind hitting her face. This is the sun, Amy. It's rising now. Alexander said. He was kneeling beside her, grabbing her small hands in his to make sure she doesn't fall from the sudden shock. Amy slowly turned her face to look at him. Alexander's heart nearly came out of his mouth when he saw tears in her eyes. Grandpa, Hansham, she spoke with a warm smile. You can see a vector-style drawing of this scene on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Ha ha ha. And you are my little princess. He hugged her and kissed her forehead. Now, meet Grandma, Big Sister Medusa and Big Sister Rena. We are all a big family, Amy. He introduced. Olivia's motherly instincts kicked in and she quickly grabbed her away from Alexander and squeezed her into a warm motherly hug. My sweet little Amy. Call me Grandma from now on, okay? Grandma. She repeated and received multiple kisses from Olivia. Then Medusa and Rena introduced themselves. Rena turned into her smaller version, which was just slightly taller than Amy. Alexander quickly put a super enchanted protection locket around Amy's neck. He was quite overprotective of his family. Ladies, please make her feel like home. Show her the place too. I will go and deal with the situation outside. Dobby will come later to introduce himself too. He stated and looked at Amy. Little Amy, I will be back soon. Play with Grandma and Big Sisters till then, okay? He said. Yes, Grandpa. I be good, she continuously nodded. Too happy to be seeing all the stuff around her. Alexander returned outside. Reinforcements had arrived. If he wanted he could make the whole Nazi army disappear, but he didn't want to do it, though he would save people. Alexander's Neville Legion was also working undercover and helping people. He had decided to leave the planet soon after killing Hitler. He knew that if he stayed on the planet then no hero would ever be born. On the other hand, there were so many empires in the space to take over. He was also thinking of making his own magical invincible Death Star. The Infinity Stones were on his agenda too, but he won't start collecting them anytime soon. His existence was something beyond space and time and he wanted to make something sure before he went after the stones. Still, there were many more amazing things in the universe to explore. Colonel Wilson, is everyone here? He asked. Yes, all the commanders are here. Please follow me. Wilson took him to the big meeting room. He stood at the small platform and looked at all the officers. All right, listen up. The Nazis are going to attack us by sea and air. First, they will probably try to bomb our airfield and then send some paratroopers. When we'd be busy fighting the paratroopers, they would come by sea. Now, my plan involves not only defeating them but also taking their ships and use it for our own defense. The first thing we will do is lay down barbed wire across the fields where the troopers are highly likely to parachute in. Tie each end of the wire to a jeep and when they all land, you move the jeeps at full throttle and cut their legs. Now, the wire will not fully cut them but would still inflict enough damage to make them unfit to fight. We will lay as many traps as we can. We will all also be digging some secret trenches so whoever is left afterward the barbed attack will be dealt with. Then the next target would be an amphibian assault. I will be posting my snipers along the coastline. Their job will be to kill the ship's pilots and their replacements. Because our planes will be safe too, we will drop bombs on some of their ships and make them surrender. No matter what, we must win this. If we lose, then say goodbye to this island. Now, Colonel Wilson will tell each of you your command location. Alexander had quickly made Dobby apparate to London and register 100 of his seraphs into their army, which was deployed to the island. All of them were going to work as his snipers. 2 more days passed, and Alexander had finished all the preparations. He also spent a lot of time with Amy. He was tempted to bring his small family out but war was no good sight to see. So he told them to wait a few more days. Boss, it's happening. They just bombed the fake airfield. Dobby barged into his room. Good, let's end this then. He picked up his revolver and a bucket full of grenades. No one knew what he was going to do with so many grenades and no one had the guts to ask. America might not be into the war yet, but he was still very much respected. He was awarded the Victoria Cross as well, so it meant that he was a British ally. At least that's what they decided to accept. He went to the terrace of the highest building in the area and started throwing grenades at the landed paratroopers. Everyone's jaw nearly fell at that as he was throwing the grenade hundreds of meters away too. Exploding sounds were constantly being heard. Alexander was constantly using his eyes to see people who had committed cruel deeds and only gifted grenades to them. Soon, a red signal was shot in the air, signifying that all the troopers had landed. 4 jeeps in 2 different directions started moving at full speed. Unknown to the Nazis what was about to come. Soon the first painful screams came, then the second and third. One by one, all the enemy soldiers fell. In a matter of minutes, the whole 4,000 paratroopers brigade was defeated. This would not have been possible if Alexander had not strengthened the wires and jeeps with his magic. The same thing occurred in 6 different fronts. In total, they were able to successfully defeat 33,789 German troops with no losses on their side. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 112, 112. 0 deaths. They didn't lose even a single soldier. Only 5 men were injured and even that was not due to the enemy but because they tripped and fell. It was a big morale booster for the Allied forces. Then came another news that Alexander's seraphs had sniped the hell out of the oncoming ships. to the point that no one was even trying to take the pilot wheel anymore as whoever touched it died. By the end of the day, he had 0 deaths, 28,000 prisoners and 120 ships and boats of various sizes. Alexander used his wide area compulsion charm and brought a lot of meat from Fiheim. All the soldiers believed that it was meat procured from the German ships. They celebrated the whole evening while eating and singing songs in praise of Alexander. They were all preparing stories to brag about later on. A story that they served under the general universe. While celebrations were going on the island of Crete, 5,000 miles away, some people were in a depressed mood. Camp Lehigh, New Jersey. The Project Rebirth was successful. Steve had become a super soldier now. The problem was that he was the only super soldier. Erskine had been killed by a German spy. In reality, Erskine was saved by Alexander, and after revealing his god status, Erskine was happily learning and experimenting in Fiheim. He and Alfred had become very good partners. He was even able to make the super soldier serum better and administered them to his order of high humans. Both Unsullieds and the Faceless Men were a part of it. Unsullieds had refused to adopt a new organizational name. They said that the name brought them to their god. So he let them be. Back at Camp Lehigh, Steve was turned into a poster boy of the US Army. Told to dance and sing. Colonel Phillips was immediately promoted to the temporary director of SSR. They can't deny that they all missed Alexander. Agent Carter had also warmed up to the jolly-natured old man and often used to spend time sharing life stories with him. She was even allowed to call him uncle. Then there was the most depressed guy, Howard Stark. He had spent all his resources searching for his grandfather in all but name. "Tell me good news, Colonel," President Roosevelt sadly muttered on the phone. "I am afraid it's not. We found the crash site. No bodies were found. We searched the waters in a 200-mile radius and on the nearby islands. We should prepare for the worst," Colonel answered. His words made everyone more depressed. Steve clenched his fist, feeling helpless. He had become very attached to Alexander as well. For a boy who had been fatherless for most of his life, Alexander had become a father figure for him. He also respected him as a soldier. "Were you able to find out how they intercepted his plane?" His schedule was always a highly kept secret after all. Roosevelt asked. "Yes, we caught a Hydra spy in Egypt. He was probably the point of the leak," Colonel answered. "God damn it, keep on looking for him. I don't want to hear sad news again." Roosevelt angrily hung up. "Howard, you are allowed to use all military assets in his search. Let's just pray to God that he's somehow alive," Colonel Phillips sighed. Howard had dark circles under his eyes by now, but he still quickly got into action. Now one could have thought even in their wildest dreams that Alexander and Dobby had swum 600 miles away from the crash site in their pointless stupid race. The Burghof, Bavaria, Germany. It was a fine beautiful morning. The beautiful vacation home had a nice view of the mountains around it. But the scene inside the house was different. A man with a virgin boy haircut and a virgin boy mustache was throwing tantrums by spoiling whatever he could grab on. "Tell me, how did you lose a fight with a weak and tired army living on that island? I gave you naval and air support too. How could you lose 35,000 men in a single day?" Hitler shouted. "My Führer, they used some underhanded means and they also fooled us by creating a fake airfield. Please give us another week and we'll win the Crete." Wilhelm Keitel, Chief of the Armed Forces High Command, spoke. "You better, I am allowing you to use any means possible. I want that island. As long as they have it, we can't launch a full assault on Africa," Hitler screeched. "Yes, my Führer." Wilhelm Keitel quietly left the one-ball man alone, lest he faces his childish tantrums. He went to the war room and wrote some letters. It basically gave the command to General Oberst, Lieutenant General, Kurt Student, the commander of the attack on Crete. He gave the general permission to use any means possible to take over the island. He added that he was being allowed to take a force of 100,000 men, including Italians, 200 planes and more naval support. This was probably one of the biggest moves the German High Command was making towards a swift and fluent expansion of the Third Reich towards Africa. On the island of Crete, Alexander was messing with the Enigma machine he found in one of the ships. He was planning on sending a coded message to Howard to see how long it would take him to decode. His message was simple. "Pops ain't dead yet." While he was enjoying his short piece, a party pooper came to the island. Lieutenant General Bernard Cyril Freyberg, a British noble and the future Viceroy of New Zealand. He was appointed as the commander for the defense of the Crete. The problem was that Alexander was outranked now. He was a major general and Cyril was lieutenant general. Both of them were also the Victoria Cross recipient. "Arg, I guess I'll use magic then," he thought and went to talk to the guy. As soon as he saw the short man, he used magic to make him his big fan. From there on, it was easy sailing. Alexander was still the commander of all the forces there and had the power to make all decisions. "I should tell Ruzi to make me a full 4-star general. Can't have people outrank me in the field now." It should be easy after my deeds here become public. I'll also gift the German commander to British forces. Such a high-ranking target should be enough, he thought. He spent the rest of the 2 weeks preparing for the upcoming battle. He turned the whole island into a fortress. Using his magic he brought some heavy machinery and anti-aircraft guns. The men believed that it came from the ships. Dobby would command the battle while he'd go and grab the German commander, as the man would not be coming anywhere near the war zone. A day later, the Germans came. They came in for the biggest surprise of their lives. Their bombers were caught by surprise and were quickly put down. The ones that survived were put down by Dobby the sniper. Alexander had made a quick errand to enemy lines and kidnapped both the commander and the vice commander. The battle went on for many hours. At the end of the day, they again won and the Germans surrendered. This time his side faced many casualties, but he didn't let anyone die. Could not spoil his zero-death record after all. Finally, they had another 80,000 prisoners, making it a total of 108,000 prisoners. It was crazy that there were just 32,000 of them against such a big force. Finally, he decided to address his men. You are all one of the bravest Nazi killers I've met to date. I can see all of you receiving promotions when all this is over. I will be recommending the names of each of you for promotions and medals. But we have a problem here. His face suddenly turned serious. We have run out of the area to keep our prisoners in, Alexander sadly stated. Someone in the crowd tried to hold their laughter and made a squeaking noise. It made the others around him laugh, and soon the whole crowd was laughing. Alexander let them laugh for a while to lighten their mood. After all, these men went into every battle knowing that it might very well be their last. Now, I am going to need some volunteers who will help in making the new holding area. But for now, let's enjoy. I have enough meat to turn all of you into fat pigs, so eat all you want. He dismissed everyone and they all went to crazily in the dining hall. Alexander was also very relaxed. He just turned around and found a young soldier standing upright. If not for his control he would have already blasted the guy. God damn it, Lil Chin, how many times I've told you to make some noise while moving. You'll give me a heart attack someday. Alexander spoke, not really showing anger. Lil Chin was a new soldier, just 18 years old. He looked very young and had no beard and a small chin, so people called him Lil Chin. He had a habit of being sneaky while walking. The boy made no sound even while walking in full gear. Currently, he was working as his messenger. Alexander had decided to take the boy to America with him and make him an agent in SSR. Sir, we caught a German transmission. Lil Chin handed him a paper. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 113, 113. Found him. Alexander looked at the transmission and started laughing loudly, grabbing the attention of all the soldiers. Ha ha ha. Boys, the Germans are going crazy that I caught such a high-ranking Nazi of theirs. They have ordered to secure the commander at any cost. I guess we'll have to make the new holding cells a bit bigger now. He mocked, making everyone laugh again. The men had a general consensus now that Alexander was the best freaking commander in the world. Cool, talented, funny, and badass. Many of them were trying to copy his style of sunglasses and cigars. The next day, Hitler's little cottage in the mountains. How the FCK can you lose to an army of no more than 30,000? You had 100,000 men, planes, and ships. What kind of mad joke are you playing on me? Hitler shouted with his saliva-throwing style. Sir, they have somehow gained bigger weapons, including many anti-aircraft guns. Keitel reasoned. Effing resistance must have done it. But still, you had 100,000 men. You also lost the effing commander and the vice commander. Keitel had to agree that it was really crazy how they lost. Then he suddenly had a great idea. My Führer, what if we tell Schmidt to supply his new weapons to our army this time? He's been rambling that his weapons can win us war for quite some time. I think this is time he repays all the investment you put into his ambitions. He suggested. Hitler thought for a while and smiled. Yes, you are right. It's time Schmidt proved his usefulness. Send the order with my direct seal to him. I want that island under Reich's control by the end of this week. He commanded. It will be done, my Führer. Keitel relaxed, thinking that he dodged the bullet. But then the damn one-ball man spoke. Keitel, your 2 months' salary will be cut for this incompetence, Hitler said and left. Fucking little shit, I'll bring a girl with herpes to his chamber for his wild night this Sunday, he deserves it, Keitel cursed internally. 3 months because you cursed me in your mind. Hitler walked back in and left again. Let's make it herpes and AIDS both. Swiss Alps, Hydro base. Haha, they can't even take over a small island and they think about ruling the world. Schmidt mockingly laughed. What is it, sir? Zola asked. Hitler wants me to use our new weapons to take over Crete. They have already lost 100,000 soldiers and the commander to 30,000 allied troops there. Shameful. Zola, prepare a batch of new energy guns and send 100 of our soldiers under Commander Han's command. He ordered. Zola quickly left the room to prepare. Schmidt stood up and looked out of the window. At the snow-covered Alps. So the time has come. United States. Howard had been receiving a weird transmission for some days. He had already guessed that they were coded encryptions. He tried to break it but it only resulted in meaningless words. Then after some days, he found that every new transmission had a different rule. It produces a different set of words with the previous method of decryption. Not long after he found that it was the Enigma machine. He also knew that a guy named Alan Turing was working on breaking this machine in London. So he did what any reasonable man would do. He packed his bags and flew to London to help the noobs break the code. No one stopped him either. At least it was diverting his mind from Alexander's disappearance. They were also happy that he was helping in breaking Enigma. It was really a pain in the ass to the Allied forces. Alexander waited for the attack and he was honestly surprised when the Germans started shooting bluish energy weapons. So, he went all out and killed all the Hydra people. They were just a burden on the earth. He did keep their leader alive. SSR would have fun making him speak. He had searched his mind and found some things about their base. The man also had a poison tooth which he took out. They again had caught 40,000 men. Also the new weapons. Their small island was impenetrable. But then a question came to his mind and he went to talk with Lieutenant General Freiberg. Hey, Freiberg, why haven't I heard anything from the British High Command these days? They should have already come to permanently fortified this island. He asked. But you are the commander, shouldn't you be sending the reports? He replied. Damn it, Alexander facepalmed himself. What kind of war were they fighting? His soldiers had gone so easygoing these days. All right, I'll send the report. Lil Chin, come here. He called. Immediately a voice came from behind him. Yes, boss. God damn it, Alexander cursed. What's wrong with all you people? He shook his head. Tell the communications guys to send a report to the British High Command, he ordered. Unknown to him, what kind of FCK up his men were going to make. 1 week later. London. Howard had reached the place many days ago. He was helping the noobs make a computer. He already knew how to make it but didn't use that knowledge as much. As it was given to him by Alexander. He just kept the level of technology to the original of what the Turing guy was planning. The only one who was not a noob out of all the others. Noob was Howard's new favorite word. Now it was so easy to curse at brainless people without offending them. He just named the other people working on the project, Noob 1, Noob 2, and so on. Only Alan Turing had the honor of being called by name. Howard's help proved to be instrumental in the machine's creation. And the first thing he did was decode the message. What's this code? Alan asked. I don't know, I've been receiving this for weeks. He replied while inputting the values in the machine. Soon the various parts started moving. Howard anxiously looked at the turning wheels. Then it stopped. He took the decoding order and decoded the message. Pops ain't dead yet, he read that out aloud. Yes. Hell yeah. Ha ha ha, he started to madly jump. The old man's still alive. Ha ha ha, Howard had watery eyes. Who is this old man? Alan asked with interest. Howard enthusiastically replied, Major General Universe. He's been missing for many weeks. We all thought he died. What? Did he create a machine to break the code? Alan asked, thinking that his invention wasn't the first. No, he probably just used his crazy brain to break each new algorithm. Yes, he's beyond human understanding. Don't fret about it. It took me years to accept that he is way more intelligent than me. Howard patted his shoulders. Alan was just contemplation about the monster who can break the Enigma code in mind. Door opens. A British Army officer came into the hall. Mr. Howard Stark, you are being asked for by the military high command. They said they might have a clue for whereabouts of the general universe. The words of the officers made him jump in excitement. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. Wait, hey Alan. Take this and come to my company. You'd be absolutely cared for in my company and no one will judge you either. His last words were only understood by Alan. Being homosexual was a crime in those days and Alan had been hiding it for a long time now. But there was always a risk of getting caught. Thank you, I will think about it. He replied. In the war room. Many big shots were sitting. Surprisingly, Winston Churchill was also there. It made Howard wonder what the matter was. All right, gentlemen, we just received a report directly from Crete Island for some reason. We weren't expecting much but the details were so crazy that I had to convene this meeting. Reports have suggested that the 32,000 men who went to Crete Island have defended it well. But the main news is that all this was done under the command of Major General Universe, who had washed up on the island some weeks ago after his plane was shot down. Lieutenant General Bernard C. Freiberg had also delighted his command to General Universe. Reports have suggested that they have managed to defeat the Germans multiple times. They currently hold 140,000 German soldiers as prisoners, including the German commander Kurt Student and his adjutant. They have also secured 350 German boats and ships still in good condition. Moreover, they reported that because of the ingenious command and tactics of the General Universe, the Allied forces have faced 0 deaths. Boom, the words fell to everyone's ears like bombs. What kind of madman was this General Universe, they thought. But there was one man madly laughing, ha 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 ha, yes, only he would do something crazy like this. Howard boomed. Sir, what should we do now? A senior officer asked the Prime Minister. Do you still need to ask me? Bloody go there and secure the island. The Americans have already done such help to us without even asking and without them even officially being in the war. They all must be tired now, move as fast as you can. I am sure Roosevelt must have sent his forces too to bring their prized general back home. Churchill spoke in his weird non-understandable accent. Take me too, Howard demanded. You sure, kid? Churchill asked. Yes, even if you deny it I'll find my way somehow, Howard straightforwardly said. Haha, okay then. But if you die, it's not on me. The overweight man left the room. Extra. Alexander was sitting in his office on the island boredly. So he decided to go out and check what his soldiers were doing. He turned invisible and headed out. The first place he went to was the open field across the office building. He saw a soldier taking a crate of beer somewhere. Then suddenly another man in civilian clothes came to the soldier. Civilian, excuse me, can you tell me where I can find General Universe? Soldier, stopped whistling, sure, you see that building. Head straight in, take the stairs to first floor, turn left and second door to the right. You'll find him there. Invisible Alexander was going crazy listening to the stupidity. What the hell, give him my bank details too while you're at it. You gave my location up so easily, he cursed. Then Alexander went to a watch post and found 4 soldiers sitting on the ground, drinking and eating. Alexander used his magic to make one of them ask a question. Soldier 1, hey, why have we become so lazy and easygoing these days? It feels like we're not at war. Soldier 2, well, that is because General Universe is invincible. Did you see him shooting planes with his effing revolver? Soldier 3, yes, he's also very cool and badass. Soldier 4, yes, very handsome and sexy. The other 3 looked at him. Soldier 4 suddenly realized what he said, but to his surprise. Yet all other agreed. Soldier 1, if I was a girl, I'd surely have hots for him. Soldier 2, you're right man. Me too. Soldier 3, a man like him deserves all the hot chicks in the world. Soldier 4, man, I wish I was a hot chick. Again everyone looked at him. Soldier 3, I'm sure General doesn't swing that way. Soldier 4. Alexander just facepalmed him listening to their brain cells killing talks and went back to his office. I'm afraid the future of this world is shrouded in darkness. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 114, 114. Promoted. Crete Island. What do you mean you sent the report to London? Alexander asked the communications in charge. Sir, you ordered to send it to the High Command, the soldier replied. Yes, I meant the immediate higher command. Which is in Egypt, just across the sea. Anyway, did they send any reply? Yes, sir. Signed by Mr. Churchill himself. They have deployed heavy navy to be placed here. The Americans have also sent their ships for you. All right, you men will soon be going home I guess, Alexander said, making the soldiers grin. Hitler's cottage, Alps. You bloody swine. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all worthless incompetent numbskulls. They are just 30,000 Fu-King men. How do you lose 140,000 men in a single week? Tell me you faggot, Hitler cursed. Sir, please don't attack me personally. I might like men but that doesn't make me any less of a man than anyone else. Keitel sternly replied. How dare you talk to me like that, I'll get you executed for treason. Hitler screeched. Then I'll tell the world that you have herpes and AIDS. Keitel quickly retorted. You? What? Hitler looked confused. The girl you had fun with last Sunday had herpes and AIDS. Now tell me, do you want to say something about me? Keitel said in a dangerous tone. What? How dare you? You bloody swine. Okay, so you still want to threaten me? All right, I'll tell the world. Keitel started to walk away. Wait, wait. I'll forget that this conversation ever happened. But you must get a doctor to secretly check me up. Hitler voiced, sounding too scared. Yes, sir. I'll get it all done. Keitel replied and walked away. He was just bluffing with Hitler. The girl didn't have AIDS. She just had herpes. But he'll surely use this opportunity to his advantage. Within a week, the whole island of Crete was swarming with soldiers. Around the island, many warships were stationed. The island was fortified so that no German attack could occur. They also made the island a point of further attack in Greece. He was outside his bunkers, waiting for his ride. Beep beep. A jeep stopped with a skid in front of him and Howard jumped out of it. He quickly ran and hugged Alexander. Haha, Pops ain't dead yet, he exclaimed. You cracked it, huh? Good job. Alexander patted his back. Sir, another voice came. Ha ha ha. Steve, look at you. Tall and handsome. Good, but you're still not as tall as me. Alexander gave him a hug. How are things back at home? Alexander asked. Well, the president is going nuts and Colonel Phillips is cursing about his workload every day, Howard spoke. Haha. Then let's go back home. He jumped into the jeep. 1 month later. White House. God damn it, I thought you were dead. Now, look at the mess you've made. Though it was a good mess, haha. You really handed it to them Nazis. Roosevelt happily walked up to Alexander and gave him a brotherly hug. Ruzi my boy, back on the legs, ha Alexander spoke. You should have seen the faces when I walked into Congress and announced the Lend-Lease bill. By the way, I just received amazing news from London. By the recommendation of the Prime Minister and many other high-level people, they have decided to award you another Victoria Cross and Knight Grand Cross. You will be Sir Alexander from now on. Haha. Roosevelt happily announced. Having his legs back really made the guy cheerful. Don't tell me I'll have to go and kneel before the king, Alexander protested. Ah. You'll have to. He, King George VI, needs to do that sword-tapping thing to make you a knight. Also, the Congress has decided to honor you with another Medal of Honor and a double promotion. You are a full 4-star General Alex. Newspapers are going to be after you like dogs in heat. Prepare something good, haha. He threw a file toward him to sign. Alexander looked into it and they were his promotion papers. Damn, I didn't even need to ask. I guess after the war ends I'll try to become a 6-star general. Something that is yet to happen. George Washington was posthumously promoted to General of the Armies of the United States so that no one ever outranked him in 1976. Currently, the highest-ranking man was General John J. Pershing for his World War I success. He still wore 4 stars as the 5-star general wasn't a thing yet. But his 4 stars were golden in color. Well, am I being reassigned? Alexander asked. Yes, a full general can't just be heading a department. You will still be the chairman of the SSR, but Colonel Phillips will be the new director. You, on the other hand, will be preparing for war. I'm afraid we'll soon have to enter the stage. Roosevelt contemplated. Knock knock. Come in. A military officer entered. He saluted both. Behind him was Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson. Sir, I have something of great importance to discuss, Henry spoke. Say it then. Roosevelt gestured. Sir, I have received intel that there is a high probability that if the Japanese attack, then they'll target Pearl Harbor. I ask you to order Lieutenant General Walter Short and Admiral Kimmel to stay prepared. He advised. Whoa, I nearly forgot about this. Alexander suddenly remembered. Mr. President, if it's not much, I'd like you to assign me to the Hawaiian Command. I'll make sure everything's good. Alexander said, looking into Roosevelt's eyes. Henry, you may go. He sent his secretary away. Alex, what's the matter? You sound like they really are going to attack. I am 90% sure that they will attack. The current commander there is not competent enough to manage things. If I'm there then we might be able to fight the attack. Alexander stated. Very well, you'll get your new orders soon. Good luck. It had been 3 months since he took over the command over Pearl Harbor. He had fortified the entire base with anti-aircraft guns. They were everywhere, on buildings, ships, etc. He had secretly sent all the planes to another airstrip in the mountains and put dummies out in the open. Alexander had told Howard to start making as many fighting planes as he could as he knew the war was close. So the U.S. Air Force had a steady supply of new and better planes. December 7, 1941. It was morning and all the people were secretly on alert. Sirens. As soon as the air raid sirens sounded, everyone took their positions. The Japanese had sent nearly 400 planes and Alexander had 600. Soon the sound of heavy machine guns resounded in the base. Anywhere you see you would find an anti-aircraft gun firing. The air support had also come in and started gunning down the planes. Alexander was wide in the open, standing in the middle of the airfield with sunglasses on, a cigar in mouth, and shooting his revolver. Every bullet he fired downed a plane. He alone brought down dozens of planes in seconds. Some soldiers were dumbfounded by the scene and forgot what they were doing. Focus, you fools. Eyes on target, Alexander reprimanded. Dobby stood beside Alexander with his Kar 98 and shot down planes that were too far away. The giant elf was also promoted to brigadier general now. The whole ordeal went on for 4 hours before finally ending. He conducted a thorough inspection to prepare a report. He was happy to keep up his zero-death record, mostly due to his magic helping the people. There were many casualties but no deaths. Though he did lose some planes, and ships due to crashing planes. But all in all, it was a very successful defensive fight. That night they all ate and drank happily, making up new stories about General Alexander the Invincible. The next day. Japan, Tokyo. How can a surprise attack cause 0 casualties? I gave you 392 planes and this is the result? You should commit seppuku, Japanese General Hideki Tojo shouted at the commander responsible for coordinating the Pearl Harbor attack. What am I supposed to tell the emperor now? Tojo said. Hey! The emperor isn't even interested in the war. It's your ambition that has brought war to Japan, the commander cursed under his breath. Get out, Tojo shouted in rage. We are at war with America now. At least that message is clear, he said to himself. December 8, 1941. Declaration of State of War with Japan happened. The declaration was quickly brought to a vote and passed. The vote was 82-0 in the Senate and 388-1 in the House. Jeanette Rankin, a women's rights activist, was the only vote against it. Then 3 days later, a similar declaration was made against Germany and Italy. At that moment, Alexander was already on a ship to London. From there he'd lead the war effort in Europe. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 115. Martyr. Alexander met King George VI and got knighted. He was also given a Victoria Cross. Alexander used a slight compulsion and made the king push for Alexander to be the supreme commander of the Allied forces when the time comes. That would directly make him a 5-star general later on. From there he went to the front lines where the newly arrived American troops were stationed with the British. He was in command and decided to address his men. Soldiers, we are going to sweep the Nazis out of Europe. We will start with France, then Norway, then Italy. We will trap the Nazis in Germany by the end of this war. Now, those 100,000 men that are under my command are strictly advised to follow my every command, or else action will be taken against them. I very much want to keep my 0 death records through this whole war. Understood? He loudly said. Yes, sir, they all replied. Alexander then called all his commanders who'd be fighting on different fronts. They were all his serifs, so he wasn't really worried. Hitler's nightmares started from that day. Every day news would come that some city or town got taken over by the Allies. Many soldiers died, but there was one army that had 0 deaths. It was being called the Invincible Army by the Germans. Wherever it went, the Germans lost with humiliation. 1942, December 3. Alexander planned a personal mission with 50 of his serifs. Captain America had somehow started doing field operations now, so he also tagged along with Alexander. He brought his howling commandos. They were all excited to work with a famed general like him. All right boys, our task is simple. We are going to liberate Poland. Just 60 of us. The Nazis have opened many concentration camps there. The biggest being Auschwitz. I received a report that more than 500,000 people, mainly Jews, are imprisoned there and that the Nazis have started to kill them in gas chambers. It's a Holocaust. This mission is going to be very dangerous. I am giving you another chance to decide. Alexander informed. Nah, I'm always up for killing some Nazis. Helping people will probably get me to heaven, so I'm in, Dum Dugan sternly spoke. Soon others agreed too. Haha. Good. Gear up then. He ordered. Steve came to him to talk. Are you sure about this, sir? How will we hold the land after freeing it? He asked. I've already talked to Allied countries. British, American, and Soviet soldiers will enter Poland from the Soviet front after we clear the way. Don't worry, son. I am the Allied commanding general of European theater. I won't do anything foolish. Besides, it's not about me but the people trapped in the concentration camps. Alexander patted his shoulder. By the way, how's Peggy? I heard from Howard that you two have something going on. Alexander asked, making Steve blush. Well, we're compatible, I guess. He stuttered. Haha. Look at you blushing like a tomato. I wish you both a happy future. Alexander made him cheer up. Alexander already knew about what happened to Bucky. Steve had freed him from a German prison only to lose him again on that train. The next day his small company started the deadly offensive. One by one they took down various German camps. They liberated many concentration camps. Behind them, the Allied troops slowly entered and started taking over. Finally, they came to Auschwitz. The sight was horrifying. People were so malnourished that there was only skin left on bones. He secretly used his magic to heal the people a little and then brought a lot of food. Alexander did find a boy there who would later become Magneto. Because of Alexander, the boy didn't lose his mother, so hopefully, there would be a good Magneto in the future. The whole company had become tired of all the fighting in the past week. The psychological pressure from seeing the horrifying things in the various camps also made them frustrated. "Steve, we're done here. Let's go back to the command center. Reich's already on a path of doom now." His words cheered them up. "But I still need to deal with Hydra. That Schmidt is as bad if not worse than Hitler," Steve replied. "He will also face his doom soon. Let's eat." Things went on nicely till the year 1944. The Allied forces were already seeing the victory not far away. They had defeated Italy and had retaken Greece. The Soviets were also getting closer from the other side. Hitler had now bunkered himself in Berlin. June 6, 1944. Normandy invasion was taking place under Alexander's command. He was throwing grenades left and right at all the German bunkers. His snipers were dealing with all the LMGs. The invasion went smoothly and from there they slowly took back France. The resistance was helpful in the cities too. Surprisingly, Alexander met James Howlett aka Future Logan. He was helping the Allies under someone's orders. Another thing that happened that year was that Alexander was again promoted. They made him the Supreme Commander of the Allied forces and made him a 5-star general. Words were circulating that King George VI personally rallied and pulled all strings possible to make him the Supreme Commander. April 25, 1945. Whip and Fiddle Bar, London. Didn't get destroyed in bombing thanks to Alexander. Alexander sat there talking on the telephone with Roosevelt. "Yeah, I'm gonna put a bullet in Hitler myself soon." "Well, I wish you luck, my friend. Let's end this nonsense war," Roosevelt replied, and they said goodbyes. "Old man, drink with me." Howard came and patted him on his back. "Haha. You're too young to invite me on a drink, boy." He laughed and poured a glass of his personal fire whiskey. Howard quickly drank it. "Ah. Such fine stuff, I still don't understand why you don't mass-produce it." "Sometimes, good things are more enjoyable when we know they are limited," Alexander spoke and fiddled into his military suite's pocket. He took out a thin golden chain like his own and put it in Howard's hands. "Promise me, son, no matter what happens to me. You will always keep this around your neck and never ever take it off. Don't ask anything and just promise me," Alexander said. Howard's senses spoke there was something going on. "Why are you acting like we won't see each other again?" "Haha. Just promise me, boy." "All right, I promise. I'll never take this off," Howard said. "Good, how did the Manhattan Project go?" Alexander asked. "Very nice, we'll probably have new bombs soon." He sighed. "Well, let's just hope that we don't destroy the planet with it. Human track record in keeping the peace hasn't been great," Alexander added. "That is exactly what I am afraid of." Howard downed another glass. Alexander then suddenly grabbed on his shoulders and looked him in the eye. "Howard, no matter what. Just know one thing. I am proud of you, son." Suddenly someone tapped his shoulders. "Are you ready to kick that red bulb?" Alexander said without looking. Steve and Peggy took seats beside him. "Yes, finally." Steve drank. Although he couldn't get drunk. "Yes, you go and deal with Schmidt and I'll deal with Hitler. After that, we all will come back here and have a nice drink. I'm also looking forward to you two lovebirds marrying. Can't wait for little super kids to play with this old man," Alexander said, embarrassing both Steve and Peggy. "Haha. Look at them. The whole of America knows about you two. No need to hide," Howard added. The next day, Steve headed to the Swiss Alps, and Alexander headed to Berlin. For the past whole month, the Allied forces have been closing in on Berlin. Alexander knew that Hitler was weak-willed, so he cursed Hitler to never be able to commit suicide. His army passed through the heavily fortified Berlin with him at the front. It didn't take long before the whole German army surrendered. But the buildings Hitler was in, was still fortified and armed. It only had the firmest believers of the pure-blood Aryan theory. In short, hardcore Nazis. Alexander went alone into the building with Dobby commanding the remaining troops. One by one he breached all the defenses, killing anyone who attacked. After searching for a while he finally came to the deepest vault. It had tons of gold and stolen art. Alexander took it all away. He didn't trust people to treat the items right. He would open a huge museum later and put these things in it. At the end of the vault, there was another steel door. It was supposed to be able to face a nuke strike but fell under a kick from Alexander. Inside he found Hitler and 20 of his guards in juggernaut suits and miniguns. As soon as he entered, 20 miniguns fired at him. Alexander headshot all of them and walked to Hitler, cowering in a corner. You should have stuck to the art school, he mocked. Let me go, I'll give you gold. Hitler screeched. I've already taken it. Alexander smiled, making Hitler shudder. By the way, tell me. Do you really have one ball? Alexander asked while looking at his sins. Adolf Hitler Category 4. Murder 85. Indirect murder 7,579,543, 25,468,000 if you hadn't intervened. Torture 1,789. Sin percentage 89%. What do you mean? Hitler tried to act oblivious. I'll shoot after counting till 5. Tell the truth, Alexander pointed his gun at Hitler's temple. 1. 2. Yes, I only have one ball. I also like to get poked in the butt, Hitler confessed. 4. Why are you still counting? 5. He put Hitler in 500 years' time torture where he would go through all the torture he inflicted on people in the concentration camps. Hitler screamed like crazy for a while. After the torture was done, he shot him in the head. Bang! I said I'd shoot after counting till 5, Alexander said to the dead body of Hitler. Now, time to prepare for my death, he said under his breath. He conjured a fake dead body of his and positioned it in a way that it would look like he had Hitler pinned in his arms with his back touching the wall. Using Hitler as a shield against the 20 juggernauts. He put the dead juggernauts in a position where it would seem he shot them while holding Hitler. Then finally, he put 10 fake bullet wounds in his chest. Dobby would make sure to click some nice heroic pictures for news. Then he turned himself invisible and looked at the Allied soldiers entering. The whole thing was being recorded on a recorder. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 116. 116. Howard Maxim Universe Stark. One by one the soldiers came in and looked at the floor covered in bullet shells. All of them gasped seeing Alexander's body, still clutching Hitler in one arm and a revolver in another. Many photographs were taken. Dobby had already seen the invisible Alexander. Alexander was in return annoying Dobby by tickling him. Many soldiers took down their helmets and prayed for him. They would remember the sacrifice. He had a record of 0 deaths and finally when the record was broken, it was his own death. Quickly, the news was radioed. That Hitler died from a bullet from General Alexander. But the general couldn't make it under the heavy fire of 20 weird Gatling guns. Many guns were not known to the world at that point. Hitler had it because of Schmidt. The news shocked many around the world. The next day's morning newspaper was filled with grieving articles. Alexander didn't know he was this famous. It turned out that Dobby had been giving his badass moments recordings to Howard, who was in return heavily spreading it around the world. It was even being shown in big theaters. Hydro Base, Swiss Alps. A big black airplane left the mountain. Captain America was somehow able to board it. Colonel Phillips and Peggy quickly went to the base's command center and kept an eye on the plane. Suddenly a soldier came running to Colonel Phillips and gave him a letter. His face fell the moment he read it. But he didn't reveal it yet as it would have brought down the productivity of Peggy and Howard. After a while, a voice came from the radio. Agent Carter, come in. Peggy quickly goes and grabs the responder. Steve, is that you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Where's Schmidt? She asked. Schmidt's dead. Any news from Berlin? Steve inquired. He knew he wasn't coming out of this alive so he hoped to hear good news. News that Hitler's dead. No W. Peggy was about to answer but Colonel Phillips intervened. Yes, Captain. Hitler's dead. Died from General's bullet, he said. Steve took a long breath and relaxed, but then Colonel added. But, he didn't make it. They had him surrounded with weird portable Gatling guns. His words fell like bombs on their hearts. I guess I'll meet him soon, then Stephen mumbled. What do you mean, Steve? Is the plane okay? Peggy managed to hold herself together. Schmidt locked the navigation system and there's enough power to reach the East Coast. He bluntly answered. Let me get Howard on the line. He'll have a way, she spoke. That's not an option, I've got to put it in the water. I might not be able to steer it but I can surely crash it, he said. It broke Peggy's heart knowing what was to come. She pleaded a bit more and Steve told her that he was in the middle of nowhere and it was the right place to crash with so many explosives. Peggy. Yes, I'm here. I'm going to need a rain check on that dance. She held back her tears. All right. A week, Saturday. The Stork Club. Okay, you got it. 8 o'clock on the dot. If you're 3 minutes late I'm leaving, do you understand? She tried to act tough. I still don't know how to dance, Steve replied. I'll show you. I'll show you everything. Just be there. She sounded like pleading. Maybe the band could play something slow, I'd hate to step on your toes. Peggy, I love why. Those were the last words. Peggy put down the microphone and looked out of the hangar, at the blue sky. Tears slowly falling from her eyes. While all this was happening, Alexander was also in the Arctic Ocean. He had caught the tesseract when it fell from the plane. He wasn't going to keep it, just take a look. He destroyed the cube and took out the infinite stone. He was a higher being than even the elder gods of that universe, so he wasn't harmed by holding it. He checked it out, even licked it. He could feel the crazy amount of power in the stone. The power which could be used as an energy source or as a real space stone. He studied it for a while and deduced that the stone was something that was created by the Big Bang. Hence it has a connection with every particle of the universe. Which is exactly how it helps teleport. The space stone is like a telephone with its wire going anywhere you can imagine. Too bad I can't use the same method without this stone being in my hand or probably in my stomach. Not like I need it. Anywhere door can take me anywhere I want in the universe. He loudly thought and used the Doraemon's time clothes to reverse the stone and put it back into the tesseract, then he let it fall back into the ice. HW would come for it again in the future. Some day later. Allied Headquarters, Briefing Room. Colonel Phillips signed an official report. Classified Captain America. He stamps it, inactive. And slides it into a red box, marked to be destroyed. He looked up as Peggy walked in. Still looking a bit sad, but he knew she was hiding it behind that strong face. No one said we have to forget the man, Agent. Colonel Phillips advised. She merely nods. She put the classified box away but then suddenly noticed a picture of Stephen and Alexander. It was from the time when Steve was still a frail skinny boy. In the picture, Alexander was grinning, showing all his teeth while ruffling Steve's hair. She took the photo and put it in her breast pocket. Then another photo of Steve, from before rebirth. Yes, it wasn't Captain America she fell in love with. It was Steve Rogers, who got beaten up in most of the Brooklyn alleys. She came out of the stupor when Colonel spoke again, stamping another file named Classified General Universe. He stamped it inactive and to be destroyed. Who's going to remember this man? There's no known family of his. No one to visit his grave. He said while thinking about Alexander. Peggy felt bad for the kind old man. Suddenly Howard entered the room. Who said he doesn't have a family? I have decided to officially take his surname. From today, I'll be Howard Maxim Universe Stark. Though most people would still call me Mr. Stark. My children will decide on their own to take this surname or not. He spoke and looked at various photos of Alexander in the file. One by one he took them all. In many of them were him, Alexander, Steve, and Peggy. In one of them, he was sitting on the shoulder of the old man. He smiled and remembered that day he had gotten so drunk that he asked for a piggyback ride that he never got from his real father. To his surprise, Alexander gave it. People like him shouldn't be forgotten. But immortalized. He spoke. Peggy nodded at his words. Howard was slightly teary-eyed by then. Anyways, I'll see you at the funeral and also congratulations on creating your new department. Though the war is still ongoing, it will soon be over with a big boom, he said, signaling that they were going to use the atomic bomb. A big funeral was scheduled for Alexander and Steve. They had a body for Alexander but none for Steve. President Roosevelt was also present there to mourn for his friend. He was also going to address the nation from there. But first, it was the ceremony. The people who knew him came to put things in his casket first. Howard put the Enigma letter in the casket. Peggy put a hairpin gifted to her by Alexander. Then Dobby came and put sunglasses on his body. Hey, put the cigar in too. That's my style, Alexander poked at him while being invisible. Come on boss. They'll think I'm a weirdo, Dobby refuted. They already think we were weirdos, my friend, Alexander seriously replied. Alright, Dobby compromised and put a cigar in Alexander's pocket. Putting a fat cylindrical object in a dead body's mouth was just weird. Alexander wasn't sad looking at all the sad faces. He'd give Peggy her dance in the future. Howard needed to grow too. This would shape the future Marvel world he knew about. Then the president went to give his speech. People of this great country, many lives were lost in this war. Two of them were General Alexander Maxim Universe and Captain Stephen Grant Rogers aka Captain America. They both sacrificed their lives to protect the world. One killed Hitler while the other destroyed a weapon Hitler had launched to create havoc. We will remember their sacrifices for the rest of our lives. So, Congress has decided to register Captain Steve Rogers' name under General's category. We are giving him a promotion to the rank of Major General, but the name of Captain America will be retained as it sounds better. Then there's my friend, General Alexander. The Congress was confused about how to reward his bravery. In the end, we came up with a new post. We are promoting General Alexander Maxim Universe to the rank of General of the Armies. He will be the only 6-star general and no one will ever outrank him as his deeds have outranked what any normal human could ever achieve. Also, I am declaring that from now on, April 30th will be celebrated as the Warriors' Day, each year. Let's pray to God that this war soon ends and our soldiers can come back home. Thank you, may God bless America. He stepped away from the mic and left. After the crowd had gone, Howard went to Dobby. What are you going to do now, uncle? Well, they promoted me to a full general now. I think I'll retire and run my bar after this war ends. He said. He had already told Alexander that he wanted to do some house elf stuff for a while. It was not like he was leaving Alexander, he'd still go to Faheim every day to play with little Amy. Sweet, now I don't have to look for a replacement drink for that butterbeer and fire whiskey. Howard happily replied. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 117, 117. War ends. Japan, Tokyo. Imperial Palace. Alexander sat in front of the Emperor Hirohito. He was back in his Jedi robes. I do not have the authority to surrender. It's Tojo's authority. Hirohito naively spoke. Wait, I thought you were the Emperor. Alexander mocked. Yes, I am. But he holds more power than me. Alright, I'm gonna tell you one thing clearly. Americans have a weapon that can destroy your city in a matter of seconds. Now, they are going to use it on you if you don't surrender. Alexander warned, but his words fell to deaf ears. So he decided to wait for August 6th. But to his surprise, the bomb came on August 1st. Maybe because he killed Hitler earlier. Still, he didn't worry and teleport all the innocent people of Hiroshima out of the city. Only murderers, arpists, and other criminals were left to die. He modified the people's memories to think that they came there voluntarily. 2 days later, another bomb fell but on Nagasaki. He did the same thing there. To his surprise, he found Wolverine in a prison camp nearby. He teleported him too and didn't change his memories. But to his irritation, Hideki Tojo still didn't want to surrender. Because not many people died in the 2 blasts and named the saving of people a blessing from God. He wasn't incorrect about the blessings though. So Alexander went and beat the hell out of Hideki in his tent. By the end, he was crying. Alexander took him to the highest tower he could find. Made him write a suicide letter and then threw him away. Alexander used his eyes to punish him at the same time. He was a category 4 sinner. Alexander gave him a time torture. Hideki Tojo went through 500 years of torture that he had inflicted on the people. After doing that, he went back to the Imperial Palace. Tojo is dead. Now you have the highest authority. Surrender now. Alexander ordered. Did you kill him? What about his Supreme War Council? He asked with a shocked face. Damn it boy, you are the Emperor. Act like one. Declare your surrender on September 2nd. If you don't, then I'll make sure there will never be another Emperor. He threatened. Hirohito felt the dangerous aura from the man and nodded continuously. Faheim. Alexander appeared near Amy playing with a little unicorn. Hey, Amy. Grandpa's back. Alexander kneeled and opened his arms. Amy quickly looked back and ran to him at full speed. Glanpei. Alexander tightly hugged her and picked her up in the air. Are you having fun here, Amy? Alexander asked. Yes, she replied. Did you learn anything from Grandma? Oh. I do counting, she replied and started to count on her little fingers. Haha. My genius, Amy. Here, have a chocolate. Suddenly another small one appeared and jumped on his back. Rena mostly spends her time in her smaller body now. She was immortal and had enough time to grow up. I want chocolate too, Rena pouted. Haha. Alright, take this. He complied. You are spoiling them too much, Alex. Olivia walked to him. It's okay, Oli. They have an eternity to learn. Their giggles make my heart joyous and that's all I want. He went and picked up his beautiful wife in a princess carry. On the other hand, I haven't been spoiling you, enough. Alexander lovingly said. Hush. What are you doing, Alex? Put me down. Kids will look at us. She fought. Then let them see, I am just showing my affection to my beautiful wife. Alexander looked her in the eyes filled with love. But the moment of tranquility was broken when the 3 girls came running asking to be lifted like Grandma too. They ended up having a huge picnic with everyone. All the elves, faceless men, unsullieds, droids, icemen, dragons, Dr. Erskine, and Alfred. Erskine was happy to hear that the war was over now. Alexander also found out that his unsullieds had now started creating families with the females of ice people. So Alexander created a beautiful fantasy-style village with beautiful canals, gardens, fountains, and trees. All the new families will be given a place there. Though the Unsullied still wanted to fight for him, so he decided to design a new modern armor for them. An armor that would make them invincible. You can see the armor on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. But for that, he'd need to visit some hidden country in Africa. He was also going to go to Mount Olympus and find Adamantin, the god's metal. Adamantium was based on it. This god's metal had the ability to stop any magical or energy attack. It was also impossible to change its molecular structure. New York, Times Square. The celebrations were at their peak. People throwing confetti and kissing. Alexander used magic so no one could recognize him and brought Olivia. The kids were having fun playing with the children of Iceman. Alexander's and Steve's huge banners were put on various buildings there. Haha. I always wanted to see this moment in history. Olivia spoke. And I wanted to live this moment with you. Alexander cheekily replied. They walked around and made their way to his E69th Street. Dobby was inside the West Eros bar. Planning on opening up soon. Mrs. Stark had gone away to see her son at the airport, so it was just Dobby there. Who would have thought my giant friend would want to be a bar owner someday? Alexander joked. Just a hobby, boss. What would you like, Olivia? Dobby asked. A mango shake, dear, she replied with a smile. She always treated Dobby nicely. After all, Dobby was a very well-mannered and well-spoken man. I want a firoo. Cough mango shake. Alexander noticed the fiery eyes of Olivia. Alex, you drink during the day too. Haha. Oli, I'm a god. I don't get drunk no matter how much I drink. I drink it because of the taste. To me, it's like an ordinary Coke. Alexander reasoned. Fine, but don't do that in front of children. They are slow at picking up good habits but very fast at bad ones, Olivia added. Fair enough. By the way, how's your orphanage plan going? Alexander asked. His wife had been trying to create the world's biggest charity organization which runs hundreds of orphanages around the world. It is going smoothly, but I'm afraid that we need to spread its reputation. If we keep on using our own funds, then it won't work. We need people to do charity. She replied. Dobby, when Howard comes, please introduce Olivia to him. Just tell him that she's my secret wife. He will surely help in spreading the charity's reputation. Alexander said and continued. By the way, Dobby. Tell the 5 seraphs who are running the Nevia Industries to buy lots of land around New York and start building skyscrapers. Then rent the buildings or floors. One more thing, you know where the Avengers Tower is going to be in the future. I want you to buy the land near it and build a small building for now. When Tony starts building his new tower, I'll slap an even more majestic and taller building beside it. Haha, Alexander said, showing some of his childish sides. Tony was a narcissist and he would defeat him in his own game in the future. Also, start introducing normal flu vaccines and slowly introduce advanced vaccines. You can also open a liquor company and start selling butterbeer and fire whiskey. We'll donate 50% of profits from it to Olivia's Kind Heart Foundation. The remaining 50% will be used to pay the employees and expand. He instructed. Thank you, Alex. Olivia kissed him on his cheek. He grabbed her hand. Come on, Oli. I was born an orphan too. I'd give away all my wealth to our cause if I have to. One more thing, Dobby. Did you put wards on this building? He asked. Yes, even a nuclear bomb can't harm it now. I know what you are thinking. Olivia will be safe whenever she's here. You've also given her that necklace and ring. I don't think anyone can harm her anymore. Dobby reckoned. Alexander was very protective of everyone. All his safety ornaments had the power to protect its wearer from any kind of threat. They'd also be portkeyed to Fahim if their lives were in danger. Olivia was going to live on Earth to manage her charity. Alexander would explore the universe in the meantime. They could all join him anytime they wanted to. After finishing their shakes they left to prepare. Alexander teleported to East Africa. He found a man herding some buffaloes. He could tell by the man's attire and his weird spear that he was a Wakandan. He flew down from the sky and asked. Hello there. The man looked at Alexander scaredly. Alexander just checked his minds and obliviated him of ever seeing him. Then he flew directly into the ultra-modern Wakanda. He was baffled by the technological advancements of the place. There was a whole world out there fighting for survival, and here they were, sitting inside their safe invisible heaven. Thanos would have taught them a good lesson. Hiding doesn't make you safe. You are always just one snap away from death. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 118, 118. Mother Zeus. Wakanda was nice. He didn't feel the need to introduce himself and straight up went into the mines and grabbed 2 tons of vibranium and left a thank you note, then he popped back into Westeros bar. Howard was mostly busy and would rarely come there and his mother couldn't recognize him due to magic. He sat beside the bar counter, drinking and thinking about the next plan. Now he was going to go find adamantine on Mount Olympus. He knew that the metal was used in making the golden mace of Hercules. Suddenly someone came and sat beside him. Alexander spoke without even looking. Haha. I was thinking when you'd show up, Alexander said. Well, I know not to disturb a god when he's busy. She replied. Haha. What gave away my identity? He asked. It's not just me, Mr. Universe. Every higher being in the universe knows about your divine presence. She replied. Haha. Good, it would be good if they stayed away from me. Here, drink this. I'm sure you can't find something like this in Camartage. Alexander poured her some fire whiskey. Ancient One took a sip and felt refreshed. Delightful, I can sense that magic was used in making this. Yes, magic can do lots of good things. Now, I'm sure you didn't come here just for a drink. Yes, but I think I'll become a regular here after tasting this. However, I came to ask you, are you going to erase this world? She asked like it was the most common thing. What if I am? Alexander inquired. Then I'll just have to accept it. It's not like I can fight a being like you. She bluntly answered. Haha. You've got nothing to fear, child. I know the future of this universe, I only came to purify some dark creatures here. Earth will only feel my blessings. Can't say the same about all the humans though. Alexander explained. Then I have nothing to worry about, but, I am curious why you faked your death, she asked. She didn't know that she wasn't the only one who knew about the future. To let the world develop naturally and so we could have some friendly neighborhood heroes. I'll stay away at least until I am ready to meddle again. By the way, do you know where I can find adamantine? He inquired. Haven't heard that name in a while. Zeus should know it. You'll have to visit Mount Olympus and find a pathway to their realm. Since they were defeated by the Asgardians, they haven't involved themselves with our world anymore. She told him. Alright then, to the Mount Olympus it is. Look for me if you ever need, Yao, Alexander said and popped away. Sigh, that name brings back memories. Can I have another drink? She requested. Sure, Dobby poured her another one. Mount Olympus. Alexander stood at its top and could feel that there was a connection to another plane. A subdimension. So Alexander took out his anywhere door and thought about going to where Zeus was. He opened the door and thankfully it worked. He had an explanation for it too. Normally the anywhere door shouldn't be able to traverse multiverse. But that rule only applies if he was trying to travel from one main dimension to another. But in the current case, he was trying to travel from the main dimension to a subdimension inside the main one. He just crossed the door and was attacked by a very heavy smell of flower essence. He looked around and saw at least 10 women, all naked, playing with a bulky well-built old man. It was a giant orgy. Good thing Asgardians defeated them, Alexander disgustfully thought. Zeus, I am disappointed. Is this how everyone is in the Greek pantheon? Alexander loudly spoke, grabbing their attention. Zeus angrily stood up and looked at Alexander. Oof, cover yourself at least. Alexander disgustingly exclaimed. How dare you enter my chambers, guards, Zeus shouted. Oh, shut up, you egoistic incestual fool. Alexander turned Zeus's head into a duck's head. Only quack quack came out now. Quack quack. Quack. Why are you women still standing? Have some decency and cover yourself, he boomed. The women quickly grabbed their clothes and ran away. Alexander turned Zeus into a real duck and put a leash on him. Then he took it out for a walk to find other gods. The duck angrily followed him, making flap flap sounds with its wide feet on the stone floor. As soon as he went out, he projected his image in the sky, big enough that everyone would be able to see him. I am the god's son. God's advocate. This is a summoning to all the gods and demigods. Come to Zeus's palace in 15 minutes. Or there will be some trouble. He announced. Alexander sat on Zeus's throne and the duck sat by the side of the throne. One by one all the Greek gods came. Athena, Hera, Apollo, Poseidon, Ares, Artemis, etc. Good, do I have to introduce myself? I am sure you share some knowledge with your main bodies created by Father. Can't say the same about the demigods though. All the main gods nodded to him. Where's Hercules? He asked. He's on Earth, godson, Athena respectfully replied. Oh, then can one of you tell me where I can find adamantine? He asked. Apollo spoke this time. Yes, we can. Actually, we have some. It takes a lot of time to make, so we don't really produce it as we do not need it. I have about a ton sitting in my palace. Haha. Good man, Apollo. I won't take it for free though. Here, take this vial. Alexander levitated a vial at him. Apollo looked at the transparent liquid in it with confusion and excitement. He could feel the crazy amount of purity in it. What is this, God's son? He asked. I know that all the phoenix in this universe have gone extinct. But I have some in my heaven. That vial has phoenix tears, Apollo. Alexander said. It wasn't much for him, but it was a big deal for gods. Phoenix tears were something that could save someone from the brink of death. The best thing was that it worked on gods too. Apollo quickly hid it in his pocket as he felt the envious gazes of other gods. Thank you for such a generous gift, godson. Please take the adamantine. He brought the gold-colored metal. Alexander quickly put it into his space pocket and stood up to leave. Pop! Suddenly he heard a noise from the duck. Holy, how did you give an egg? Don't tell me I made you a female duck. But still. Alexander talked loudly. All the other gods just noticed the duck. They didn't know why it was there. Then suddenly they saw Alexander waving his hand and the duck transformed into Zeus. My baby Zeus shouted as soon as he became normal and held the egg in his hands. The other gods connected the dots and realized what happened. Ha 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 ha! Athena and Poseidon were the first to start laughing. Soon all the other gods started to laugh. Alexander was already gone by then. Not knowing what a mess he made and that he'd have to return soon to stop their senseless fight. A/N, sorry for the small chapter as I wrote this when I was uploading only 1 chapters a day due to some personal problems. The next 2 chapters will also be of this size, after that it will resume to normal-sized ones. Thank you. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 119. Nidavellir. Alexander had collected 2 of his main materials required to make the Death Star. He was going to go nuts with it. His goal was to make it so big that even Galactus' ship would look like a baby. The last metal he needed was URU metal. Perfect for enchanting, not as strong as adamantine but better in other ways. The inner structure was going to be made of vibranium and URU combination, while the whole outer shell would be made of adamantine, making it nigh impossible to damage. Once again, he took out his anywhere door and went to Nidavellir. It was mostly inaccessible for non-Asgardians. Everyone had to get their permission first. So his entrance was seen as an intrusion. As soon as he stepped foot on the huge star forge, loud alerts starting buzzing around the place. In a matter of minutes about 1,000 heavily armored giant dwarves confronted him. Alexander didn't do much. He didn't want to fight them, so he just transfigured himself a nice chair and table, as well as a bottle of fire whiskey. State your purpose, intruder, one of them shouted. A friendly visit, I want to meet King Eitri, Alexander stated as he took a sip. The king doesn't meet people without Asgard's permission, he stated. I didn't know you were Asgard's slaves, Alexander mocked. It enraged the dwarves. They were about to charge at him but Alexander's wave of hand broke their determination. The neutron star they used in their star forge was suddenly missing. This should be important enough to grab the attention of King Eitri. Now would you please call him or take me to him? He politely said. All the dwarves gulped their saliva and looked at Alexander gobsmacked, thinking about what monster their forge attracted this time. Soon one of them ran back in to call their king and tell him about the missing neutron star. Alexander suddenly looked up and spoke, Heimdall, tell Odin to come here. Inside King Eitri's office. Suddenly the door opened and a soldier dwarf entered without knocking. Eitri saw the fear-struck face and asked. What happened? My king, the neutron star has gone missing. Eitri's eyes furrowed, are you drunk? Neutron star isn't a toy you put in your pocket and walk away. Not even King Odin can make it vanish without destroying it. Eitri refuted. I am not lying, my king. There's a man out there asking to meet you. We denied it, so he made the star vanish. Please come and look. The soldier sounded too serious. Eitri walked out of his office and was greeted by no light coming from the neutron star. His jaw fell at the sight of the missing star and quickly ran towards where the intruder was. Alexander had poured another glass when he saw the crowd of dwarves splitting and making way. Soon a giant Tyrion Lannister walked towards him. I am King Eitri. Who are you? He asked, trying to keep calm. I am Alexander Maxim Universe, God's son, he replied, making Eitri confused. Forgive me, but God from which pantheon? Eitri inquired. Before Alexander could answer, another voice came from behind him. The only one that matters, Odin walked in. Alexander conjured another nice chair for the old man. Then another big one for Eitri. King Eitri, please take a seat. We have much to talk. Alexander invited. Then suddenly a lot of delicious food and bottles of fire whiskey and butterbeer appeared. He also conjured a temporary metallic dummy to serve them. I am honored to meet you, godson, Odin greeted with a slight head bow. Eitri was surprised to see the arrogant Odin bowing to someone. Don't look shocked, Eitri, godson here holds power and authority even higher than the strongest elder gods and celestials, Odin spoke. Well, he was mostly right. Alexander surely had enough power to defeat Odin or any other god or being of their level. But he wasn't sure about elder gods, elder demons, celestials, and other beings of that level. He surely needed to start getting stronger. I guess I'll look for Galactus to find out and also compare our ship's sizes, he thought. Ah! Such a magical drink! I've never tasted something like this in all my life. Odin exclaimed. Just something I picked in my travels, Alexander answered. Would you be interested in selling it to Asgard? Odin asked with hope. Sure, I have enough and my production can handle big amounts. You'll get your delivery in Asgard every month. You can pay for it with gold or whatever you deem valuable. I can sell you too, King Eitri. Alexander looked at Eitri enjoying his drink. I presume you want something in return? Eitri asked. Yes, I want some URU metal, Alexander replied. And how much do you want? Eitri asked. Not much, a ton would be enough, Alexander nonchalantly answered. It's your choice, Eitri. Don't look at me. I have no problem with you doing business with Godson, Odin gave his clearance. Can you bring back the neutron star? Eitri fearfully asked. Done, Alexander replied. Odin and Eitri turned their heads and saw the normal neutron star back in its place. As good as ever. Such powers, Odin exclaimed. By the way, I can grant you protection for as long as I will stay in this universe. Tell me, do you want it? Alexander asked. But we are already under Asgard's protection. Eitri spoke but got interrupted by Odin. Take it, King Eitri. His protection is worth more than mine. In fact, I'd like it if my Asgard could also have your protection too, godson. Odin looked at Alexander. Sure, I'll save you from Ragnarok. Odin felt elated with that reply. Then please let me host a feast to welcome you to Asgard. Odin invited. I accept your invitation but I'll come in a few days. I am currently busy in making my spaceship. Then I will be eagerly waiting for you, godson. Odin nodded. King Eitri, please guide me to the metal I am taking. He gestured. Please. Eitri took him to the big warehouse where Alexander took his goods and went to his pocket dimension. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters. And Joachim Johnson. 120, 120. Ironheim. Alexander busied himself with designing his Death Star. It was going to have crazy magical properties. It could expand to the size of a solar system and shrink to the size of a baseball, without messing with its internal space. It could fly at twice the speed of light and had the ability to use jump point and also teleportation. At most times it would be the size of the planet Earth. From outside it looked golden. Even the inside of the ship had teleportation points to travel from one place to another at fast speed. Though only he and his droid army would be living in it. He had increased the size of his droid army to a size of 100,000. To make it, he only needed to create the initial miniature version of it with the Doraemon's mecha maker and then use his magic. Without his APEC, he wouldn't have been able to make it or power it. Earth, Westeros Bar. Olivia was there to meet with Howard for her charity organization. Dobby was going to act as the mediator. The door opened and Howard entered. Behind him was his new young assistant named Jarvis. Uncle, you said you wanted to introduce me to someone. Yes, Howard. Meet Olivia. Maxim Universe. Dobby introduction. Earning a surprised face from Howard. Hello, Mr. Stark. Olivia greeted with a smile. I thought the old man was a lone wolf, Howard exclaimed. Haha. Please don't get angry with Alex. He kept my identity a secret due to the scope of his work. He had many enemies. She clarified. I can understand, and the old man did a good job at keeping secrets. Not even SSR or the president knew. You must tell me stories about how you met him. Howard excitedly grabbed a seat. Sure, I am sure he wouldn't have minded telling you. Well, his childhood was rough. He was just a newborn when he was left on the doorstep of an orphanage. His life wasn't easy even when he had grown a little and mostly stayed alone. As all his friends got adopted but he never did. She was interrupted. What? But why? The old man was the most intelligent person I had ever met. Not even I can imagine going further than him. Howard said. Dobby and Jarvis were also listening carefully. Yes, he was very intelligent. But he had a rare condition. Since he was born, his head had white hair. People were afraid that he might have some underlying major disease so no one ever adopted him. She was again interrupted. But the old man didn't have white hair. His hair and beard were mostly grayish and white. Yes, he had to color his hair to get into the army and keep that facade until he reached an old age. In reality, his hair were as white as snow. Then I had that faithful encounter. I was a nurse, in reality doctor, but she had changed her story to WW1 and there were not many female doctors at that time, at the time of First World War, and he had brought his injured subordinate to the hospital. We had a major lack of staff and no doctor was available to perform surgery on the injured. Then Alex found me and told me to assist him in the surgery. He himself saved the life of his soldier. I was love-struck by him right there. His attitude, voice, face. Everything was lovely. In the coming weeks, he would come to the hospital to check up on his subordinate and at that time I would strike up a conversation. He was very shy when it came to talking to girls. She smiled remembering those days. It was me who had to initiate the first kiss, you know. He was too shy to ever do anything. But it's also true that he's the nicest man I've ever known. Some years later, we got married and lived happily. She finished speaking. Howard was smiling the whole time, listening about the old man. Who would have thought that the badass General Universe was a shy boy once? Thank you for sharing these beautiful memories with me, Mrs. Universe. Please tell me what can I do for you? Howard genuinely asked. I have opened a charity organization that runs many orphanages around the world. I don't lack funds at the moment because Alex has left behind all his wealth in charity's name. But I'm afraid that it won't be successful if I keep on spending that money. I need people to take an interest and for that, I need someone to promote it. If you can do it, Mr. Stark. She was interrupted. I will do it, Mrs. Universe. What is the name of this charity? He asked. It's called, Kind Heart. She replied. A beautiful name, I will personally hold charity events in the name of Kind Heart, he promised. Thank you, the name was Alex's idea. She smilingly spoke. Dobby suddenly put small shots on the bar counter. This deserves a drink. They all picked it. For General, Dobby said. For Alex, Olivia added. For America's old man Stark also cheered and they all drank. Currently, in all of America, Alexander was nicknamed as America's old man. A few days later, in the Arctic Ocean, Howard operated an unmanned submarine and took out the Tesseract from underneath the icy water. He had made a deal with the Supreme Headquarters, International Espionage and Law Enforcement Division, S.H.I.E.L.D, that if he found the cube with his own funds then he'd be allowed to do research on it. He was also conducting intensive searches for Steve as well but couldn't find him. He guessed that the plane had traveled deeper into the ice sheets. Later he would use the same cube to invent the new particle that would eventually help Tony in his palladium poisoning. Though the current future was uncertain due to Alexander. Somewhere in space. Yes, finally done. My own Death Star. No, that's not a good name, I am working for God, not demons. Let's call it Ironheim. He talked to himself as he looked at the beautiful golden sphere in front of him. Now all he needed to do was go into deep space and test it. You can see Ironheim on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters. And Joachim Johnson. 121, 121. Asgard. Feeling that he had nothing else to do, Alexander again looked up at the sky. Heimdall, tell Odin that I will be visiting with my family. Heimdall the all-seeing pervert once tried to see him and Alexander had used magic to punish him. The all-seer saw some not-so-straight mortal things for an hour. Since then, Heimdall only responded or saw him when asked. Alexander was going to enjoy some family time in Asgard. Amy had been asking him to play with him for a while now. Constantly living inside Valheim can get boring sometimes too. Back on Earth, he had secretly inserted some of his single Unsullied into the shield. He had given them new armor. His faceless men were also at work. They had decided on starting up their house of black and white on Earth and asked Alexander to create a replica of their temple in Venice as the place looked like Bravus. So Alexander bought a nice piece of land and settled their temple down. For the public, it was an art shop but behind it was the temple. They were going to start taking contracts, but would only kill bad people. As Italy had just started to recover from the war, Alexander decided to buy lots of land there. Not just there but in Germany, Britain, mainly London, France, mainly Paris, Japan, and many more places. He was going to make hotels, restaurants, apartment complexes, and office complexes. It would bring a lot of income to heavily hit places. His pricing would also not be too high. He could literally buy the whole world with all the money he had if he wanted, but he was satisfied with what he owned. For now, Alexander has produced 10 Hufflepuff cups and bowls. After enlarging them they were used to continuously make stew and bread. All the food was then sent to various parts of the world. The war had done too much damage to economies and had left too many people hungry and jobless. Olivia's Kind Heart Foundation was a beacon of light to all the people. With Howard's help, Olivia's reputation had soared through the sky. There was even talk of her getting recommended for Nobel Peace Prize for her humanitarian work. When people started to look into her background, they found nothing. So eventually Alexander revealed her status to the world. That she was the widow of General Universe. Then Howard also came forward and announced that all the money being used in the Kind Heart Foundation came from Alexander's private company, Nevia Industries. That it had been selling medicine to the world at a very cheap price and helping everyone. Alexander knew that a wrong PR move could spoil his whole reputation. So he did all he could to make his company look like a saint company and that it works on his principles of helping people. Dobby quickly released some normal vaccines and people instantly fell in love with Nevia Industries. From there, it was smooth sailing. His company grew by many folds in a very short time. Most of it was due to Alexander's reputation. It even surpassed Howard Stark Industries. Fahim. My little princess, are you ready? He asked Amy. She was wearing her new dress which Olivia made for her. It was a cute blue princess dress. Do I look pretty, Grandpa? She asked while showing off her dress. For some reason, she had adapted to speak most words normally but Grandpa was always Grandpa. And Alexander loved it. Yes, you look the best. Now let's go and see what others are doing. He picked the chubby little girl and went into the castle. Olivia was helping Rena and Medusa to get ready. Ready to go, ladies? He asked. Yes, Rena and Medusa shouted together. Haha. Let's go then. Asgard, at the Bifrost Gate. Father, why are we standing here? Who in the 9 realms could be so important that you, the All-Father, Odin has to personally come and greet? You even brought the royal carriage. Thor rowdily spoke. This was the Thor from before he learned his lesson. Currently, the Crown Prince was an arrogant and foolish man with more muscles than brains. Loki stood at Frigga's side with his other half-siblings, Tyr, Hermod, and Balder. Silence, you fool, Odin bellowed in anger. Thor shut his mouth, not in fear, but not wanting to disrespect his father in front of others. The person who's coming here is one of the supreme beings of the multiverse. If he wants, he just needs to wave his hand to remove Asgard from reality. Act like a prince and be respectful. I've heard he has 3 adopted human daughters as well. Be nice to them. Odin warned. But why would a supreme being like that adopt a mortal? Loki asked. Adoption was a touchy subject for him. Because he's a being of pure nature and sees all innocent people as his children. He must have met his daughters in some unfavorable condition and decided to adopt them. Still, you must not look down on them. He has the power to make his daughters even stronger than me. Odin explained. He just needs to ask the Creator, he internally added. Frigga's other children silently stood at the side. Having a much better attitude than Thor or Loki. Frigga herself was excited a bit. It was very rare for a guest to arrive on Asgard. Even less so with family. Suddenly a pink door appeared in front of them. All of them except Odin were surprised to see the thing. Then the doors opened. From inside came an old man with white hair and beard. Alexander was wearing the same old white Jedi robes, but now there was an addition of golden color here and there. Olivia was also wearing a red and gold regal gown. Magic made it the most comfortable dress for her. Then came Medusa and Rena. Medusa wore a light green dress with golden thread work on it. Her favorite color was always green. A true Slytherin. Then there was carefree Rena. She just wore a white shirt and jeans. She said it was comfortable. But what about Amy? Well, she was sitting on Alexander's shoulders from the beginning. Happily looking around. Asgard's people probably loved no other colors than gold. Alexander walked to Odin. Haha. How are you, Odin my friend? Odin surprisingly gave him a bear hug which he returned. Let me introduce my small family. This is my beautiful wife, Olivia, that brown-haired one looking at Heimdall is my daughter, Rena. This lovely lady is Medusa and the small one is my dear Amy. Say hi to Grandpa Odin, Amy. Alexander introduced. Why? One more beardy grandpa. Amy exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Odin howled in laughter. Yeah, yes, I am beardy grandpa. Now, this one is my eldest son, Thor. Don't misunderstand him as a blacksmith due to that hammer, it's his weapon of choice. Then there's my beautiful wife Frigga, there's Loki, my second son. Then there are Tyr, Hermod, and Balder. He introduced. Haha, quite a big family you've got here, Odin. But still, it's much smaller than Zeus, Alexander laughed. Haha. Yes, that old fool would go to bed with any woman he sees. Where did you meet him? Odin interestedly asked. He hadn't heard from Greek gods for a long time. Oh, it was nothing. I went to their dimensions looking for adamantine. I caught Zeus with 10 women. So I punished him by turning him into a duck. You won't believe it, but by the end of that day, he also gave an egg. Come, I'll show you that memory. It's quite funny. Alexander signaled to move. Thor and his other siblings had their brains short-circuited from what they heard. Zeus was not as strong as Odin in their eyes, but he was still one of the strongest gods. And they just heard that someone turned him into a duck. What kind of joke is that? They all got onto the huge royal carriage that they had brought. It was quite big and pulled by some horses with wings. As they passed over the Asgard towards the royal palace, people started to cheer. I see you have planned a big celebration, my friend, Alexander spoke. Anything smaller than that would have been disrespectful, godson, Odin stated. Haha. Then the food is on me, Alexander loudly announced. So loud that people below also heard and replied with cheers. And you can call me, Alex. Godson feels a bit weird, Alexander suggested. Haha. Me too. It feels weird when people call me God King or Alfather, Odin added. I can understand, my friend. I was also called by names like those once. They call me everything from God King, Allfather to Supreme One. They talked about things till they reached the Golden Palace. Odin straightaway took them to the huge throne room, which was now converted to a big feast hall. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 122, 122. Feast and another task. Soon the big hall got filled with people. Most of the royals or high-level people had come to the feast. But no one really knew who was coming. All they knew was that a very strong being was going to visit Asgard. People on the streets and local pubs had started whispering about who the person coming was. Some were saying it was a celestial and some were saying that it was some elder god. Alexander sat beside Odin. There was another majestic chair for him, the same as Odin's. It showed most people that the man's status was no joke. To start the feast, Odin stood up. My great people! The land of Asgard is blessed by the presence of our guests. Many of you must be wondering who this man is. Sitting beside your king in a chair as grand as kings. So let me introduce you. God's son, Alexander Maxim Universe. A being of unimaginable powers. I will tell you all something today. I was having dark visions for a long time. Visions of Ragnarok. We all know Ragnarok is the fate of Asgard and no one can fight fate. Except one being. So when I met God's son, I asked him to bring Asgard under his protection. So there may never be a Ragnarok. This feast is organized to show that we are thankful. I am thankful, Odin loudly said, and the whole hall erupted in loud cheers. I nearly forgot about Ragnarok. He must be getting bored in Drachium. Dobby is relaxing in his bar, so I should bring the old lizard on my adventures, Alexander thought. His senses came back when he heard the cheers. He quickly picked up his glass in the air and loudly spoke, for the prosperity of Asgard. Asgard. People shouted together. Then Odin continued. So let's begin the feast. The food and drinks are offered by our guest here today. So be sure to enjoy it, he said and looked at Alexander. Alexander just waved his hands and lots of food appeared on the table. All kinds of Earth's cuisines were there. Then there were also hundreds of bottles of fire whiskey and butterbeer. He didn't tell them that fire whiskey shouldn't be drunk like beer and let them explore. Odin happily looked at the bottle in front of him and poured himself one. It had become his favorite drink. Grandpa, what about ice cream? Rena asked. That's for the dessert, my dear, he replied. Yes. Then I'll eat spicy stuff. She started devouring. Meanwhile, little Amy was sitting in Alexander's lap. She was busy finding out how to solve the weird colorful cube that Alexander had given her. Every once in a while he would bring the spoon to her mouth like a helicopter and pour the food into her bottomless mouth. All those who knew his powers always felt dumbfounded by how normal he was. You really love your children. But why do you not have a son? Odin asked. Haha. Yes, they are my world. And about sons? I had twins once when I was immortal. I showered them with love and they betrayed me. Alexander bluntly replied. Odin was flustered by the sudden revelation. I am sorry to hear that. It's all right, Odin. That was a long time ago. They are just a bad memory now. Though if I find one, I'd surely adopt a son too, Alexander clarified. Why not procreate one? Your fated one doesn't look that old. Odin suggested. Haha. I have tried, my friend. But she isn't ready yet. She's afraid about what if our next child also turns out to be evil. I know she tries to hide it, but she secretly thinks her womb is cursed. That is also why I try to make as many happy moments around her as possible. I've even told my adopted child Phoenix to never let her be alone. Alexander explained. It was really sad that Olivia thought like that. She had blamed herself for what their sons did to him. What? You have a phoenix? Odin asked with a shocked face. I have a whole jungle full of them now. Wait, I'll ask Barry to come and greet. Alexander called him out. Barry had grown very big by now. He was the biggest of all 2,000 phoenixes living in Fiheim. He was also their leader. Barry came out flying. First, he flew around and then came to Alexander. Barry, meet Odin. Alexander introduced. Barry looked at Odin for a second and then lifted his claws up and made a fist. You need to do a fist bump, Odin. That's how he greets people. He's been watching too many movies. Alexander added. Belly Amy cutely raised her arms. Barry came to her and rubbed his head on her cheeks, which was his way of showing affection. Alexander then took out a small vial and gave it to Odin. My friend, this is Phoenix Tears. They can bring a dying man back to perfect health, take it. Odin carefully held it in his hands. Is it okay if I? Oh, don't worry. Barry is a drama queen. He sheds fake tears like Niagara Falls. He once shed 1 liter of tears while watching Titanic. Alexander told the story. Barry didn't like being made fun of and showed his anger by sitting on Alexander's shoulders and pecking on his head with his beak. Ha ha ha. Alright, I'm sorry, Barry. You can go and eat whatever you want. He shooed him away. Barry quickly looked at Food Devourer Rena and ran to her. The two had a very good understanding when it came to food. Alexander then suddenly remembered Hela. Odin, everything aside. I am still not convinced why you locked Hela in hell. She's your real daughter after all. Ah. My dear Hela. She was such a sweet child when she was small. But her bloodlust took over her when she started following Lady Death. We both fought together in many wars. But when the time came to sit in peace, she wanted to keep on fighting. Even when there wasn't anything left in the 9 realms to conquer. Her ambitions would have taken her out of the 9 realms, which would have made many new enemies for Asgard. I had no choice. Odin explained. Maybe I should bring her under my wing. I will be traveling a lot and conquering some bad empires. I'll also curb her bloodlust somehow. Alexander offered. Really? Then I'll be forever grateful to you, Alex. If you can really bring her to the right path. Odin looked at him with happiness and hope. Some seats left to the table, Alexander and Odin's children were having conversations. Lady Medusa, would you mind if I joined you for a drink? Loki came to her. If Loki was in Hogwarts, he would have surely been put in Slytherin. Now 2 Slytherins were having a chat. Sure. She replied. Medusa was busy eating her ice cream. May I know how you met your grandfather? He asked, trying to strike up a conversation. He found me locked underground. I was locked for 1,000 years and then Grandpa took me in. She answered. Loki was surprised by that backstory. How did you survive that long? Aren't you a mortal human? Oh, no. I'm not a human. I'm the Basilisk Queen. Grandpa helped me turn into a human. She nonchalantly replied. Loki only had question marks over his head. Wait, you're saying that you are an ancient mythical beast? Are you calling me a beast? Her green eyes dangerously glowed. No, I didn't mean that. You are a very beautiful lady. I was just talking about your other form. Loki clarified. Oh, yeah. That's a very beastly form. I can turn into a 200 meters long giant snake. But Grandpa loves me even in that form. You should see Grandpa Ragnarok. He can turn into a dragon nearly the size Asgard. She spoke, further horrifying Loki. On Alexander's right sat Rena. She and Thor were having some eating and drinking contests. Lady Sif and Warrior 3 were also around then cheering. Thor was losing for now. Rena was a certified professional eater of Fiheim after all. Just to the left of Alexander sat Olivia and Frigga, in front of them Amy and Barry were playing. The 2 older women were talking merrily and laughing sometimes at Amy and Barry. Alexander suddenly spoke to Olivia. Dear, I'll be back in a while. She nodded at him. Alexander then looked back at Odin and nodded. He was going to hell. To see what Hela was up to. He first operated to a secluded place and took out his anywhere door. He thought about going to hell and opened the door. As soon as he stepped inside he was greeted with a very dreadful aura. He could feel that hell was no place for living. Odin probably did more damage to Hela's brain by imprisoning her there. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 123, 123. Hela. The place was dark with the only color being red fire here and there. He walked slowly like he was in a park. Looking for Hela. Hela's powers were dependent on Asgard. The closer she was to Asgard the stronger she would be. On top of that, it was Odin's powers that were keeping her tied in hell. That's why when Odin died, she appeared. On his way, he met many dark creatures whom he purified. After a while, he finally found the girl. "Who are you?" she amusingly asked. She hadn't sensed any new arrival there, and it only meant that there was another way to get out. "I am Godson, Alexander," he replied, and conjured a nice table and 2 chairs. Plus some lights as the place was too dark. She was amused by the show of magic just now and took a seat. "Which god?" "Haha. That knowledge is above your pay grade, and even if I told you, you won't believe it," Alexander replied. "And why have you come here?" she questioned. "To get you out." "And why would you do that?" She sounded uninterested. Most likely thinking that she was being lied to. "Because your father did injustice to you. Instead of facing you, he hid you. I have agreed to take you under my wing on the promise that I can curb your bloodlust," Alexander honestly explained. "So my father has sold me. What are you going to do with me? Use me? Feast on my body like all you savages lust for?" she scoffed. But to her surprise, Alexander laughed. "Ha ha ha, no, my child. I already have the most beautiful woman in the world as my wife. No, I am adopting you." He smiled. Hela's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "And why would I accept you as my father? You don't even know how strong I am. What if I just kill you and go on my way?" she asked. She was honestly interested in knowing how he was planning on containing her. "Alright then, let's fight. Let's get out of this prison, get you some food and rest to bring you back to the peak strength, and then fight. If you win, I'll let you do whatever you want. If I win, then you'll be Hela Maxim Universe." Alexander challenged and continued. "I know what you are thinking. To keep this vow, let's make an unbreakable vow. Whoever breaks it shall die." He moved his hand towards her. "Amusing, I've never seen such magic. Alright, I'll take this bet." She got close and was about to grab his hand. "But before our fight, you aren't allowed to hurt or kill anyone," Alexander added. "I understand," she agreed after thinking a little. She could only see this as the only way to get out. "Haha. Good girl. Now let's go." He took out his anywhere door, surprising Hela with his way of travel. She was expecting something more powerful. As soon as Alexander and Hela crossed the door and appeared in the feast hall, all the noise stopped. They looked at him with question marks on their heads. "Haha. Everyone, welcome another one of my daughters," Hela Alexander shouted. Most of the people were drunk, so they also shouted and cheered just for the sake of it. Hela was intently looking at Odin, ready to pounce and kill her captor. "Now, remember our promise, girl. Come with me. I'll introduce you to your new family." He grabbed her hand and dragged her to Medusa first. "This is your little sister, Medusa. Hey Medusa, say hi to the new big sis," Alexander said. Medusa still had her mouth stuffed with food and looked at Hela. "Ay. Big sis likes green too." Medusa suddenly hugged her, making Hela twitch a little. After that, he took her to Rena. She was still defeating everyone in the drinking game and introduced them. At last, he brought her to Olivia and Amy. "Sweet Amy, look who's here. This is big sis, Hela. She will live with us from now on," he warmly said. Amy kept on staring at Hela with her big eyes, and Hela did the same. So cute Hela though inside. Suddenly Amy stood up and held her hand towards Hela, seemingly asking to be picked up in the air. "Pretty sister, pick me," she cutely demanded. "Ah. No, Hela. You must maintain your image." Hela fought her inner woman. But who could fight Amy's world-ending cute stares? In the end, Hela gave up and picked Amy up. "Ahaha. Sister, your skin's so nice. I like." Amy rubbed her small chubby hands on Hela's cheeks. "Haha. Glad you two like each other. Now, at last, meet your beautiful mother or grandma. My girls call me grandpa as I am very old. You can call me father or grandpa, whichever you like," Alexander suggested. Hela was amazed seeing the pretty woman. Olivia didn't look that old. "Hello, beautiful lady. Would you like to have a drink with me?" Thor came to them, drunk. Hela looked at her blood-related brother with disgust. Is he trying to woo his own sister? "No, Thor boy. She has important stuff to discuss. Go to Rena and drink with her." Alexander tried to shoo him away. "Ah, no, not her. I have already lost all my honor to her. No more. I shall find someone else to defeat." He dragged himself away. "Is he the prized crown prince Odin has selected over me?" Hela angrily muttered. "Haha. It's all right my dear. If you want to become a queen, then I'll make you a queen someday. Even our little Medusa is the queen of serpents." Alexander patted her head. It was Alexander's habit to pat his daughters on the head. Hela quickly put his hand away and walked to Odin to talk. She sat on the seat Alexander was sitting in. Alexander also walked towards them to keep things from escalating. Really, this drunk buffoon is the next king? She mockingly asked. I had no other option, child. My first choice was you, but you like to fight too much. Even when there could be peace, Odin reasoned. I wanted glory for Asgard, that's it. We knew there were other threats out there but you were too weak-willed to do anything. Hela coldly said. Alexander butted in, so Hela, you're saying that you'd have become a good queen? Tell me, how did you imagine your people under you? He asked. Prosperous and happy. She quickly replied. Okay, tell me. If someday, two people came to you for justice. One accuses the other of stealing food from him. How would you deal with them? He questioned. I would give death punishment to the thief. She proudly replied. And what if that farmer stole food because his fields were burnt for some reason and he had 3 children and a wife to feed at home? He added. Punishment for thievery would still be death. She held her ground. And what if after you kill the farmer, you find out that the initial accuser was the one who burnt that farmer's fields? This one left Hela silent. She couldn't find how to solve this problem. The man was already dead from unfair judgment. Alexander again caressed her head and said, My child, being a queen and king isn't just about having the power and authority to do anything. But it's about being righteous to the people who call you their king or queen. If I was in your position, I would have let the farmer defend himself. Then find the truth and punish the accuser. Then also help the farmer with my magic to restore his fields, or if that's not the option, then giving him a job to earn a living. Remember, Hela. There can be no king, queen, or kingdom without its people. If you had done what you said, then people would have lived in fear and hated you. Bad people like the accuser would have felt strong, thinking that they can get away with crimes, and in the end, your kingdom would become dark and corrupt. Hela unknowingly didn't reject Alexander's hand on her head. She instead felt like some old wise man was giving her wisdom. She felt so warm hearing his words. And she also learned to not be too quick in judgment sometimes. Odin kept on nodding. Then Alexander added while looking at Thor. If it's about Thor, he still has too much to learn. And believe me, Hela, I can see the future. His lessons are going to be hard. But as of now, Odin should let Ragnarok come rather than let him be the king, he bluntly said. Hela and Odin also looked at Thor, sobbing at losing drinking match with Rina. His words pierced Odin, but he had to agree on that. Hela felt good that someone directly berated Odin. Maybe, this old man isn't as bad as I thought. I'll spare him in our fight, she thought. The only reason she was still acting normally was because she had felt magic in her body, which would try to squeeze her heart if she came close to breaking her promise. You can see Hela on illustration channel of my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 124, 124. Xandar, Earth, New York. Dobby was cleaning some stuff when he found Alexander's video recorder, which he took with him when he went after Hitler. He interestingly looked into it and found the last moments of Hitler. Yes, I only have one ball. I also like to get poked in the butt, those were Hitler's last words. Dobby edited it a bit and sent it to Howard to spread it around the world. In a matter of days, the videos were copied and sent around the world. Many people around the world started to think about how such a man was able to do so much damage to humanity. Asgard. The time came for Alexander to go out and explore the universe. He had already called out Ragnarok. Hela had no choice but to follow. The moment she would reach her peak strength, she would fight. Hey, Odin. Do you have a star map of the known universe? Alexander asked. Why would you need that, my friend? You can go anywhere you want to. Odin inquired. Well, that would be boring. I have my own big spaceship and want to travel in it with my family. Alexander explained. Haha. Very good idea. Family time is important. We do have a star map. He ordered a guard to bring it and continued speaking. I hope Hela calms down while staying with you. He muttered. Alexander put his hand on Odin's shoulder. Don't worry, Odin. Better late than never. I will bring her on the right path. The guard returned with a memory chip. Here, take it. Be sure to keep on visiting. If nothing, it would give us a reason to hold a feast. Haha, they gave a bear hug to each other. He took out his anywhere door, which led straight to the luxury command hall of the Ironheim. Alexander had no idea what to do with so much space in the ship. So he edited the whole internal part of it and turned it into a fake circular planet with land, rivers, trees, and stuff. It had its own atmosphere inside. It was a sphere inside a sphere. But there were still enough rooms in the outer shell, with balconies giving a view of the inner habitat. The most luxurious place was the command center. It was like a high-class living room with sofas, fireplace, TV, and stuff. But the main attraction was the indestructible tens of meters high and wide metal glass sheet on the wall to look out. They all said goodbye and took seats on various couches. Amy took her praised position on Alexander's lap with a storybook that she was trying to read. Ghost, scan the star map, and set the destination for Xandar in Andromeda Galaxy. He commanded. Ghost was the newest creation of Alfred. It was a magical AI with only Alexander as the locked admin. Alfred was probably 100% sentient by now. He never asked as he always treated him like his family. Which method of travel would you like to use, sir? Ghost asked. Jump points at twice the speed of light, Alexander ordered. 23 hours for arrival. Ghost set the destination. In those free 23 hours, he will have some family time. Kitties, let's go to the garden, Alexander suggested. They went to the artificial planet. There were many animals there. How did you make all this? Hela exclaimed. It was defying common sense. Haha, I'll tell you when you'll call me grandpa or father, Alexander teased. Grandpa, teach me to ride the pony. Amy came running to him. Ah, okay. Let's go. He picked her up and left. Hela was confused now on what to do. But then Medusa invited her to groom some unicorns. Hela joined in as she was fascinated by the creatures. The unicorns didn't feel threatened by the dark aura of Hela as they pretty much believed that Alexander was always in control of everything. Medusa, how old are you? Hela inquired. Oh, I'm 1,200 years old, Medusa answered. What about the little one? Hela added. Oh, cute Amy is just 5 years old. Hela was confused now. Why so much age difference between your siblings? Oh, haha. I get what you are thinking. We are not blood related. Grandpa adopted all of us. I was originally locked by an old wizard in dark cold dungeons for 1,000 years. But then Grandpa came and gave me home. The same happened with Rena, she was saved from possible death, and Amy is very recent. She was a war orphan and also blind. Grandpa took her in. You must have been confused by seeing how close we all are. Grandpa is just like that. He loves us unconditionally and we do the same. Medusa replied. She mostly acted innocent and happy-go-lucky, but inside her head was a smart brain. Hela was truly astounded by this history. She couldn't understand how someone could love without asking for something in return. Then what about Olivia? She asked further. Oh, pretty grandma is Grandpa's real wife. She went on to tell Hela about Olivia, how she came to be, and about Alexander's devil sons. Medusa was given a green signal to tell everything as Hela was basically family now. Maybe unofficial for now, but not for long. How can he still foolishly love after being betrayed by the ones he loved the most? She lowly muttered. I don't know. I guess that's just Grandpa's nature. Kind and loving. Now come and brush this little one's hair. She invited Hela. Hela surprisingly found herself complying and brushing the cute baby unicorn's fur. Some distance away, Alexander and Olivia looked at Hela happily. She will eventually open up, Alex, Olivia stated. I hope she does. He replied. It was just morning for all the inhabitants of Ironheim, which was traveling in space. There were still 2 hours before they arrived in Xandar. All right, everyone. We'll soon be arriving at Xandar. It's a peaceful planet with many species living on it. It is also the center of the Nova Empire. We'll sightsee and buy whatever we like. Okay. He cheerfully said. Yes, they all shouted, except Hela. Hela, have you been to Xandar? He asked. Yes, they were my targets too. They had been fighting a war with the Kree Empire for a long time. She said, a bit more open to talking today. Oh, but they have signed a peace treaty now. Though I'm not sure if Krees can be trusted, he added. They can't. She huffed. Reaching Xandar in 5 seconds, Ghost reminded. Then suddenly the flashing lights in the big window stopped and in front of them was the beautiful Xandar. It looked so much cleaner than modern Earth as these advanced civilizations had found ways to throw their wastes at better places. Alexander had forgotten that his ship was still football-sized from outside and he hailed the flight control. Hello there. This is ship named Ironheim. Requesting permission to land on the surface. He spoke. Soon a male voice came back. Okay, Ironheim. Wait, where are you? I can't see you on the scanner. Oh, sorry. I forgot to increase the size of the ship. Just a second. As soon as his words ended, the Ironheim enlarged to a size as big as the moon. SHT, what did you do? Go back, go back. You will rip the planet apart with the gravitational pull, the Xandarian shouted. Haha, don't worry boy. I have nullified that from happening. However, this is indeed too big. Alexander decreased it to be as big as a small airliner. I've never seen a ship like yours. Who are you and what's your purpose? Oh, I made this ship myself. I am a god and currently don't have a home planet as it moves around with me. Though my last location was Asgard. He revealed. Okay, so you are from there. Well, welcome to Xandar. Please transfer 500 units as docking charges. The Xandarian said. Damn it, I forgot about this. Do you take gold? As I haven't brought any units with me. He asked. Sure, we take gold. Hand it over to the office in the dock. Please head to the 345th holder. They received the green signal and the ship descended to the ground. When they came out, an officer was already waiting for them. Sir, for 500 units you need to give 3 kilos of gold, he informed. Alexander already knew that they would ask for this much. Gold isn't as rare when it comes to the scope of the universe. After giving the gold, he asked for money exchange. Do you also do the currency exchange? Yes, I do. Do you want to change it with gold? He asked. Which is the most precious metal here? Alexander inquired. There are two. Both are nearly the same in demand and price. 1 kilo of vibranium will get you 10 million credits. The same with URU. The officer answered. No wonder those dwarves live under Asgard's protection. Pirates would have eaten them alive for all the URU otherwise. Vibranium and URU was as rare in the space as on Earth, not including Wakanda. Alexander was able to do transmutation with the help of magic from APEC now, so he could easily make vibranium or URU. But the only rule was that only gold could be turned. He took out a kilo of vibranium and handed it to the officer. Here, take this. Guy's eyes nearly fell out as he wasn't expecting that. He quickly made a new unit card after scanning Alexander and gave it to him. Sir, this card has 10 million units. Pleasure doing business. He quickly ran away to report to his superiors. If someone found out about vibranium, they would try to steal it, so it was better to hand it over as fast as possible. You can see Xandar on illustration channel of my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 125, 125. Trouble on Xandar. Ah, what a nice and beautiful place, Ragnarok spoke. Haha, yes my friend. Let's see what we can find here. Ladies, do you want to come with us or explore on your own? Alexander asked. Well, women have different tastes than men. So I think we'll explore on our own, Olivia replied. Yes, on our own, Amy repeated. Do you want to come with me, Amy? He asked. Amy quickly looked at him and Olivia alternatively. Rena secretly made a gesture of eating ice cream at her. I go with dear Glanma. She ran to Olivia. Ha ha ha. Okay, stay away from trouble ladies. He let them go. Will they be safe? Ragnarok asked. Don't worry, their body has enough protection that even if this planet exploded, nothing would happen to them. Now, let's go and see what drinks these aliens sell. Alexander put his hands on Ragnarok's shoulder. They both looked like brothers walking together. We should open our own intergalactic liquor business. I'm pretty sure they'll go crazy over fire whiskey. We'll keep it in small supply and make it an overpriced drink for the rich. Ragnarok suggested. Whoa, when did you become a capitalist? He amusingly asked. Haha. Did you forget I'm the king of dragons? Anyways, we'll still sell butterbeer at a normal price. He added. Yes, it's a nice plan indeed. Let's see how we can establish a shop here. They walked to the area which was in the Guardians of the Galaxy movie. The architecture was nice and sleek. He had no idea where the marketplace was, so he went to ask a random human-looking guy. The man wore a yellow leather jacket which looked quite futuristic as there was no chain or buttons. Excuse me. Can you tell me where the marketplace is? He asked. The man looked at him and Ragnarok and smiled. Hello, yes I do know. Just go straight into that plaza and follow the path. You'll reach there. He answered. Thank you, child, Alexander replied and walked away. Wait. Are you from Earth? The guy asked. Alexander was surprised by that question. The guy continued, please, I don't mean to offend. I am Brian Kim. My grandfather was abducted from Earth many years ago. He was to be sold in slavery, but a Kree high-born lady liked my father and saved him. Then they married and started my new family. I just wanted to know how Earth was. Alexander started laughing, ha ha ha. Who would have thought I'd meet a fellow Earthian here? Lad, let's go somewhere we can sit and relax. Treat is on me. Take us to the best restaurant, don't worry about money. He patted his shoulder. Nervous Brian turned happy realizing that Alexander was an easygoing person. Yes, please follow me. I'll take you to my favorite place. He took them to a very high-quality place and it was literally on the top floor of the highest building around. Not many people were there. They went and sat down at a nice table near the big window, overlooking the beautiful Xandar. It was a technologically advanced world so there weren't any servants. The holographic menu opened on the table. Alexander and Ragnarok had no idea about the dishes' names and what they were made of. Brian, order something good for human appetite. I have no idea about this cuisine, Alex said. Haha, okay. He ordered some food. So, Brian, Earth is fine. It just ended its Second World War. Though thankfully they didn't have nuclear weapons yet. Alexander informed. What? Are they still so primitive? Then how did you get here? He asked with a shock-filled face. Well, I am not a human, son. I am a demigod. My origin is a human but I am stronger than you can imagine. He announced. That explains it. Don't take me wrong but I saw some people from Nova Corps following you. It must be because you're a god, Brian thoughtfully replied. Or maybe because we sold vibranium for money exchange. Ragnarok contemplated. What? You sold vibranium? Brian blurted. What's the big deal? Alexander asked. It's not a big deal but sir, you just pinned a big target on your head. So many pirates and corrupt members of Xandar will be after you to know where you got the vibranium from. Brian fearfully said. Haha, let them come. I'll see what they can do. Alexander only laughed and took out 2 bottles of fire whiskey. Brian was surprised but thought that it must be god-related powers. Drink this, even Odin likes it. Brian drank at one go and the next second his eyes were about to drop out. This stuff is amazing. Where did you buy this? He excitedly asked. Nowhere, I am the sole creator of it in the universe. Yet, now that I remember. I was thinking of starting to sell this drink and another one. This one will be very high priced though, Alexander muttered. And this deserves a high price. People would go crazy over it even if it was priced at 10,000 units, assume $1 equals 1 unit, though you can buy much bigger things with units. Sir, I am also a merchant and do business in the Kree Empire. Would you? He was interrupted by Alexander. Sure, son. I'll give you the contract of being the sole distributor of fire whiskey and butterbeer in the Kree Empire and Nova Empire as they have a peace treaty now. How does 80-20 division in profits sound? Alexander asked. There were stars in Brian's eyes. Yes, I will be honored to work with you, sir. Can I also drink the other drink? He asked. Sure, go ahead. Alexander gave him a bottle of butterbeer. Fine taste, and smooth. This can be easily sold at 100-500 units. Middle-income people will love this. He exclaimed. Alexander decided to get on with the vodka as well. Try this. Oh, a bit crude and strong taste. Everyone will love this. 30-50 units is the best price for it, he added. Good, help me buy a storehouse here in Xandar. I will store my stuff there. Every month, I'll send 10 million bottles of fire whiskey, 50 million of butterbeer, and 100 million of vodka. Alexander replied. That's amazing. If I may, what are your plans for Skrull and Shi'ar empires? Brian asked. Well, I haven't thought about that. I think I'll find a planet and create my base at the central location from where the Skrull, Kree, and Shi'ar would be at the same distance. I will make it a planet of open trade, no black market. It will also be neutral territory and whoever causes trouble there will be destroyed. Alexander nonchalantly said. That would be amazing if you could do it. All these 3 empires are always at war with each other. It would be problematic to keep them in check. Brian voiced his concern. Ha, that'd be foolish if they mess with, Alex, Ragnarok scoffed. Don't worry. I have enough power. Do suggest me some more good people who can become my distributor in the Shi'ar and Skrull Empire. Alexander said. Yes, I will immediately inform them. Oh, the food is here. Brian exclaimed. While they were eating, the ladies were exploring too. Buying alien clothes. Trying out new food. Grandma, this is so tasty. Amy spoke, happily eating what looked like some kind of alien kebab. Haha, glad you like it, child. Olivia caressed her hair. Grandma, let's go to the other shop. Medusa dragged her sleeves. Okay. Let's go. She smiled. Wait. You didn't pay yet, the shopkeeper yelled. Olivia looked back in confusion, but I just gave you 30 units. Check it. No, you are a thief, guards, the man started shouting. And it didn't even take the guards 30 seconds to come. Wow, so convenient. They aren't even trying hard to frame us. Let's see what they want, Olivia though, and sent instructions to Medusa and Rena. But little Amy was too small to understand. To her, some bad guys came and spoiled her fun. Medusa and Olivia were already supreme magi. Adding Alexander's protections and boosts to them, they could easily destroy the planet. Rena didn't have magic, but Alexander had given her an enhanced super soldier serum. She also had Alexander's protections, which made her even stronger. Her punch could create a hole through the earth. This is a misunderstanding, she reasoned. Please come with us to the guard station. If there is a misunderstanding, then it will be rectified there. The guard spoke. At least they are respectful, she thought. Grandma, are they bad people? Amy asked. Ah, no my child. Not yet, she said and tried to calm her. Okay, lead the way, she gestured and followed the guards. Rena and Medusa nonchalantly walked behind like it was a walk in the park. They both knew that if their grandpa heard about this, then there would probably be one less planet in the universe. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 126, 126. Nova Prime. At the guard station, Olivia was put in a room with the girls. Soon a man in Nova Corps uniform entered the room and sat in front of them. So, you are the thieves. Alright, let's get this over with. You are all being charged for theft. You all tried to steal food from the market. Now it's not really a very grave offense and you just need to pay a small fine. Only 11 million units. He said, trying to hide the greedy smile. So it's about the vibranium. How else could they know the exact amount of money we had and precisely ask more than that, she deduced. And what if I don't pay? Then you'd be sent to prison. However, I can give you another offer. My superiors are very interested in the vibranium you gave us this morning. Tell us where you found it and we'll look the other way, he said. Well, only my husband knows about that. Sorry, I can't say anything. Now, would you be kind enough to call my husband here? He'll deal with this situation properly. She humbly said, or more like ordered. She didn't want to fight herself. Okay, you are not cooperating with us. We'll send you to prison then. Give that little child to me. We'll take care of her. He tried to grab Amy. I wouldn't do that if I were you, a loud voice came. Boom. Without warning, a metallic scratching sound came and the whole roof of the building got peeled off. Alexander stood there in the air, looking down at the guard. How dare you try to scheme against my family? He pointed his hand and the guard's body flew straight into Alexander's hands. He held the neck in his palm. Tell me whatever you were planning and for whom. I will only count till 3 and at 3 your body will explode. Alexander applied force on his neck. 1. The force increased. 2. It was the order from my Captain Bolak. I don't know more than that. Please don't kill me. He pleaded. Alexander threw him back on the ground. The Xandarians were stronger than humans physically, so he didn't die. Clanpei Amy shouted, she was annoyed for being in the same room for so long. Ah, come here my sweetie. Ah ha ha ha, Amy flew into his arms while giggling. Soon Olivia and girls also came to him. What's this all about, Oli? He asked. Vibranium, dear. She replied. Just that word was enough to make Alexander understand everything. I guess the Xandarians aren't as perfect as I assumed them to be, he murmured. My friend Ragnarok. It seems they need a Ragnarok. Alexander looked at the other old man. Ha ha ha. This is going to be fun. He spoke and instantly started growing and turning into a dragon. Soon screams of people came as they ran to safety. Alexander made sure no one tripped or got injured. He didn't want anyone to be hurt. Ragnarok was also not doing anything after growing to his full size. He just took out a giant cigar, as big as the tallest building there. Lit it up with his flames and smoked. Some star blasters tried to attack him but nothing worked. Alexander projected his face in the sky and spoke, I haven't initiated my attack as I have no plans of hurting people or causing destruction. But your people tried to harm my family. I give 30 minutes to whoever is the highest commanding person on this planet to come here and talk, he bellowed. Just like all negotiations, he conjured a table and many chairs. His family sat happily and Alexander brought them food. Amy was tired so she was curled up in Alexander's arms and slept happily. Many star blasters came to fight them but they all were put down like they suddenly lost all fuel. After just 10 more minutes an entourage of people came to them. Welcome, take seats, Alexander greeted and more seats materialized. I am Irani Rail, Nova Prime. Who might you be? She asked before taking a seat. I am Alexander Maxim Universe. You won't understand my designation so let's skip that. He replied. Making people understand his godson position was hard. Why are you committing such a crime? Do you want to turn the Nova Empire into your enemy? She haughtily spoke. Ha ha ha. It should be me asking that. Are you trying to turn me into your enemy? Roar Ragnarok gave some intimidating sound effects. What do you mean? She confusedly asked. Alexander made the injured guard come to them and ordered, tell her what you told me. Nova Prime, I was ordered by Captain Bolak to interrogate them and find out where they got the vibranium from. He confessed. What? What vibranium? She asked. I sold your men 1 kilo of vibranium for units today at the hangars. Your men turned greedy and framed my wife and children and brought them here to question them and find out about it, Alexander quickly explained in the least words. Sayurani took a long breath, ashamed of what her people did to the family of from what it looked like a very powerful sorcerer. This could have turned out so differently. She could have made friendly relations with him. Having a powerful sorcerer at your back can be life-saving. Mr. Universe. I am sorry for all this. I will personally investigate Captain Bolak. Please do tell if we can repay you in any way. She asked. Haha, don't be so depressed, child. And don't take offense at me calling you a child. I am thousands of years old and most people are children in front of me. I am sure you will honestly conduct the investigation, but I want instant justice. Alexander raised his hand in Oxio Captain Bolak. In a second the man appeared in front of him. Captain Bolak, I take away your Nova Force. I also take away 70% of your physical strength. Now imagine what will happen when you go to prison. Alexander punished the man. Soon some guards took Bolak away to prison cells. He then looked at Nova Prime and spoke, I do need your assistance with something. You see, I want to open my liquor business. For that, I need a big warehouse to store bottles in a shop. It was actually Alexander's trick. He could have dealt with the situation without anyone knowing, but by doing what he did. Not only did he prove his strength, but he also got to make contact with Nova Prime. There was also the matter of the shop which he would get for free now. Absolutely, Mr. Universe. I will arrange the best location for you. She happily spoke. Doing this was very easy for her. Haha. Good, then try my liquor which I'll be selling, while I fix this building. He waved his hand and full glasses appeared in their hands. While at the same time the broken building behind them was repairing itself. They all looked at it with shock and awe. This drink is amazing, Mr. Universe. I can already see it becoming very popular. She exclaimed. Glad you liked it. I'll give you Nova Core a discount on it. Now, I'd like to go and find my other daughter. He stood up. Ragnarok also got smaller and turned back to being his old self. Yes, please use this communicator. We will contact you for the shop later. She gave him a small slate thing. He nodded and walked away. Quickly another senior came to her and asked. Nova Prime, why did you talk so respectfully to him? He attacked us. I may have a vast amount of control over the Nova Force. But, I still couldn't imagine being able to defeat that dragon. Let alone that sorcerer. It's better if we keep good relations with him. Go and arrange for his demands. She ordered. Hela was wandering alone and looking around. I have to say, taking an aimless stroll has its own charms. Roar. She suddenly heard a loud roar. She knew who it was. Medusa had told her about it. She was more shocked when the dragon started smoking. Something must have happened. Hey, why should I care? That old man can probably handle it, she huffed and kept on walking. But what about little Amy? I can't let her be in danger. She quickly flew in the air towards the dragon. She then saw the whole show and felt relieved. Soon Alexander also found her. Hey, Hela. What have you been up to? None of your concerns, she huffed and flew away. Pretty sister, take me too, Amy spoke up. She had just woken from her nap. Hela silently looked at the little girl and gulped. Amy's cuteness was on a whole different level. She quietly went close, picked her in her arms, and flew away. Ha ha ha. Let's see how long you can act tough, Alexander laughed. Then he turned to his wife. Olivia, my beautiful wife. Let's go and explore together. Kids will have fun with Ragnarok. He wrapped his hands around her waist. Hee Rena and Medusa giggled seeing them. Hey kids, go with Grandpa Ragnarok. I am on a date with your grandma. He flew away with Olivia. You can see images on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 127. Welcome to the family. Alexander and his family stayed on Xandar for about a month. It was enough for Hela to recuperate all her strength to the peak. So they all hopped back into Ironheim and left Xandar. Their departure made many people feel relaxed. In the past month, the Xandarians had gifted him a nice shop in a prime location. Also, a huge warehouse to store things. He had to spend some time in Faheim to make more Hufflepuff cups, but it wasn't much of a problem. Brian had left with the first batch and it will take some time before he can see results. In the middle of nowhere. Are you ready, Hela? He asked. They both hovered in mid-air in the dark cold space. If they were normal beings they would have already been dead by now. Hela nodded and took a fighting pose. Her famous multi-horned helmet appeared on her head. Let's end this senseless facade, she spoke and leapt at him. Alexander was in his plain robes. He didn't even have a sword. She attacked him with her black sword. It was a powerful strike but not with her full strength. She didn't want to hurt the kind, old man. But to her surprise, Alexander grabbed her sword and threw her away like a rag doll. Use your full strength. I don't want you to make an excuse later when I defeat you. He taunted. She decided to increase her force and went again. But this time Alexander broke her conjured sword. How strong are you? She cursed under her breath. Strong enough to do this. Fiend fire came out of his hands and went after her. She tried to evade it and fight it but the fire was too strong. That is just one of my low-level attacks. The fire suddenly vanished, Alexander too, and appeared in front of Hela and tapped her nose with his finger. Before she could retaliate, he appeared back where he was. Haha, my child. If I was your enemy, you'd already be dead. Focus now, he encouraged her. She once again leapt at him. This time with full power. Alexander again caught her sword. The sword turned into a rope and caught her like a snake. Use your mystic arts, Hela. He suggested. So she also started using whatever magic she knew. Their fight went on for many more hours. But she could not best him. Give up, dear. You cannot defeat me. He advised. No, never. She stubbornly denied. Then you left me no choice but to show how small you are when compared to the grand scheme of the multiverse. He loudly spoke, making Hela confused. Alexander suddenly appeared in front of her and tapped his index finger on her forehead. In a second, Hela saw from the smallest building block of the universe to the biggest. She saw herself, then her father, then the Celestials, Galactus, one above all, gods from the multiverse, angels and demons. Then Alexander, Jesus, and finally the Supreme Creator, God. She realized how small she was. How her hatred and ambition were nothing but petty ignorance when compared to the vastness and grandness of the multiverse. She suddenly lost all her drive to fight the old man. If her vision were to be believed that he was an existence that was just a level smaller than the Supreme Creator. She looked Alexander in the eyes and found no hatred or mockery for her. There was only love and kindness. It made her realize how short-sighted she had become. She flew to Alexander and kneeled. The goddess of death, Hela kneeled to a true god. Teach me. She requested, not looking him in the eye. Alexander crouched a little and ruffled her black hair. Get up, my child. You are family. You can learn anything you want. Come and give Grandpa a hug. She didn't reject and embraced his open arms and melted in them. Feeling like it was home. Finally a happy home. Thank you. She muttered. She was secretly a bit excited to learn and see the world beyond the very boundaries of the current reality. As soon as their hug ended, a cheerful voice came from behind. They both turned around and saw Ironheim's window. Amy's face was pasted on the glass from inside, making it stretch and look funny. In her hand was a note she wrote with crayons. Hug me, it said. Ha 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 ha, Hela laughed freely. Not the fake one but a real hearty laugh. Oh, my sweet little sister, she amusingly commented. Let's go in, my child, and welcome you to the family with a big party. However, I still don't know what you are going to call me. He wondered. I think I will stick with calling Grandpa, she shyly responded. Ha ha ha, nothing can be better than that. Let's go in. Alexander laughed. They all had a happy family lunch and had some fun. He taught her basics of occlumency, in hopes that it would help her organize her mind and control the bloodlust. Currently, they were on their way to the central location of the three empires to set up their own plant. The timer was showing that they should be there any minute. Suddenly Ghost spoke. Sir, we have arrived. But it seems like a nearby planet is being besieged by someone. Show me the visuals, he ordered. Ghost showed videos from the planet on the screen. Alexander did not like what he was seeing. He saw aliens, looking like Togruta from Star Wars. He could see that they were being killed and enslaved by the attacking army. The attackers wore gold armor and had advanced weapons. People were being randomly separated in half. But some of them were also being locked up in cages. It wasn't hard to guess why, as most of them were females and some children too. I think I'll make this planet my base. He spoke. Bring me with you. Hela proposed. Okay, but if I feel you are losing to your darker desires, I'll send you back. He warned. Hela just nodded. Ghost, when and if I command. I want you to fire at all their command ships. He ordered as he walked to the exit. Take this sword, Hela. She checked out the long and thin sword and nodded, this is good. It gives me the same feeling as Thor's hammer. She mumbled. Let's go. They both flew into the orbit together and descended. Alexander was back in his new upgraded armor. It was the same in the looks but adamantine was used to make it. Both of them were shining due to the atmospheric entrance. The people on the ground also noticed the strange light. Soon, they both touched the ground with a loud boom. All the attackers had their guns aimed at them. The people looked at them with hope. He could see that the original species of the planet wasn't a space civilization yet. Though they were en route. He had checked one of the attackers' mind. The planet's people were called Nalkids. They were peace-loving people as war and murder were against their basic principle of life. They also liked nature, so most of their cities were filled with plants even though they were quite advanced. They didn't have any means to defend, so they were easily conquered by one of Thanos's children, Supergiant. Alexander stood there, waiting for their commander to show up. Soon enough, a blue-skinned, humanoid feminine hairless alien walked to the front. Who are you? So brave or foolish enough to come here? She proudly spoke. What's with all you bad people and first-liners? Always showing that you are overestimating yourself. He spoke in disappointment. Hela chuckled but realized that she was the same not long ago. Well, I am Alexander Maxim Universe. This planet is under my protection. You can either go back and tell your father to never ever show his face to me or die. However, I know what you are going to do, so let's get this over with. He sighed. You will pay for insulting father. Fire, she ordered her soldiers. All of them fired at the same time. A big cloud of dust covered Alexander and Hela. After several minutes, the soldiers stopped. When they thought that the intruders were dead, various bullets started to come out of the dust cloud. Each of those bullets was so strong that whichever soldier it hit, they lost half of their body. Alexander was continuously shooting his magically enhanced shotgun. He hadn't stopped tweaking his guns all this time. Whenever he learned something new, he would add it to his guns. Currently, if Alexander used his RPG launcher, it could very likely destroy half of the planet. Alexander had given Hela a shotgun too. And she loved it. It took them only 3 minutes to thin out all the enemy soldiers. Now only 1 or 2 of them and their commander were left. Now, it has come to you and me. But before I kill you, do tell me your name. Alexander pointed his finger at her. I am called Supergiant. Alexander felt like someone tried to enter his mind and eat his brain. Hela already had his amulet which kept her safe from telepaths, so he wasn't worried for her. So this is how you attack. I am disappointed. A white light came out of Alexander's finger which he was pointing at her. The light pierced at 4 places on her chest as Alexander had felt that she had more than one heart. Supergiant Category 4. Murder 108,965. Indirect murder 9,100,578,533. Enslaved 14,678,789. Sin percentage 85.69%. Sigh, this much murder and killing only brings her to Category 4. I don't know how many those in Category 5 have killed. Like Thanos, he thought. He then used his eyes and burned her body, for her soul to rot in hell for eternity. You can see Supergiant and Nalkid on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. Thank you for supporting me. 128. Finta. There were not many soldiers left, so Alexander told Hela to deal with them. Meanwhile, he conjured millions of godroids to help the Nalkids. Many small reunions were taking place soon. Children hugging their mothers. Lovers hugging each other. One of the old ones walked to armor-clad Alexander with a bit of fear. Alexander could see that the people of the planet weren't genetically tall or strong. They all had thin bodies, with tallest of them reaching up to 5.5 feet. Alexander removed his helmet and showed his face to them. Many people took a sigh of relief. At least their savior didn't look cruel. The old Nalkid came to him and bowed. Thank you for saving us, you are a CUNT for us. It took Alexander a second to connect the dots after what he just heard. What they? One by one, all the people also bowed and started chanting, CUNT, CUNT, CUNT. No, I am no CUNT. I am Alexander. Don't call me CUNT. Tell me, why was your planet being attacked? He asked, trying to change the subject. We found signals coming from the sky and responded. We hoped to find alien life out there and make friends. But who knew that it would bring such calamity to our world? They said they wanted to kill half of us. The man replied. And that is why you don't try to talk to aliens. Seriously, most of them out there are bad people. They would have either conquered or sold you. Good thing I was passing by, or else. Alexander grimly spoke. Or else most of us would be dead. Thank you. Thank you. We will not forget this great help. Please tell us if we can do something for you. He asked. Actually, I originally came here to find a planet to start the universe's first neutral market. I would like to do that here. You can work for me as many aliens will be coming here to buy things. I will protect this planet and your people from any harm. Tell me, what do you think? He asked. They were already exposed to extraterrestrial life, so there was no going back for them now. We would be honored and lucky. After seeing the horrors out there, all of us have lost the will to explore anymore. Our culture never preached fighting. We can agree on if you can protect us, in return for changing this planet to a market, which would only bring us income. We can't ask for more. He again bowed. Then another wave of CUNT chanting happened. Good, I will repair all the damage done to your planet. For the coming 1 year, all of you will be taught about the aliens out there and what you all will be doing. I will also be upgrading the buildings of this planet. Worry not, I love nature too. I will make sure to combine technology and nature to make a new beautiful landscape. He reassured. His words made many happy. Suddenly a small child Nalkid ran to him with a flower in his hand. He came to Alexander and looked at his face. Alexander kneeled down. The kid raised his hand and gave him a beautiful flower. Thank you, the boy said with a toothy smile. Alexander controlled himself from patting his head as it was not considered good among their species. So he lightly patted his shoulder and gave him sweet candies. See this, Hela. This innocent smile. This is what I fight for, he telepathically said. Thank you for accepting me. Please go to your refuges. My people will help you with everything you need. Till then, rest. He dismissed everyone. He looked around and headed to the tallest and the biggest building around, deciding to make it his headquarters. His godroids got to work and started to fix and upgrade the city. Alexander also brought Ragnarok, Olivia, and kids to have fun as the planet was totally harmless. Even the animals were friendly. Hey, Rena. Where's Olivia? Alexander asked. Oh, Grandma said she had some work on Earth. She will return soon. She answered. Alright, you all go with Ragnarok and tour the place. Hela, you can also go if you want. I'll just be doing the boring stuff here. He suggested. Alexander then got to planning how he was going to take over the universe. Let's start with injecting agents in Skrull, Kree, and Shi'ar Empire. Brutes will need to be removed. They are nothing but a race of insectoid, parasitic, extraterrestrial beings. Symbiotes are also not very friendly, they need to be dealt with too. The Watchers are of no danger. Though I should meet the one living on Earth's moon. What was his name? Ah, yes. Uedu. My superhero craze is finally paying off. The Eternals are also major players. I will need to contact them someday, he thought. Then he went on to design his new free trade planet, which will be named Finta, Free Intergalactic Neutral Trading Area. It's not just the planet, but the area around it in 5 light-years radius would be a non-violence zone. Then the next thing he did was call Brian, to tell him to establish his business headquarters there. And also spread the word. On the holographic communicator, a figure of Brian appeared. How are you, son? Alexander asked. Haha, I am good. Sir. You won't believe how much your drinks have been liked. I sold all the 500,000 bottles of fire whiskey. And I haven't even covered the whole Kree Empire yet. I'm also sold out on butterbeer, only vodka remains as there was too much to begin with. In total, I've made 7 billion units in such a short time. Brian happily reported. Good, but remember, fire whiskey should be treated as a luxury commodity. If it's freely available then it's not luxurious. He advised. Haha, that is exactly why I'm not going to sell any more fire whiskey for a while. Let them crave it first. He replied. Anyways, I didn't call you for this, Brian. I have established my planet. I'm inviting you to Finta, the first ever free intergalactic neutral trading area. It is safe and secure so you won't have to worry about anything. He suggested. Wow, you are fast. I will be happy to set up my headquarters there. I will also spread the word. He complied. Amazing, I'll be waiting, then. He cut the call. Suddenly a godroids entered and reported, Boss, what do we do with the spaceships left by the enemies? Oh, I nearly forgot about them. Call Alfred, he will secure and upgrade them to be used in keeping the planet safe. He ordered. Alexander quickly used the anywhere door and returned to Xandar. More precisely the room of Nova Prime, She was spooked by the sudden intrusion but controlled herself from sending a force blast. Ah, it's Mr. Universe. Please don't spook me again, it's not good for my fragile heart. She joked. Haha, I am sorry but I had no other way of finding you so quickly. He replied. She was intrigued. Oh, and why is it that wanted to meet me so quickly? I established my own planet some light years away from Andromeda. It's called Finta. It's a free trade neutral ground market. No black marketing though. I also provide personal security to that planet. I thought you'd be interested in opening a business there. He suggested. Who will be your target customers? She asked. Everyone. No matter who you are, you can buy things there. Though the most wanted criminals will be dealt with as soon as they cross my protection boundary. As the name suggests, it's a neutral ground so Kree, Skrulls, Shi'ar, and all other people will be buying and selling there. You are the first one I've told this to, so grab the opportunity while you can. He advised. It certainly is an amusing offer. If you can really provide good protection then I think your planet will become very rich in no time. She said in contemplation and thought for a while. I will personally invest and also spread the word. If the others are coming then we shouldn't stay behind either. She agreed. Haha, you won't regret this. As soon as he said that he vanished. Arg, magic. Earth. Olivia had just finished her work. She was currently sitting in West Eros bar and chatting with Dobby. It was nighttime in America. You should join us sometime, Dobby. It's fun to travel space. She told him about the adventures. And I will, I was already planning on popping up to you guys, Dobby said while cleaning the glasses. Suddenly someone entered the bar loudly. Dobby looked irritated as he had already flipped the closed sign. But his irritation left his body when he saw the person. The guy had golden wings on his back. But something was off. He looked injured. Please, where is God's son? I need his help. Cough Lucifer, Marduk Kurios, has found a way to break out of hell. He has an army and wants to attack the mortal realm. I fought him, but couldn't defeat him. He is only delayed. God's son can help me. This is where I can sense he was last here. The man hastily spoke. Who are you? Dobby asked. I am Archangel Michael, he announced. You can see Michael on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Extra. Alexander decided to check on his people and see how they were doing. He made himself invisible and went to the market. Most of it seemed normal until he reached the art market. Nalkid 1, look at my CUNT. It's the best. Nalkid 2, no, look at my CUNT. It's the most beautiful CUNT I've ever seen. Nalkid 3, ha ha ha. Behold, my biggest CUNT. Nalkid 2, hi, size doesn't matter. My CUNT is still the most beautiful. Alexander cursed under his breath and left them. He had just come into an open area but was soon greeted by the biggest poster of his he had ever seen. It had something written on it that made him facepalm himself. Great CUNT Emperor. Special thanks to God, Matters. And Joachim Johnson. Thank you for supporting me. 129, 129. Hell. Earth. Dobby quickly helped mend Michael's wounds. Michael was unconscious the whole time so he waited for him to wake up before informing Alexander. Olivia was there too. Ah. Michael slowly woke up. Easy, your wounds aren't fully healed yet. I was able to remove the dark energy from your wounds so it should heal in a couple of days. Dobby spoke. What? Who are you to be able to do that? Michael asked. I am Dobby, a high elf, he replied. No wonder, your magic must be very pure. Where is God's son? He inquired. He's currently out exploring the universe. Though we can go to him if you are okay with that. He suggested. Then please, take me. I need his help. Dobby nodded and stood up. He telepathically sent Alexander some words and soon a pink door appeared in front of him. Olivia, are you coming with us? Dobby asked. Yes, let's go. Amy must be missing me. She was already ready with her bag. All right, Michael. Follow me. Dobby opened the door and went inside. Michael first looked at it and assessed the magical door. He couldn't imagine how it could take them to God's son in space. Alexander was sitting in his office in Finta when he received Dobby's message. It was a small reminder to him that he was in MCU. Even if you don't look for trouble, trouble will still find you. The door opened and Olivia, Dobby, and the winged angelic person came out of it. How are you, Dobby? He hugged his friend. Haha, all fine, boss. But we have some pressing matters for now. He gestured at Michael. Yes, Good to meet you, Michael. He shook the angel's hand. Likewise, God's son. You must help me put Lucifer back in hell, he seriously spoke. Michael was an angel in the service of God. Even if he was just the iteration of Marvel Universe, he still knew who God's son was. Not just him, all other major angels and gods knew about him. A/N, just think of it as a shared consciousness. We know that some god characters in Marvel exist in countless numbers of other universes, e.g. Supernatural show. This implies that all the major multiverse angels and gods know about the existence of God's son. Suddenly Alexander's armor appeared on his body. Let's go then. Haha, thank you. Michael laughed. Dobby, are you coming? Alexander asked. Dobby stretched his shoulders. Yes, boss. About time I do some exercise. I am going too. Hela came in. Haha, sure. Don your armor and get ready. Michael, how do we get to hell? He inquired. Hell exists in the lower dimension of Earth. There are hundreds of these lower dimensions with each having its own hell lord. Lucifer is one of them. Michael explained. So, do you want me to kill him? Alexander asked. No, don't kill him. It would disrupt the balance of power. We need to stop his attack on the mortal realm and seal back the path he found. Alright then. Go to that door, think about a place in hell you think it would be safe to appear and open the door. Michael did as asked, he opened the door. Alexander could see the red world on the other side. Let's go. All four entered the hell. Alexander quickly put away the anywhere door. Remember, Lucifer is strongest when here. So be prepared for anything. Michael couldn't even finish speaking when suddenly he was attacked by what looked like a mix of cockroaches and a snake. Alexander swiftly cut the thing. It's you who need to be careful. You are still recovering. Stay behind me. He ordered. Then they flew deeper into the hell, leaving a bloody path behind. The place was infested with various kinds of ugly species. Soon the man of the hour also appears and tangled them in a battle. Ha ha ha, God's son. Who would have thought I'd see you so early? Here I was planning to break out and find you. To suck your power. Ha ha, Michael, Michael. You so foolishly did as I wanted you to. You have my deepest thanks. Lucifer devilishly smiled. As scheming as you would expect a hell lord to be. What gives you such confidence that you can beat me? Alexander amusingly asked. Haha, because I have the blessing of Dormammu. Lucifer took out a black orb thing and broke it. Suddenly a dark cloud came out and attached to Lucifer's body like an armor. Arg, this might be problematic, Alexander muttered. You guys keep the area around me clear. I'll deal with him. He spoke and got serious. Let's get this over with, Lucifer, he dashed. Lucifer also dashed at the same time. He had a long black spear in his hand while Alexander had his long dragon slayer sword. Boom. Their weapons collided and created a loud boom, breaking the sound barrier. Alexander could feel he was using his 100% physical strength, and it was his weakest aspect. Quite strong you are, God's son, but if that's the limit then you are unlucky. Lucifer smiled. Alexander had to change his battle tactics and focus on using more magic. They went for another round of sword exchange. Lucifer slashed towards him and Alexander ducked and stabbed at his stomach. Lucifer anticipated and moved back. No, this won't do, God's son. Alexander suddenly felt something on his cheek. He touched it and saw his blood. It had been so long since he had bled in a fight. And to his surprise, his blood wasn't red anymore. It was golden. Alexander started to loudly laugh. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone who could make me bleed. But if you think this is my limit, then you are in for a show. Alexander summoned thousands of dragons made of frost fire and the fiery red-hot hell started to turn into an icy land. Then behind Alexander appeared millions of shining swords, hovering in mid-air like they were his extra hands. Your first mistake was to seek me, your second mistake was to become Dormammu's pawn and your last mistake was to think you could defeat me. Alexander hovered in mid-air. The frost fire was still wreaking havoc around. Lucifer's eye twitched. Realizing that he might not be able to defeat him. Suddenly a demonic voice came from the armor covering Lucifer. I knew you can't do it. You doubt and will be defeated. What? No. That's not what we agreed on. You can't do this. Leave my body, Lucifer shouted. Too late, the voice replied. The black armor started expanded and swallowed Lucifer. Now there was a new demonic face in the armor. Dormammu, I presume? Alexander asked. This realm is mine, now. Dormammu proclaimed. Alexander slowly started to put away all his swords like the battle was already over. You know, Dormammu. Among many of my abilities, I had this one which granted me 1,000,000 times comprehension. Which simply means that I am very smart. Stop talking and fight. Dormammu got agitated, sensing something bad was gonna happen. Haha, Cool down. So, you should know that you and the dimension where you are from is made up of dark energy, right? This means that it's just another form of energy. So, what if I had a way to convert that dark energy into the energy I use? In a split second, Alexander took out a pack. As soon as it sensed Dormammu, it started to suck in the dark energy and converted it into his magical energy. No. That's all Dormammu's small shadow could say before it was fully sucked into the APAC. Though this was not the end of him, as the real Dormammu was still alive in his own dimension. Soon Lucifer was seen laying on the ground, growling in pain. Alexander slowly walked to him and pinned his sword on his neck. Still want to fight? Lucifer suddenly realized what kind of mess he was in. So he pleaded, "O Supreme Godson, please don't kill me. I'm sure a being of your caliber could let this small one go." "You are really shameless," Michael commented. Alexander took out a blood contract and threw it on Lucifer's face. "Sign it or die." Lucifer comically took out his reading glasses from God knows where and read it carefully. He lightly mumbled each sentence. "I will not harm any being living beyond my hell dimension in any way. I will answer to Godson's command whenever called for. This is cruelty. Slavery, how can why?" The sword touched his neck. "Sign it or die," Alexander repeated. All right, let me get my pen." He tried to stand up. "With your blood, Lucifer." "Ah, okay." Lucifer surrendered. Lucifer stamped his thumb on the paper and signed it. But then he received a kick to his ass. "Do you take me for a fool? I saw you killing that insect behind you and using its blood." Slash. Alexander made a small cut on Lucifer's face. "Use that? Ah, geez. Okay." Lucifer touched his own blood and put a thumbprint. Soon the contract and Lucifer's body shined in white light. Alexander quickly took the contract and put it in his space pocket. Lucifer stood up and asked, "So we're a team now, boss? What do we do?" "Nothing, you will stay here. If you get bored then go to Earth and have some fun. Drink, play, or whatever. But remember, if you break any clause in the contract, you will die," he warned. "What, really? Finally, I'll be able to drink again. Any good bars you recommend, boss?" Lucifer inquired. Alexander was seriously contemplating where Lucifer's confidence came from. Dobby quickly walked forward and handed him a business card for his West Eros bar. "Come to my bar called West Eros. You cannot find anywhere on Earth of what I sell." "Whoa, bold claims, elf. I'll surely come." Bang. Alexander knocked on Lucifer's head. "His name is Dobby. Disrespecting him is as good as disrespecting me. Let's go, everyone. Our work is done here." Michael and Hela looked a bit exhausted from their fight with the endless horde of demons. Alexander took out his anywhere door and went back to Finta. "Bye-bye, guys. Please come again," Lucifer waved. Soon the door closed and it disappeared. "Sit." Lucifer cursed. You can see Lucifer on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 130, 130. No here. Once back, they all relaxed in his office. After a while, Michael spoke up. "Thank you for your help, Godson. I don't think anyone could have dealt with Dormammu. I owe you one." "No, my friend. We don't owe each other in this protecting the universe business. It's our job to do good," Alexander said and threw him a beer bottle. "Haha, good to see someone with similar thinking as I." Michael chuckled. Hela stood up to leave but stopped midway. "Grandpa, I'm going to my room." She was still adaptive to being Alexander's child. "So, where will you go next, Michael?" Alexander asked. "Back to my post in heaven. Wait for when another demon gets too ambitious. Haha, be sure to call me up if you need backup," he offered. "Thank you, I will remember this. Now I should be going. Farewell, my friend." Michael said goodbye and left. Alexander was then left alone in the room. Dobby had also gone back to Earth. Sigh. One problem solved, what next, he thought to himself. 6 months had passed. Alexander was done with all the work on Finta. It was a real advanced free trade hub now. Most of the shops had already been booked there. Knock knock. "Boss, the leader of Ravager is here. He's called, Staker augured. Should I send him in?" his secretary asked. 100% of the local planet's population was working in his trade business. His secretary was one of them. It had taken him a lot of work to make them stop calling him Cunt. "Yes, send him in," he responded. Soon a big man entered. Sylvester Stallone," he mumbled. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Alexander, Staker greeted. He might be a leader of a Ravager clan but he also knew that he couldn't disrespect people like Alexander. Currently, most of the people in the universe who knew of him, thought that he is one of the elders. Haha, please take a seat. You might be a pirate but at least you don't deal in child trafficking and that is something I can respect. Alexander replied and passed him a glass of fire whiskey. Thank you, I just came here to say thank you for letting us restock and refuel here. I also had a proposal, he added. You already know that I don't deal in stolen goods so tell me, what is this proposal? Alexander asked. Yes, I know the rules. But I wasn't talking about the stolen goods. You see, we Ravagers sometimes go to barren planets that harbored life once. We often find precious metals, arts, or mysterious things. We mostly ignore everything except the metal and leave. I was thinking if you... Alexander understood him, a very good idea indeed. I don't know about the art but if it looks beautiful then I'll buy it. However, if you do find anything mysteries, be it an item or information, like something you saw on the planet you can't explain, I'll buy it too. Haha, then it'll be a pleasure doing business, Mr. Alexander. Staker brought his hand to shake but suddenly remembered that a person of Alexander's status might not want to touch his hand, but surprisingly. Same here, tell the same thing to other Ravager clans as well. Alexander shook his hand. Sure, sir. Thank you for your time. He left. Alexander retracted his hand and was about to sit down but then the empty glass bottle fell to the ground and shattered. Jesus, are my senses dulling? He spoke to himself. You asked for me, brother. A voice came. Alexander quickly stood up and his sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the brown-haired and bearded man in front of him. Ah, it's you. You spooked me, brother. Alexander sighed. The man in front of him was his half-brother, Jesus. How did you find time to visit me? Alexander asked as he fixed the broken bottle. Haha, well the world I was responsible for got destroyed by a comet from space, Jesus spoke and took out something to eat from his fridge. What? But aren't you the Messiah? You should be able to save them, he asked. No, I couldn't. I am by no means allowed to meddle in natural affairs. If I was then there wouldn't have been humans and dinosaurs would have still roamed on Earth. He replied and ate a sandwich. So you had free time and decided to take a vacation here. Spot on, brother. Haha, good. I'll introduce you to my family. He stood up. Fahim. Alexander brought Jesus to meet his family. Olivia, meet my half-brother, Jesus, he introduced. Olivia's jaw fell, I is. Yes, he's the real one. He replied. Olivia was still somewhat religious. Why are you so surprised? I'm a demigod too, you know, he retorted. But he's the first. She huffed him away. Ha ha ha, nice to meet you, Olivia. Good to see that Alex got reunited with you. And who is this little one? He amusingly spoke. Looking at little Amy standing behind Olivia. She's our sweet, Amy. Amy, say hi to Uncle Jesus. He encouraged her. She scaredly walked to the front, Hello. Ah, such a cute one. Jesus quickly picked her up and made her fly with his magic. Amy happily enjoyed it while giggling. With the temporary addition of Jesus, time went by fast and another 6 months passed. In those 6 months, he established his infiltrators in each empire. They worked like a virus, spreading further and further, reaching as high a position as possible, so that when the signal comes to take over the empire, there wouldn't be any trouble. Once or twice some people tried to mess with his planet Finta but all attempts were thwarted by him. In the end, the word spread that messing with him wasn't a good idea. Jesus had left for work a while ago and now Alexander was headed to Nohir. Tanelier Tavan, aka the Collector, was the leader there. Collector was the head of the Tavan group and was renowned as the keeper of the largest collection of interstellar fauna, relics, and species in the galaxy. Alexander needed some things from there like the plants he required to brew the crazy version of super soldier serum, called cosmic serum. So he hopped into Ironheim and appeared near Nohir, a severed head of a celestial. His arrivals had alerted the whole facility as his ship was bigger than Nohir. Identify yourself, someone on the communicator spoke. Emperor of Finta, Alexander Maxim Universe. He replied. After a few seconds of silence, the person spoke again, Welcome to Nohir, Emperor Universe. We have notified the Collector and he will receive you. Alexander was going by Emperor Universe these days in the space. Although technically he was just a king as he only controlled a single planet, he also controlled the area for many light years around the planet. So it made him an emperor. Alexander left his ship and flew into Nohir. The Collector in his weird-styled clothes waited for him there. Alexander was a big man who reeked money, so everyone gave him respect. The collector was an elder too, so he didn't want to start a fight with another elder, that is if Alexander was one. Welcome to know here, Emperor Universe. Please follow me so we can talk in peace. He suggested. Sure, lead the way, collector. He replied and also checked his sins. Tennelier Tavan Category 3. Murder 12,890,567. Robbery 576,987,453. Sin percentage 60%. I'll deal with him later. Maybe covertly, as I don't want to harm so many valuable things kept here, Alexander decided. Collector took him to his office. They sat down and he offered Alexander a drink. Not so surprising, it was fire whiskey. It had become a symbol of wealth after all. So, how can I help a fellow elder? He asked. Haha, I am not the kind of elder you think I am, collector. I am much bigger than that. Alexander replied, releasing a bit of his overwhelming magical aura. It didn't take collector to realize that Alexander was some kind of a celestial or something similar, as only they had such weird magical powers. He had seen sorcerers and knew what was the difference between what Alexander had and that. Oh, please tell me, what can I do for you? He asked. I heard you have a variety of collections of things. I was looking for some plants for a long time and thought you might have them. What are their names? Collector asked. Eternal Nightlight, Sunblaze, Elder Tree, and Tree of Harmony, he stated the names. I have them all. But the thing is, they are one of a kind. He replied. I don't want them, I just want to have a look, Alexander stated. Collector was doubtful, why would someone come so far if he just wanted to see? Alright, I'll show them. He led him to some glass boxes. Alexander quickly checked them out from inside out with his magic and took out a small part of them from inside to replicate them later. Haha, such amazing plants. Too bad they are the last of them. He sadly spoke. The collector genuinely felt like Alexander was sad. Ah yes, that's why I'm preserving them. Good, now only if there was a way to grow them again. Thank you for taking out your time for me, collector. I'll be on my way now. Alexander started to walk out. But suddenly his eyes fell on a weird duck in human clothes. You can see Know Here, Collector, and Universe map on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 131, 131. Buffed up. Alexander looked at Howard the Duck. He remembered that he also came there in the endgame to beat Thanos from the future. Although he knew that Howard the Duck had not a very good personality, at least he had some honor. Hey, collector. What about selling that duck to me? Alexander suggested. I can, but I'll need something of the same value in return, he thoughtfully replied. How does a discount on fire whiskey sound? Oh, how much are we talking about? Collector excitedly asked. For 6 months, at 30% less price, he proposed. I accept. Collector shook Alexander's hands, thinking that he'd buy all fire whiskey possible in 6 months. Unknown to him that Alexander would blacklist him from the shops. Collector walked to Duck's cage and opened it. Get out, you. I've sold you. He's your owner now. Oh, so a new story begins for me. Howard the Duck jumped down from the cage and walked to Alexander. I am thankful to you, kind sir. He gave a gentleman bow. Follow me, we'll talk later. Alexander walked and returned to Ironheim. So, where are we going, boss? Howard asked. Nowhere, keep your debauchery in check and I might just send you back to your dimension. You will be working on my planet in the meantime. He ordered. Whoa, you can send me back? This is new. No one never said this to me. Howard mumbled. So, you gonna be a good boy or bad? Good boy, sir. Howard saluted. Good, let's go then. Alexander settled the duck on Finta and went alone to brew his potion in Fiheim. Is everything prepared, Alfred? Alexander walked into the lab. Nearly, boss. Now we only need a power source. The more powerful it is the better. Alfred suggested. Alexander thought for a bit. Power stone has infinite energy. Nothing can be better than it as a power source. And I presume you know where it is? Alfred asked. Absolutely, I'll go and get it, he replied and vanished. Morag. Alexander came to the planet for the power stone. It was in the temple from where Peter Quill took it in the future. He calmly walked into the temple. A simple Alohomora, unlocking charm, opened the door. He straight up walked in and took out the orb. The protection didn't burn him as he had covered his hand in fiend fire. Honestly, Alexander was more interested in the orb. The same with Tesseract. The material which could hold an infinity stone couldn't be normal. After getting it he again went back into Fihame. Got it, Alfred. Nice, I've prepared the potion. The process is simple. Once you drink it, I will bombard your body with that energy. It will mutate your cells to become stronger without limit. Meaning that the more you train the stronger your body will get. Alfred briefly explained. Alexander was optimistic. Alright, let's do this. He removed all his clothes and wore simple shorts. Lay down on the table, boss. Alfred prepared all the machines. In the end, he took out the infinity stone. To keep the power of the stone in check, they were using APEC to suck up all the extra energy. Let's hope this will be successful. Alexander sighed. The potion wasn't a lot. Just a small injection. The real deal came after that, when that potion started flowing in the bloodstream and forcing the body to evolve. Alfred quickly went to the power stone holder and brought it closer to Alexander. Soon Alexander's body started to absorb the energy from the stone. From the outside, not much change could be seen. But Alfred's high-tech machines were showing the molecular changes happening. His muscle density was crazily increasing. But surprisingly, he didn't feel any pain. Maybe because of his magic. Boss, it's been an hour, do you feel anything? Like your will explode from overflowing energy? Alfred worriedly asked. Wait, there was a risk of exploding. Alexander questioned. Yes. But does it matter? You are immortal after all, Alfred tried to justify. Well, you are right. But you should tell me stuff like that. Nobody likes exploding. And no, I don't feel anything. I can take in more energy. He replied. But your muscles have already reached the tensile strength of steel. Not enough, steel is pretty weak, you know. Even Thor can put a dent on it. Alexander scoffed. Then what are you aiming for? He asked. Something like adamantium. But we don't know its tensile strength. He retorted. Exactly, so pour as much energy as you can. Alexander encouraged him. Alright, but if you explode, it's not on me, Alfred said, feeling nice that he wasn't liable for anything that was about to happen. Alright then, I'm going to increase the energy. Alfred slowly brought the stone closer to Alexander. By the end, it was touching his skin. Oh, I feel something. Like, something is moving inside my veins. Alexander exclaimed. That's obvious. The amount of energy your body is absorbing is crazy. I don't know why you haven't exploded yet. Alfred inferred. Alexander looked Alfred his the fake eyes. Why do I feel like you want to see me explode? Oh, no. I was just stating a possibility. I am happy for you, boss. Haha. Alright, let's see how long this process takes. He shrugged. Alfred might be a little crazy about science, but Alexander knew that he wasn't evil. So, 6 more hours went by. Alexander had gotten bored sitting there, so he brought a TV and some snacks. Crunch. Alfred ate chips. Whoa, Alfred, how can you eat? Oh, I made myself as humanly as possible. I have a fully functional digestive system now. He proudly claimed. I am proud of you, Alfred. I know how hard it must have been. He said, remembering the days when he was madly trying to make a cancer vaccine. What's the tensile strength now, Alfred? He asked. A lot more than vibranium, Alfred informed. Just a little more and we'll end this. I already feel like I am full. Alexander suggested. By the end of another hour, Alexander's body had started to shine in purple light. Alright, end it, Alfred. I don't want to look like Thanos. Alexander stood and put the power stone back in the orb and asked, where's the weighing machine? In that cupboard, Alfred pointed without looking. Alexander calmly walked and took out the machine. He could feel that his weight had increased a lot. Boom. The machine exploded under his weight. We need a bigger scale, Alfred suggested. Indeed. So they went out to the industrial weighing machine. Alexander slowly got on it. It made some crumbling noises, but in the end, gave a reading. 4,000 kilograms, Alexander exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. I knew it. Your muscles and bones have become too dense. I don't think there are many things that can physically hurt you. Alfred mumbled. Well, who knows? Marvel Universe is filled with freaks. Anyways, I'll go back to Morag and put the orb back in its place, and also train myself to not hurt Olivia and the children. He decided. He wore his clothes and popped back out. He put the orb back in and left the planet for some Star-Lord in the future. A week later. Alexander finally got out of his training chamber. He was afraid of hurting his family, so he spent the time training his body. Clanpei Amy came running. Haha, how is my sweet Amy? I'm good. Sister Hela took me to Asgard. And she beat Uncle Thor. She tried to hold her laugh. Haha, what about Uncle Loki? He asked. Oh, he came with us. She replied. Didn't your sister Hela beat him? She did, but not too much. It was mostly Uncle Thor. She replied. Clan Paa, I want to see a rainbow. I saw in the book that it has gold on one end. She longingly demanded. Haha, then let's go on an adventure, my child. He flew in the air and a rainbow appeared in the sky. They followed the rainbow while singing songs. At the end of the rainbow was a big cauldron full of shining gold coins. Waa! Look, Glanpa! Gold, she excitedly yelled. Oh wow, but is it really gold? He went and picked up a coin. Then unwrapped it and revealing the brown chocolate. Glanpa, I eat too, she jumped. Okay, he poured chocolate in her mouth. Nom. Ish tasty, she gave her rating. Then let's take it for everyone. He picked the cauldron in one hand, grabbed Amy in the other, and flew to his family. When they were near the castle they heard two giggles. Alexander looks below and his blood started boiling. Stop, you two. You can see Howard the Duck and the orb on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, and Joachim Johnson. 132. New arrival. He had caught Loki and Medusa as they were about to kiss each other. What is going on here? He descended in front of them. Grandpa! Medusa exclaimed. Loki kept quiet in fear. He had heard enough times about Godson from Odin, so he knew it was better to stay quiet. Oh, Uncle Loki and Sister do kissy, Amy teased them. Is this some scheme of yours, Loki? He angrily questioned. Grandpa! Medusa tried to speak. No, Medusa. Whatever argument it is, I want to hear it from him. I need a reason why I should trust the god of mischief. No, I wasn't trying to trick her, sir. I really liked her since the grand feast. We've been talking since then. He was interrupted. What? You've been in contact and didn't even tell me? He roared. Just tell me one thing. Do you love her? He asked. Yes, Loki quickly replied. Alexander was using passive legilimency and felt that Loki was telling the truth. Let me warn you, boy. If you break her heart, I will throw you into a black hole. After that, I will personally come to hell and torment your soul for as long as I'm not satisfied. One more thing, if you accept her, then forget to ever make a harem for yourself. Maybe polygamy is common in Asgard, but I loathe it. Understood. Alexander stood close to him. Yes sir. I understand. Loki quickly nodded. And no third base before you marry each other, Alexander warned again before leaving. Let's go, Amy. He picked her up and flew away. Phew, thank God Grandpa didn't get too angry. It could have gone so bad. Medusa felt relieved. Not too angry? He was talking about tormenting my soul in hell. Loki shuddered. Which gives you more of a reason to be a good boy, she seductively lifted his chin. Alexander's mood was off after seeing Medusa and Loki. He suddenly realized that his Rena and Amy would also grow up someday and marry someone. He wasn't worried about Hela as she was a grown-up and whichever man she chooses should be the one scared of ever betraying her. Amy ran into the kitchen to show Olivia chocolates while Alexander slowly followed. The first thing he saw when he entered the kitchen was Rena. Sitting on a chair near the kitchen shelf, her mouth was stuffed with pizza. In front of her were two full-sized pizza boxes and only one slice was left. You can see Rena eating pizza on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. She turned her head and looked at Alexander with her mouth stuffed. Gapa. Alexander ran to her and hugged her. My sweetie Rena. Please never change. Rena didn't know what was happening and just hugged back. Soon Amy also walked in. Yay, hug time, she yelled and jumped on them. Alexander caught her in a hug too. What happened, Grandpa? Rena asked. I just saw Medusa and Loki kissing, he said with a sad face. Ew, who does that? She replied and stuffed the last slice of pizza. Yes, ew. Sister look, I got so many chocolates. Amy repeated and showed her bag full of chocolate coins. Rena's eyes suddenly lit up and she picked Amy in her arms. Let's go, I'll help you eat them. They left the kitchen. Then Olivia walked in. Oh, don't make a scene, Alex. He's the god of mischief, Olivia. He argued. And he also knows whose granddaughter Medusa is. He knows what would happen if he hurt her. Besides, he actually came to me some weeks ago to ask for permission to take her on a date. What? And you didn't tell me? How could you? Alexander complained. Oh, calm down, will you? Stop being so overprotective, or else they will drift away from you. You seriously need a son, only then you'll understand both sides. She reprimanded him. Then give me one. We can have children, Olivia. We just look old, but from inside we have that same fire that we did back in the war. He persuaded her. Alex, you know how I feel about this. I. Scared? That our next child would also be like them? He asked. Honestly? Yes. I am scared. I still have nightmares, Alex. Nightmare about how they killed you for money. She was on the brink of crying. Alexander quickly stood up and hugged her. It wasn't your fault, Oli. It was nobody's fault. You know what, I have found a way to make sure that our next child would be the best in the universe. He revealed. Really? How? She asked with hope. She loved Medusa, Rena, Amy, and Hela equally. For her, they were all real family. She didn't care about blood relations. But still, there was always that small desire to have a child born from her womb. A child she could be proud of. Did you forget I am the Son of God? I can just ask him to bless us so that our child, no matter a girl or a boy, would be the best. He suggested. Will he agree? She asked. Why not? Let's ask him now. Father, are you listening? He spoke. Ha ha ha, my boy. Finally had time to remember this old man, huh? Oh, you've gotten stronger. I guess I'll arrange another party when you're done with that world. Oh, there's also Olivia. How are you, my child? The ever-pleasant voice spoke. I am good, God, she respectfully replied. Ah, just call me father. Like your husband there. So, what's the matter? Is it another reincarnated guy? God asked, although he already knew everything. Father, you know about my last sons, Alexander said. Oh, yes, those devils. Olivia is afraid that if we had another child, he or she might also be evil. We want your blessings for our new children that we may bring into this world. He asked. Ha ha ha, Olivia, my child. You have nothing to fear. You already have my blessings. Why else would I send you to Alexander? Any child you two bring into this world would be unique in good ways and also honest and pure. Now go and give me some grandchildren, God loudly revealed, and left them alone. Olivia had a single tear slide down her cheeks. There, we don't need to worry anymore, Olivia. He couldn't finish speaking as Olivia had caught him in a strong passionate kiss. Alexander felt pure blissful. He felt like when they kissed for the first time in Vietnam, behind the field hospital. He was blabbering non-stop nervously and she had to kiss him to make him stop back then. Alexander grabbed Olivia and apparat to his room and did what lovers do. The next morning, he opened his eyes and found his beautiful wife in his arms. It brought a happy smile to his face. Suddenly a lot of footsteps came, he knew who it was, so Alexander used magic to dress Olivia and himself. Bam! The door burst open and Amy jumped on the bed. She was still in her sleeping pajamas. She crawled between him and Olivia. Olivia was up by then and was glad that magic could undress and dress them too. She cuddled Amy, making her uncontrollably giggle. Then came Rena in her small form and she also jumped on the bed and hugged Alexander. Their morning was sweet and lovely, so his day was amazing too. When it was just Olivia and Hela left in the dining room, Hela spoke. Congratulations, Olivia. For what? Olivia confusedly asked. For the upcoming member of our family. I am happy for you. Hela said. She had changed a lot from her usual cold self. At least that was the case for the family. She knew that this was a big deal for Olivia, as even she was unsure if she'd ever want kids if she was in Olivia's position. Haha, thank you, Hela. Olivia shyly replied. Just like that, 9 months passed. Alexander worked on his empire infiltration in Finta. His planet was booming with business and had gathered a name for itself. It was said that as long as it's not an illegal thing, you can find anything on Finta. No matter what the cost. His agents had also infiltrated the Kree Empire and now were a part of Kree Star Force. Earth was mostly under his watchful eyes as well. His men were spread all around the globe. His company, Navia Industries, had grown into a giant, having its branches in most of the countries. But for now, his focus was on his wife's childbirth. Dobby had come to help as he had experience in delivering babies. House elves were taught things like these too. Arg. God damn it, Alex, why did I agree with you? She cursed him. He knew this would happen. He had experienced this ordeal before. Olivia went full out of character during childbirth. Haha, push Oli push, he comforted. You push, if it was so easy I'd have already done it. Erg, she shouted. Yes Oli, shout, shout and push. He advised. She grabbed his hand tightly and yelled whatever she could at his face. Soon, all the shouting subsided and in its place was a child's wailing. Dobby delicately wrapped the child in a cloth. Haha, look at him. He looks like a perfect mixture of you two. Alexander slowly held his son in his arms, his face was full of smiles. His son had deep blue eyes of his mother and hair as white as snow, like his own. The child opened his eyes slightly and saw his father for the first time. For some reason, he stopped wailing and looked straight into Alexander's eyes. Alexander suddenly started to remember his whole childhood. It was like he was seeing it in his son's eyes. He quickly came out of it as he heard Olivia shouting to see the baby. Did my son just perform legilimency on me, he thought. Oh dear, look, he's so handsome. He handed him to her. She lovingly looked at the baby and asked, what should we name him, Alex? A/N, imagine the baby as a baby version of Kiloazaldeek from Hunter x Hunter. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters. And Joachim Johnson. 133, 133. Sakar. What do you think? Alexander asked. Olivia looked at the little baby with a smile. Leonidas Maxim Universe. Haha, a great name. My son is going to be a lion then. Alexander approved. Grandpa, show me my brother, Amy spoke. She was nearly 7 years old now but was still too short to see over the bed. Alexander picked her up and gently put her on the bed. She slowly crawled to Olivia and looked at little Leo. Wah. So cute. Hello Leo, I am big sis Amy. She introduced herself and received small giggles from Leo. Soon Medusa, Rena, Hela and Ragnarok also came to see the baby. Everyone, I will organize a big feast in Asgard for the birth of a new member of our big family. But let's get out of here for now. Olivia must be tired. He spoke. Dobby quickly finished all the procedures, cleaned the baby, and put him in the cradle beside Olivia's bed. Then everyone left the room, only leaving behind a nanny bot. Outside, Alexander went to Asgard with little Amy attached to his neck like a chimp. She probably wanted some cuddles after seeing Leo with Olivia. Asgard. A door appeared and Alexander walked out. Hey there, Heimdall. How are you? I am good, godson. A pleasure to have you here. He humbly greeted. Where is Odin? He asked. He is in his royal chambers. I have notified him of your visit, Heimdall informed. Good, then I'll head to the palace. Inside the castle, Alexander met Odin and told him about his plan. Ha ha ha, congratulations on the birth of your son, my friend. And yes, we will hold a grand feast here. Odin rejoiced. A week later. The grand feast came and everyone enjoyed their time. Olivia joyfully showed Leo around. Amy had gotten overprotective of her brother and always stuck by him. So, Alex. What will you do now? You're already a very famous man with your planet. Odin asked. Well, I am going to visit Sakar and see how things are there, Alexander replied. Oh, that garbage place. I've never been there. Odin added. Well, it's ruled by a man called Grandmaster. He's one of the elders. He has opened a fighting arena there. He briefed. Another elder. All of them are good for nothing. Even after having so much power, they still sway towards doing illegal and cruel things. That is why I am meeting them all. To see whether they should be left alive or not. He seriously replied. Odin didn't ask further. He already knew that the elders weren't worth anything. They all did things for themselves without care for others. By the way, I heard Loki and your daughter, Medusa, like each other. Odin asked. Yes, sadly that's the truth. Hopefully, Loki will not do something that he'll regret later. He indirectly warned Odin to keep his only eye on Loki. Let's drink to your son, to Leonidas. Odin picked his glass to change the subject. They drank a lot and had fun. Then he sent his family back to Valheim and left for Sakar. Olivia had to go to Earth for a while as she hadn't shown her face there since she had gotten pregnant. Alexander didn't enter his ship this time but instead used the Anywhere door. Sakar was a barbarian planet. The law of the jungle was dominant there, so he first appeared outside the arena. He felt interested and walked in after buying a ticket. A fight was currently in session. There were two people in the arena. One looked like a giant from Harry Potter and the other was a humanoid with wolf's head. The wolf was creating electricity from his hands. The fight went on for quite a while. Finally, in the end, the wolf won. When he stood up to leave he saw that there were two guards standing beside him. Emperor Universe, Grand Master has respectfully invited you to his tower. One of them spoke. Lead the way then. By the way, who is that wolf man? He asked. That is our newest addition. A very strong one. He's called Blue Fang. Probably some experimental hybrid. The guard briefed. Alexander was then led to the modern throne room of the Grand Master. He was well respected in the universe now, so it wasn't crazy that Grand Master was waiting for him. Soon he was in front of the man. Ah, finally. It's nice to meet you, Emperor Universe. Most people who visit here get turned into warrior slaves, so you cannot imagine my happiness. He said, walking to Alexander. You've got a really colorful planet here, Alexander replied and shook hands. Yes, yes. That's what I was aiming for. I presume you came here for non-business purposes? Grandmaster asked. Alexander shrugged, yes, just exploring and stuff. Haha, then let me show you some hospitality. He clapped twice and suddenly various servants came with stuff worth a whole dining room. They even brought the dining table and chairs. They sat down and ate a little. Alexander's assessment of Grandmaster was that he was a person who enjoyed authority over others. Consider it a hobby or a fetish. Grandmaster, why force people to fight? Why not just host tournaments with prizes? He asked. That, my friend, is because they fight so ferociously when they know their life is on the line. Seeing them kill each other in the false hope of freedom is fun too, he spoke deviously. So he has chosen death. Alexander secretly sent some of his seraphs to infiltrate the prisons and start a revolution. It didn't take long and soon the alarm started to sound. A guard ran in, Grandmaster, the prisoners have revolted. Not again. Don't they know they can't get out no matter what? Go and stop them, take all the guards here. Grandmaster nagged. Soon it was just him, Grandmaster and his adjutant. Alexander stood up and his armor formed over his body with his sword materializing in his hand. Oh, Emperor Universe, you don't have to involve yourself with this. Just sit and relax. Grandmaster misunderstood him. I will relax after you are dead. He swung his sword and struck at Grandmaster's neck. Ting! I knew something fishy was going on, Grandmaster exclaimed. Many would mistake him for being a weak man, but in reality, he was extremely strong. He controlled something called the power primordial, the radiation left from the Big Bang. He was also considered one of the strongest among the elders. So you aren't weak, Alexander stated, not feeling very surprised. Grandmaster teleported to Alexander and punched his head. Expecting it to turn into a bloody mess. Arg! Grandmaster screamed in pain. He broke his own hand. The bones had turned into powder. You shouldn't underestimate your opponents, Alexander mocked and quickly lifted Grandmaster by the neck. You have been alive for millions of years and yet enjoy tormenting others. Filth like you cannot be allowed to exist anymore. Oh, no, no. Don't try to teleport. This whole area is now an anti-teleportation zone. He explained. Why you can't kill me? Grandmaster choked. I can. Alexander used his power of judgment. Grandmaster Category 4. Murder 1,568,445,887. Indirect murder 16,568,445,899. Blackmail 156,558,149. Torture 6,235,567,876. Sin percentage 80%. So many deaths because of a single you, Alexander angrily roared. He put Grandmaster in time torture, in which he would spend 20 million years constantly getting tortured in any way possible. Getting chopped, getting skinned alive, getting burnt alive. It only lasted 1 minute for Alexander. Now you die. He snapped his neck as he sent his soul to eternal hell. Then he assigned 10 seraphs to punish those needed to organize and administer the planet. He was going to turn the planet from a dumpster to a recycling and manufacturing hub. They would be manufacturing everything from small toys to huge spaceships, mainly Superstar Destroyer for himself. They had too much stuff laying around and too big of a jobless population. After a whole 5 hours, the Sakar came fully under his control. The liberated prisoners came to see him. Leading them was the same wolf man. Alexander controlled his urge to pet the good boy. Thank you for liberating us, I am forever grateful to you. The wolf spoke. Haha, it's all right. What's your name? He asked. My real name is Joachim. Commonly called Blue Fang. He replied. Tell me about your electrical powers. He asked. I was born on a faraway planet. It was invaded and destroyed by another advanced species. We could harness elemental powers like air, water, earth, and fire. In some rare cases, hybrids like me wielded different powers like lightning. Joachim explained. Intriguing. What will you do now, Blue Fang? He asked. I don't know. Please take me under your service. I must repay you for liberating me. He kneeled. Alexander quickly went to the good boy and made him stand up. No child, you were wrongfully imprisoned. I just corrected some mistakes. You are free to do whatever you want. Still, if you want a job, then you can have it here. I am going to change this planet for the better. Thank you. Then I will stay here. Blue Fang nodded. Alexander then gave the same offer to others. Some stayed and some left. He sent everyone to the living quarters to get settled and rest, while he went back to the top floor of Grandmaster's tower. A/N, the sin percentage is decided by keeping into account the scope of the surroundings of the sinner. Like Hitler was only fixed to Earth, but Grandmaster had the whole universe he could go to. You can see Sakar and Grandmaster on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 134, 134. A time skip without skipping time. Alexander went into the office and suddenly remembered something from the movie. Grandmaster once said that for the world outside he was millions of years old. This could only mean one thing. Ghost, check how much time has elapsed on Ironheim. He ordered his AI. Sir, it seems that Sakar's time dilation caused its time to work slower than the outside world. There seems to have 51 years passed on Ironheim. From your recollection of the future events, I have come to a conclusion that Thor and others left this planet through Devil's Anus, which is a wormhole, and probably returned them to a closer time to the outside world. Boom. Alexander instantly went into Fahim and checked each of his family members. He'd hate it if he suddenly found that his son turned 51 years old. He checked everything and thankfully they were all there. Good thing that his seraphs were everywhere, so even if he disappeared no problem would arise. Asgardians didn't communicate with him, probably due to their super long lifespan. Olivia, Leo, Medusa, Rena, Amy, Ragnarok, and even Loki were there. For them, only a few hours passed. What happened, Alex? Why do you look so distressed? She asked. Arg. I went to Sakar, but there was a time dilation. For us only some hours went by, but on Earth, 51 years have passed. He dropped the bomb. What? What about my Kind Heart Foundation? Olivia worriedly asked. Don't worry. Seraphs probably handled it. What I do want to know is why didn't Dobby call us all this time? He questioned. Door opens. Oh hey everyone, how are you all? Dobby cluelessly spoke. Dobby, don't tell me that you were here all this time, Alexander asked. I just came a few hours ago, I was running out of fire whiskey and you all had not contacted me in 2 years. So I thought of checking up on you. He replied. Dobby, 51 years have passed on Earth due to Sakar's time dilation. Ah, no problem. My assistant Seraph was working there. I'll just go back and check everything out. He said and vanished. I know what you are thinking, Olivia. I'll go and do something about the time dilation. He helped her relax. Alexander then went out with the strongest magical shield possible around him and erected huge wards around the planet. All the energy leaving the various wormholes would be used to power them. In return, they would remove the time dilation effect. Then he went back to Fahim after giving orders. Blue Fang will be working as the head of plant security. Alexander could feel talent in him. Earth. December 16, 1991. A car drove down the road and beside it was a man on a motorcycle, chasing it. He shot the tires and the car crashed into a lamppost. Help my wife. Please. Help. Sergeant Barnes. Howard cried. But his words fell on deaf ears and the Winter Soldier punched Howard on his head repeatedly. He thought that Howard was dead, so he put him back in the car. But unknown to him, Alexander's protective chain had saved him. Though he was hurt a lot from the wreckage. Howard. Howard, Maria shouted his name in pain. Howard knew he had no way of escaping now. At least not with his wife. So he accepted his fate and remembered the last words of his dear grandpa. Promise me, son, no matter what happens to me. You will always keep this around your neck and never ever take it off. Don't ask anything and just promise me. I am proud of you, son. Unknowingly, a small smile formed on his face. Thinking that he might meet his grandpa now. Suddenly Howard put his one hand on his chain and grabbed his wife with the other. Waiting for the inevitable. Activate. Howard spoke without even knowing. For some reason, the word came out on its own. Pop. By the time the Winter Soldier reached the passenger side, the two had vanished. Fahim. Alexander had just sat down in the garden to eat his lunch. Pop! Howard! Maria's continued scream came. Alexander was interrupted when his spoon was mid-flight en route to his mouth. Howard and Maria sat up and looked around. The place was so beautiful. Blue shining lake, green trees, colorful birds in the sky, and unicorns eating grass around them. Howard, is this heaven? Maria scaredly asked. I don't know, this is my first time here, he replied. Suddenly Alexander thought of a prank. But first, he healed their injuries and turned their clothes all white. He slowly walked to them. Howard heard the noise and looked back. His jaw fell wide open. He quickly stood up and ran into a very tight hug with Alexander. It looked quite weird as Howard looked his 74-year-old self. Grandpa, finally I met you again. Even though I had to come to heaven for it. Howard joyfully cried. Maria was confused and walked to them. Haha, how are you, son? Alexander patted his back. Maria, meet my grandpa. The reason why I have Maxim Universe in my name. He introduced. Maria suddenly had her eyes shining. Thank you for taking care of Howard all those years. Thank you for your sacrifice. Suddenly Olivia walked in. What's going on here? Howard. Howard looked at her in shock. Grandma? I knew something must have happened when you went missing suddenly. Dobby also walked in with a butterbeer bottle stuck to his mouth. Uncle Dobby, you too? When did you die? He shouted. Then Amy came running with some baby unicorns. Howard just looked at everything with a confused and shocked expression. Alexander couldn't hold himself any longer and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. What happened, Grandpa? Howard asked. Olivia shook her head and went to Howard and patted him. He was just messing with you, Howard. You are neither dead nor in heaven. You are in Fihaim, a planet in the solar system that exists in a pocket dimension controlled by Alex, she explained. What? I'm not dead? What? He was filled with questions, so Alexander and Dobby answered him. After 3 hours. So you are a real god? Not like aliens but the real deal. Howard excitedly asked. Yes, I am. God damn, my grandpa is a god. Howard cheered. Please let me see all the alien tech, please please please. He pleaded like a child. Alright, but first I need to change your looks. Seriously Howard, where did all the swag go? I taught you to be better than this. You look like an old turkey right now. Alexander complained. Whoa, this is my style, Grandpa. Straight from 1991 Howard defended. Whatever, drink this. It's a de-aging potion. He handed a test tube. Howard drank it without even asking. Soon his face, hair, and body turned back to how he looked in his 20s. Grandpa, where are my sisters and brother? He asked. Well, Leo must be sleeping. You just met Amy. Medusa should be around with that pest, Loki, and Rena should be in the kitchen hogging some food and Hela, well you should not annoy her. You should meet Alfred, he's a sentient AI and a part of the family. Alfred is responsible for all the research and tech stuff. Erskine is also here but he works in his different lab now. He walked him around. Wait, what about my son? Howard anxiously asked. Easy, Howard. I know the future. Your son is meant to do great things. If you stayed with him then he'd just be a spoiled narcissist for the rest of his life. But now he'd have the responsibility of Stark Industries. Alexander explained. Good thing Obadiah is there to help him. Howard sighed. Bam. Howard received a fist to his head. What were you thinking of hiring that guy? He would try to kill Tony to take over the company in a few years. But nothing to fear, Tony will overcome it with some lessons learned. Wayat. That effer. Howard raged. But they were interrupted by 2 seraphs who had a frozen Bucky Barnes on their shoulders. Boss, what to do with him? They asked. Put him in a freezer, I'll deal with him later. He ordered. So. Anyway, Howard. Just enjoy and have fun. I'll take you back to Tony when the time is right. Howard again hugged him. Yes, I can't believe all this is happening. I just hope this isn't a dream. Ha ha ha, not a dream, my boy. Alexander ruffled his hair. Oh, yeah. This chain transported us here, right? Howard asked. Yes, and you shouldn't act so surprised. I have a door that lets you travel to the edge of the universe. His words blew Howard's scientific mind. Whoa, I'd love to go there someday. By the way, your company might get caught in anti-monopoly law. I just received that news before appearing here. Ha, some people are just angry that I am selling medicine at such a low price. Don't worry. I practically own both Republicans and Democrats. My people have been working for a long time, boy. Alexander replied. What? But I didn't find anything about that from S.H.I.E.L.D. He argued. Well, did you forget who made SSR, which is now S.H.I.E.L.D.? I am still the highest authority there. Albeit secretly. His words made Howard question more. So he had to leave him in the lab and run away. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 135, 135. Phoenix Force. Faheim Castle. Underground chamber. Alexander stood in front of the now untied James Barnes. He was growling like an injured lion. So, Sergeant James Barnes, it's nice to meet you, although you don't remember me. Hydra must have done a number on your head. Let me help you. Alexander said. No matter what kind of means the Hydra used, they were obviously not enough to stop Alexander's mind arts. He went into Bucky's head and removed all the brainwashing they had done. They had wired his mind to obey them as long as a certain string of words in Russian were spoken. Alexander removed all that. Bucky screamed in pain, but it was necessary. After an hour of intensive work, Bucky was back to normal. However, he could not remember a lot of things that Hydra did to him. Ah! General! Bucky looked at him with his blurry vision. Yes, Sergeant. It's me. He replied. Where am I? I fell from the train. He confusedly asked. Yes, you fell from the train and were caught by Hydra. They did experiments on your body and made you a brainwashed super soldier. They had sent you to kill Howard and his wife when I caught you. He simply explained. What? Where is Steve? He inquired. It's better if I show you. Alexander showed him everything that happened after his disappearance. He also threw in a little bit of information about his god status. Steve's dead. You are a god and I'm a Nazi super soldier. Bucky started hyperventilating, so Alexander made him fall asleep. Leaving him lying on the bed, Alexander went out. How is he? Howard asked. Shocked, but he'll come out fine, Alexander replied. Can't believe that Hydra is still alive and kicking, Howard exclaimed. Exactly like they're saying. You cut one head, 2 others shall take its place. So to kill them we need to cut all the heads at the same time. So, what job do I have? Howard questioned. Well, you are going to Sakar. Blue Fang will provide you with the details. I am making my fleet of super intergalactic warships. You can work on them if you want. He suggested. Howard got really excited. Really? Hell yeah, I'd love to go there. But I'll also have to take out some time for Maria or she'll kill me. Haha, family first, son. You've got plenty of time for inventions. Alexander patted his shoulder. Yeah, a lot of time. I'll see if I can give Tony a brother or 2 as well. Little Leo will also need a companion after all, he smirked. Alexander laughed loudly and spoke, ha ha ha, yes, a very fitting reason. Alright, I'll see how everything is going on Earth. Alexander headed to Earth. Ragnarok also followed as he didn't have much to do. Alexander took out his anywhere door and made the destination as his apartment over West Eros Bar. He had cast an unrecognizing charm on his head. Haha, what's up, Dobby? He walked into the bar. Oh, boss. Been a long time since you came to Earth. What happened? He asked. Nothing, just came to check up on things. Anything new in New York? He asked. Well, I have built tens of skyscrapers that would retain their names as the most beautiful buildings in New York City. But I'm guessing you'll change that when Avengers Tower starts construction. There is also a school called Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in Westchester. It is run by Professor Charles Xavier. He became involved in politics after the Cuban Missile Crisis and has since been funding pro-mutant politicians. All the students in his school are mutants as well. Dobby explained. Oh, is that so? I guess I'll visit them. Oh, wait. I feel something. Someone tried to enter my head. Alexander exclaimed. Charles Xavier is an Omega-level telepath and has a very bad habit of peeping into people's brains, Dobby irritatedly informed. Charles must have tried to enter his mind. Well, Dobby. What level would you think I'd be on the mutant power scale? Alexander amusingly asked. Seriously, boss? I don't think there's a level for you. Dobby replied. Haha, alright. I'm out, Ragnarok, are you coming or staying? He asked. I'll stay, boss. I'll catch up with Dobby. You mean you want to drink? Alexander put on his sunglasses, which had an inbuilt display connected to Ghost. He could see the whole Earth, Shi'ar, Kree, Skrull, and Nova Empire through it. He could also remotely control Ironheim. He looked for where Charles, the soon-to-be Baldy, was and popped nearby him. As soon as he appeared, a boy with silver hair came tumbling towards him. Alexander used his magic and stopped the boy. God damn, son. That was one hell of a fall. Quicksilver looked at the elderly. Thank you. He replied and suddenly realized how could the old man stop him. But Alexander had already walked away from him. So, we are in the Dark Phoenix timeline. I remember those 20th Century Fox guys making it and it got flopped. In the end, they were bought by Disney, but good thing I had bought all the X-Men rights before that. But sadly, I never got to make movies. That silver-haired guy should technically be Pietro Maximoff, Wanda's brother, but he's probably someone else as Wanda and Pietro are still missing, he mumbled. When he reached the road he heard the flying Jean Grey. I told you to stay away from me. I can't, we are a family, Raven tried to convince. Alexander calmly walked to Charles. You, tried to get into my head. Alexander spooked Charles and Hank. Who are you? Hank pointed the gun at him. Really, now you will point the gun too. He tried to get into my head earlier. Alexander pointed to Charles on wheelchair. Charles suddenly remembered, it's why you. The beyond Omega I felt. Charles looked scared for some reason. Go away, Jean shouted and sent an invisible blast, throwing Raven towards the rubble of the house. Now, she was supposed to die but... Ah, you unstable girl. Alexander waved his hand and all the Phoenix force from the Phoenix/Jean started to get sucked into Alexander's body. It was being channeled to Apex. Suddenly Jean started to feel powerless and her anger started to subside as it was initially caused by the Phoenix force. The Phoenix force didn't have full control over Jean, so it couldn't do anything. Or it didn't want to do anything. For one, it would kill Jean, and two, it would anger Alexander. Alexander didn't say much to Jean. She just found out that Charles lied to her and that her father was an ass. Girl, I can teach you to control your powers, so calm down and follow me. Or you can go back to Charles. There's also an option of roaming the world, but considering your powers, thousands of supervillains would try to control you and they can do that pretty easily. Jean just stayed quiet and kept thinking. Go with him, she suddenly heard a voice inside her head. Don't fear. I am the Phoenix. The primordial manifestation of a universal force of life and death. The Phoenix replied. So it was you who made me uncontrollable, Jean replied madly. Yes, because you couldn't harness my power correctly. You can learn to control the nearly unlimited power if you follow him. Who is he? Jean asked. I can't tell you much. Just keep in mind that he's the highest being in the universe. I am not talking in terms of strength but authority. If he wants, he can destroy your soul and existence from all the realities. But thankfully, from what I know, he's a kind and gentle being. I don't know. How can I trust you? Jean questioned. This is the only chance for you. Either way, I am stuck inside you now till you die. It'd be useful for you if you can have better control. Phoenix argued. Agreeable. Jean replied and heard what Alexander and Charles were talking about. I am sure you don't know what it feels like when someone enters your brain. Let me teach you then. Alexander harshly spoke and levitated Charles to his eye level. Soon Alexander was looking at all the memories of Charles. Charles tried to fight with his power but couldn't do anything. All his secrets were like an open book now. Soon, Alexander put him back in his wheelchair. Tell me, how did it feel? What did you do? Raven came running and jumped to attack him. Alexander grabbed her leg and threw her in Charles's lap. Ah, it hurts, Charles shouted. Oh sorry, Charles. Raven quickly stood up but then her eyes widened in shock. Charles, you felt pain? She asked. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 136, 136. A small threat in Japan. Charles also realized and looked at his legs. Suddenly, his toes moved. I can feel them. I can move them. He sounded happy. Alright, don't get up. Your legs still look like chopsticks. Eat something and gain some muscles. Alexander suggested. They quickly remembered the man and asked, who are you? Haha, that's not the important part. The main part is that Charles is a very bad professor and Jean is coming with me. He stated. Raven got into her defensive mode but was stopped by Charles. Why do you think we'd let you take her? Ha, you couldn't even stop her and are thinking about stopping me. Who stopped her? Let me ask you something. Do you know about aliens? Alexander mockingly asked. Charles nodded, they are among us. Yes, they are. And let me tell you, there are millions of planets out there with alien civilizations. Many of them are much more advanced than Earth and there are some galactic empires as well. He said, making their jaws fall. Oh, I wasn't even at the craziest part. Don't think that beings with special powers like mutants are special. There are many out there who are way stronger than even Apocalypse. Do you know how mutants came to be? He asked. They all shook their heads. Experiments. There's an ancient race of being as old as the universe. They are called the Celestials. Humans on Earth prayed to them as gods in the old days. The Celestials were like a bunch of arrogant aliens with too much power and nothing to do. They regularly visited fertile worlds like ours and carried out genetic experiments. They also created mutants and some others when they visited Earth. Your X gene isn't a normal evolutionary thing. It was added. Now imagine there were entities even above the Celestial or similar to them. And that entity called Phoenix, has chosen Jean as her host. So, tell me. Can you teach her how to control these primordial powers? They all were dumbfounded and felt so small. Charles made up his mind then, can you really teach her? Of course, why else would I propose it? He replied. Then it's decided. You will teach her and then she comes back after she knows how to control her powers. Sure, it's her choice though. He replied and walked away. At a distance, he took out his anywhere door and looks at Jean. Let's go, Sens. Ah, I mean Jean. They both entered and the door vanished. How can we let her go like this? We don't even know his name. Raven complained. It's okay. I have a feeling he won't harm her. Charles assured. Why wouldn't he after what Alexander showed him in his mind? Alexander quickly set Jean up in Faham and gave her some books on occlumency and left for Earth again. This time his target was Max Eisenhart, aka Magneto. He opened the door and went into what looked like a jungle. Alexander hastily walked up to him and punched him in the face. Bam! I didn't save you and your mother from Auschwitz so one day you can become another Hitler. Even worse, a super-powered Hitler. He angrily reprimanded him. Alexander had gained info about him that he was trying to create a brotherhood. Although he didn't receive trauma because of his mother being gassed in Auschwitz, he still had pretty dangerous sentiments against how the world works. Why you? How are you still alive? Magneto stuttered. Get up you, did you forget my coin? I told you to never lose hope and always stand on the right path. Alexander reminded him. When he had saved Max he had given him a coin to remember him by. This is the right path. Magneto proudly said. Really, by conquering the world? Do you not have common sense? This world is working because it's run by weak normal people. Imagine if it was ruled by mutants. Every time a new strong mutant would come, he would start a war to become the new ruler. It will be an endless cycle. Instead of getting into politics and trying to change the laws and raise awareness, you are doing this? Running a terrorist organization. He sounded disappointed and continued. And you call this a group? These are children. Alright, I'll give you one option. Go to Xavier Institute, now just called Institute for Gifted Children. I am providing funding and the school will be massively upgraded. Your job would be simple. Teach there. Teach bioengineering and save all the scared mutant children in the world. Bring them to the Institute for a better life. He ordered. But. He tried to speak. Don't disappoint me more, kid. Your path leads to violence and mine leads to life. Can you look at any of the kids here in the eye and tell them that they might die soon because they are fighting for you? Don't forget they are only here and following you because they have nowhere else to go. Besides, I will start introducing new laws around the world's various governments to make mutants' life easier and also spread awareness. All the teens around Alexander heard him and were filled with newfound hope. Nobody liked living in the jungle. Okay, I will follow you, for now. Magneto finally agreed. Alright everyone, pack your bags. He loudly ordered and everyone got to work. How's your mother, Max? Alexander asked. She's fine. Old but still fine. He replied. Bam. Magneto received a fist to his head, and you left her in an old age home? Have you got no shame? After all you mother and son been through, you left her to spend her last days in loneliness? Nothing is greater than being beside her right now. And here you are, in the middle of nowhere achieving nothing. Magneto kept looking on the ground in disappointment. Get up, boy, and look me in the eye. Promise me you'll go and see your mother, Alexander overbearingly ordered. He may have never had a loving mother but he understood the importance. Magneto did as asked and promised. Good, now go and pack your stuff. We'll leave in an hour. Later that day, Alexander arrived at the institute. There was no problem for now as there weren't many people with Magneto, but soon many more would come. So Alexander's people were already upgrading it. It would soon start looking more like a castle than a mansion. He settled them in and was about to leave for Faham but received a call from his seraph in Japan. Boss, the situation is very bad here. Our people are being targeted by Amatsu Makabashi, the Chaos King, and his worshippers. Why though? We haven't done anything to them. He asked. It's because our company has reduced the influence of his religion. People believe more in our medicines for health than worshipping. The Kind Heart Foundation has also done a very good job. The Chaos King wants chaos, chaos that we are reducing. Seraph replied. Ah. Alright, I'll come to Japan. He sighed. Japan, Tokyo. Alexander appeared with Dobby and Ragnarok. It was currently nighttime there. They were waiting for the attack on the Nevia Industries office building. Soon, dozens of men in white devil masks came. Alexander quickly gave the command, don't let any of them go. We gotta catch 'em all. Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok jumped and started catching them all to get information later. Soon another man in full white clothes and samurai sword jumped down from a roof. Alexander looked at him thinking he was an enemy, but the man simply raised his hands. Not enemy. I was after them too. Who are you? The man spoke. He was Japanese too, which they guessed from his accent. We were hired by the company to look into the attacks. Who are you? Alexander asked. I am Shiroi Cage. I was investigating too. The man replied. Why? Dobby asked. Because I owe my life to Kind Heart and Nevia Industries. If it weren't for them, I'd have died an orphan due to hunger. I will not let anyone destroy my home, he sternly replied. Alexander felt so touched that his and Olivia's work had done so well for someone that it inspired him to do this. Ha ha ha, you are a man of honor then. What do you say, want to join us in this investigation? Alexander asked. Yes please, Shiroi Cage bowed a little. Good, let's get some answers from these then. He pointed to the men they caught. After that, they interrogated the Chaos King's worshippers. Shiroi was surprised to find out about the demonic hand behind the attacks. They also found intel about a big temple of Chaos King where they'd gather soon. So, Shiroi, are you going to join us in this attack? He asked. Yes, I need to know who this demon is that is trying to harm not just my home but also my country. He replied. Then sharpen your swords. We will leave tonight. He suggested. Shiroi Cage was a ninja samurai mix fighter. He wore white clothes from head to toe and carried katanas. Alexander had postulated that Shiroi probably has some mutant ability. Which is why he could be stealthy even with white clothes. Alexander, Dobby, and Ragnarok decided that it'd be best to bring more firepower to make things efficient. So they brought Hela and the Unsullied. Their goal was to do as much damage to Chaos King's worshippers. You can see Shiroi Cage on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 137. Sad Amy. Alexander and his team infiltrated the underground temple. The Chaos King wasn't going to be a problem as he was stuck in another dimension, but he could still influence people and give them powers. For all this to stop, Alexander needed to stop that connection. Alright everyone, let's move in. Shiroi Cage, what's your ability? Alexander straightforwardly asked. I can turn invisible and keep people ignoring my presence. He replied. So a natural invisibility and notice me not charm, Alexander thought. Alright, you take your place. We will all strike at once. Remember, we are to remove this cult and leave no member alive. He ordered and everyone nodded. Soon they all hid in various corners with earpieces. They saw worshippers trying to make a sacrifice. They brought a cage in which a scared pregnant tigress was caught. Oh great Amatsu Makabashi, this is an offering for our fights to come. One priest spoke loudly. 10 men dragged the scared and malnutritioned tigress out with chains and sticks. Seeing that they would kill the poor creatures, Alexander spoke in the earpiece. Guys, I'm going to save that tigress. Yes, she must be saved. Poor girl. Hela sympathized, maybe she remembered her wolf. Alright, attack, Alexander shouted and jumped, killing all the priests around him. All of them deserved to die. They worship an evil being and have done many cruel things to make him happy. Hela first jumped to the tigress and protected her from all attacks around her. Suddenly a blue fire blast flew from a priest's hands. Ah, of course, they'd have mutants in their ranks. Be careful everyone, they have mutants among them. Still, no mercy, he ordered. All the seraphs and others also started to systematically use their powers. Colorful blasts were appearing all around. One by one, all the priests fell. Alright, that's enough. Now let me check the breach in the dimension. Alexander told everyone. He walked to the platform on which various statues were put. All of them had a demonic theme going on. He checked everything there one by one. Then his eyes fell on a gem placed on the forehead of a statue. Alexander observed it closed and felt the flow of energy around. The gem was certainly spreading some kind of energy. He felt like it was calling him. Come to me and all your desires and wishes will be fulfilled. Touch the gem and have the great power of gods, the voice said. Alexander smiled, a demon offering gods powers? I can't decide if it is funny or pathetic. This gem is the gateway to your dimension, right? Then let me send a gift. He took it out and channeled the most potent fiend fire into it. It would surely burn the Chaos King's dimension for a while. Then he destroyed the gem. As soon as it turned to ashes, the underground temple started to shake and loud angry screams came from the walls. It's going to come down, everyone. Leave through the door now. Alexander shouted as he took out the anywhere door. They all ran into the door. Hela picked up the tigress like a plushy toy in her arms and exited. At last, Alexander threw a very powerful fiend fire before leaving. It would burn everything that was in the underground chamber. On the other side of the door, they all exited into a huge hangar near a company's safe house in Japan. Good work, everyone. You too, Shiroi. He praised everyone. Then all of them started leaving one by one. Hela had decided to adopt the tigress. Alexander had already allowed her after he talked to the tigress about Fihame rules. Shiroi, thank you for coming with us. You have a really great talent for fighting. What do you say? I want to hire you as the protector of Japan. You will have Nevia Industries resources at bay. My people will also help you if you need it. You should know, you alone cannot be everywhere to protect people. Alexander offered. Shiroi thought for a bit. He already worked as a vigilante and expanding his operations wouldn't hurt. He'd be helping more people. I think I will accept your offer, Mr. Oh, I am Alexander. He replied. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I will appreciate your help. He respectfully bowed. Haha, then I wish you good luck in your future endeavors. I'll be leaving now. Take care. Alexander and others vanished. Alexander and his small team appeared back in Fihame. Hela, get her fed and cleaned. Amy would surely want to play with her. He suggested. Hela nodded and dragged the big cat with her. After that he went inside to meet his son. Leo was happily giggling while lying between toys. Haha, show me a smile. He touched his cheeks. Olivia walked in. Alex, I want you to go and have a talk with Amy. She's been upset since this morning. You know she's very small and you are her favorite person. I think she feels like you don't love her anymore because of Leo. Alexander was confused finding that, but agreed. Amy was too small, and such thoughts could arise in her mind. All right, I'll go and talk to her. He replied and walked out. He looked for Amy and found her sitting near the lake, all alone and throwing some rocks into it. He silently walked behind her and swiftly caught her in a hug. Hey, caught you, my little princess. He roared. Ha 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 ha. Glanpa. When did you come back? She cheerfully asked. Just a while ago. I missed Amy so I looked for you. Why are you sitting here alone? He asked. Oh, nothing. I was bored. She replied with a bit of sadness. Then let's have fun. Let's go and fly outside. He went to Earth and flew over the Swiss mountains with her in his arms. Whoa, so pretty, she exclaimed from time to time. Yes, just like my Amy. He added. Amy, what is your full name? He asked. Oh, I know. It's Amy Maxim Universe. She quickly answered. So doesn't that make you my family? You are my sweet little granddaughter. Just like Medusa, Rena, Hela. You are all pieces of my heart. I love you all the same. Sometimes, because there are bad guys out there, troubling other children, I go out and beat the bad guys. This is why I am sometimes not able to spend time with you. But always remember, I love and would do anything for you all. He said. Amy was silent for a bit and then suddenly places a kiss on his cheeks. I loop Glanpa too. My thank you kissy. Ha ha ha, come here you little squirrel. He hugged her. They flew around the world, eating various cuisines. It made Alexander remember his trip to Yeti with Rena. When they returned back to Fihame, Amy was again her cheerful self and went into the castle skipping happily. Now what should I do, he thought. Wolverine is still out there alone in this timeline. I should lead him to X-Men. It'll be better for his development, he decided. And so his small adventure started. He first tracked Wolverine and gave him small memories that going to the institute would be good. Till now Wolverine was traveling in the forest like a mindless beast. After that, he focused on space. Elders were a problem, so he decided to deal with another one. He had received a report that some man by the name of Obliterator used his big cartoonish guns to kill many people on various planets. The Obliterator was the dumbest of the elders. He used his weird guns that looked too big for his size. If somehow he lost his gun, then he'd cry. But one thing was sure, that he liked killing people and had already killed millions. Alexander came to the planet Obliterator was wreaking havoc. He was shooting at people mindlessly while laughing. It took just a wave of his hand to make his toys vanish. Without the guns, Obliterator fell to the ground and started weeping. You have brain damage, but your sins are too much to be ignored. Alexander loudly spoke. Soon Obliterator's body burned to ashes with his painful screams. One less elder in the universe now. Alexander flew around in space helping planets and killing the killers for a long time. Eventually, his name became quite famous as the Old Savior. It had been a few years since he started acting savior. Amy had grown quite well. She had found out that she liked painting. She was just turning 10 now. Alexander had given her a catalogue of sceneries. She would sometimes ask the family members to take her there. Alexander was proud of her. She was growing just fine. But today was the day Howard came to him. Old man, we have successfully built your first superstar destroyer. Come with us, you'll love it. Howard excitedly pulled him. They apparat to the space station Howard had built for the construction. The superstar destroyer was massive. Its length reaching 19 kilometers. Ghost, take over, Alexander sent his command. This way, he would have full control over the ship no matter where he is. Haha, this is amazing, Howard. You must have gotten enough experience now. Now I want you to start making smaller versions of them too. He advised. I was thinking the same. You already have Ironheim, you don't need big ships. You need the small ones that are more practical in wars. I still can't believe we just made the Star Wars ship. He gawked at his own creation. Suddenly Ghost spoke, Sir, I have received confirmation that something entered Earth's atmosphere. It was too small for a ship. Alright, I'll go and check it out. Good going, Howard. Make sure you go to Maria regularly. He advised. Haha, I didn't tell you but we are planning for a child. Howard proudly spoke. Alexander stopped as he was about to leave and gave him a hug. Good, a new child will probably make you more responsible. Hey, I am already a responsible person, old man Howard complained. Haha, alright, I'll be going now. Take care. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 138, 138. Ronan the Loser. Alexander appeared near a blockbuster while being invisible. In front of him, Nick Fury and soon-to-be Captain Marvel were talking. Alexander was seriously astonished by the genetics of this world. People don't die when they fall into a radioactive pool, they get superpowers. Same with Captain Marvel. If she had normal genes then she would have died back at the blast of Lightspeed engine. But still, even though she claimed to be very strong, it was Tony who had to sacrifice himself in the end. Tony, an ordinary human with just a metal suit and a good brain. To be honest, Alexander was just there because he was bored. He was also interested in the Kree warships that Ronan the Accuser would bring. His plan was simple. He'd try his superstar destroyer on Ronan's ships and see how much more he needed to upgrade his guns. The things unfolded just like in the movies and it brought them to the ending. Captain Marvel, Talos, Fury, and her retired pilot best friend who left her daughter to have some life-threatening adventures in an Earth aircraft that the Skrulls magically made spaceflight achievable, went to Marvel's lab. He followed them behind. Alexander was really interested in the alien cat with an extra-dimensional belly. Soon, Captain Marvel fell to the Earth while conveniently activating her powers and Ronan also appeared. Ronan was happy that he found the means to make a Lightspeed engine and came to Earth. He was actually a rebel of the Kree Empire, but he had too much influence so no one could ever do anything to him. Beep beep. Ronan's ship started to make warning noises. What happened? He asked. Sir, we are being locked by an enemy ship. But we can't see it on the radar, the commander spoke. Then suddenly, a humongous ship appeared in front of his fleet of 4 warships. The enemy ship was so big that his 4 warships looked puny in front of it. Who are they? I've never seen a ship like that. Keep the shields at full. He ordered. Who are you? And why are you interfering with Kree's business? Ronan arrogantly asked. Alexander didn't reply. Ghost sent a holographic image of mid-finger to Ronan before unloading weapons on one of his warships. Easy to say, the ship got destroyed like a sandcastle in a tsunami. Ronan looked confused with the situation. What do you want? We know you aren't from this planet. This planet is too primitive for such technology. By that time, Captain Marvel had already killed Jan Rog. She flew back into space to see why the Kree ships haven't attacked yet. She was surprised to find that there was a different kind of standoff going on. Or it was more like a daylight robbery. If you want to go back alive then leave your 3 ships. I'll give you 1 minute to decide. After that, I will fire on you all. A text message appeared in front of Ronan. Captain Marvel flew to the giant white ship. Surprisingly the gate opened to let her in. She walked in and found the ship empty. Then she followed the arrow lights to the control room. which looked more like the living room of some rich man. There was music and food. Alexander and Howard were drinking and eating. Who are you? She asked in confusion. Oh, I thought my face was already popular throughout the universe. Alexander sadly replied. Captain Marvel suddenly recognized. Why, you are the old savior, Emperor Universe. Haha, spot on. By the way, I am Howard, an Earthling. What about you? What's with the dress up? Howard asked. Oh, no, nothing, these are my work clothes. I came to check up on the Kree ships. She answered. She knew asking for a reason to the old savior was stupid. There was no head or tail to what and when the old savior does something. Then you should enjoy some good food and drinks before they surrender. This old man here wants their ships, so he told them to leave behind all but Ronan's ship. Howard explained. What is this? An extortion racket, she thought. Why don't you kill him, old savior? She asked. Well, child. It's simply not the right time to kill him. It would disrupt time and space. I wouldn't kill him unless I am sure that this and that other timeline aren't connected. What? She sounded confused. Ah, it's time and space mumbo jumbo. You won't understand. In any case, the Krees aren't your problem for now. What are you going to do? Alexander inquired. I am going to help the Skrulls find a new home world. She replied. All right, sure. Go ahead. Captain Marvel simply left after that interaction. She returned back to Earth to tell Fury about the third party in the space. Ronan the Accuser was feeling rage at that moment. He felt helpless too. The enemy had been keeping a constant lock on them. He threw some tantrums here and there too. All right, we will leave our ships. He made a decision. Unknown to him that he'd be a laughingstock of the universe soon. He quickly gathered all his men and left the Earth's space. Ha ha ha, look at his face. Howard hysterically laughed seeing Ronan throwing tantrums. Ghost, upload this video anonymously to the Free Nova network, Alexander ordered. On it, sir. All right, let's put these spare ships in the pocket and leave. He said and got to work. Earth. Captain Marvel was reporting everything to Fury as he needed to make a report. So you're saying that there was another ship there that scared away the already 4 giant-ass ships? Fury spoke in disbelief. Yes, in fact, it was the biggest ship I've ever seen. But considering who it belonged to, it wasn't that big. He actually has a ship that can become as big as the sun or as small as a softball. She revealed like it was common knowledge. Fury's jaw was touching the floor by then. Who is this person? Oh, you don't have to be paranoid about him. Chances are, you'd never meet him. His official name is Emperor Universe, but he's more famous by the name of Old Savior. He protects different planets from threats. He's a good man, Fury. She revealed. Emperor? Are there fucking empires in space? He asked. Oh yes, there are many. Some are even more than 1,000,000 years old. She responded. Fury lost his balance and took the support of the nearby wall. We are ants compared to the world out there. He said in horror. Actually, they consider this planet primitive. Just as humans consider cave dwellers primitive. Her words didn't really help his anxiety. Motherfucker. I'll have to work harder then, I guess. He motivated himself. Yes, but good for you, the Kree will probably not come here again. I'll be taking the Skrulls with me. By the way, take this. This is a universal transmitter. If someday you are under great threat, use it. I'll try to come as soon as possible. She handed him the clock-like thing. It's goodbye then. It was nice meeting you. Fury gave her a hug. It was, Fury. Okay, bye then. She flew away. A few days later, Fury wrote a proposal for the Avengers Initiative and also added Old Savior as a possible ally. He didn't write down all the knowledge about the space though, as he knew that it would cause too much trouble. Ronan returned to Kree home world, Hala, with his one remaining ship. But for some reason, all the people who saw him tried to hold their laugh. He didn't know what could cause such unrest among the Kree. That was until he reached his home, where he found that his video was circulating around the universe. His pathetic defeat had become a means of entertainment. I must find whoever owns that ship and kill them, he cursed. Something very rare among the Kree, as most of them had given up on their emotions. Nova Empire. It was widely known that Ronan was the biggest hater of the Nova Empire. So when the video reached them, they left no place to publicize it around the Empire. It gave people a weird sense of security, that those they considered scary could also be humiliated in such a way. Nova Prime was hosting a big party to further shame Ronan. Ronan's new name became famous due to the event. Now people called him Ronan the Loser throughout the space. While all this was happening, Alexander was happily spending some quality family time. Leo had started walking and speaking. Alexander was nervous thinking that the child would call him grandpa too. But something else came out of his mouth. Dada Leo called while walking to Alexander. It surely felt like Papa or Dad, but due to Alexander's cursed knowledge, he knew that Dada meant grandfather in Hindi. So one way or another, he was still Grandpa Universe. You can see Superstar Destroyer on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to God, Matters, Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 139, 139. Yue to the Watcher. Alexander was on his way to the blue area of the moon. He was going to have a drink with the good man Yuetu. Yuetu was a member of the Watchers. The Watchers were known to be one of the oldest species in the universe and committed to observing and compiling knowledge on all aspects of the universe without any interference. This policy of non-interference was due to a well-meaning attempt by the Watchers to bestow knowledge on another race. They gave the knowledge of nuclear energy, but instead of using that knowledge to advance themselves, the race ended up destroying itself. Learning from their mistakes, the Watchers decided to just watch the universe and never interfere with it. Even if someone was dying at their feet, they would also gather once in a while and share each other's findings to further their knowledge. They had a humanoid build but with a slightly bigger bald head. The Watcher sent to Earth was Yuetu. Yuetu saw humans rise from nothing and grew fond of them. Eventually, he broke his oath several times to protect the Earth. He also did that very recently. Others might have not realized, but Yuetu helped Captain Marvel. He helped her by using his abilities to activate her powers while she was falling to Earth. Alexander knew it, so he was on his way to show some goodness. Alexander landed on the blue side of the moon. It was an ancient city made by an advanced species a million years ago. Skrulls had made it as a testing site. They added an equal number of Kree and Katati here to see what they could accomplish. The Kree made a huge blue city and the Katati made a complex ecosystem. Later Skrulls deemed the Katati's work superior. Enraged by the judgment, the Krees rebelled and killed the Skrulls and Katati. They took the Skrulls' starship and abandoned the area. Since then, Yuetu is the only one living there. Alexander walked to the biggest and cleanliest building which he guessed was his home. He didn't even have to knock as Yuetu came out. "Greetings, who are you?" Yuetu spoke. "Haha, the owner of that big white ship which made the Kree run away," Alexander replied. "So it was you. What do you want from me?" "Anything it is, I can't do it," Yuetu sternly said. No, my friend. You are a good man and I appreciate good people. I just wanted to have some drinks and talk. I know what you did to Captain Marvel," he revealed. Yuetu didn't look much surprised. "I invite you in." Alexander followed Yuetu into what looked like his living room. He offered him a seat. He quickly sat down and took out various snacks and fire whiskey. "Here, this drink has become quite famous in the universe these days," Alexander spoke. Yuetu looked at the red liquid with interest. Observing and finding new things was his nature, so he took a sip. "Ah, such a fine taste. I can understand why this can be famous. I am Yuetu, who might you be?" he respectfully asked. "I am Alexander Maxim Universe, Godson," he replied. "What does this Godson designation mean?" Yuetu was intrigued. "Well, I guess it won't hurt telling you. I am the son of the supreme creator of the whole multiverse. He created the existence. And no, I am not talking about this universe. This is just one of the infinite and he's the creator of those infinite. While he is the creator, I am his advocate. I basically have the authority to kill any being that is creating trouble in the world and filling it with impurity," he explained, not telling him about his powers though. Yuetu was a man who'd save Earth even if it meant his death. Alexander respected that, and he also knew that even if the universe found about his godson status, it wouldn't matter as it was filled with self-proclaimed gods and they'd think he's one of them. "Then that makes you the highest living entity in this universe?" Yuetu exclaimed. "Haha, yes my friend. I am. Now enough with all this. You tell me, what are you up to? Why did you help Earth so many times?" Alexander inquired. Yuetu's face suddenly turned cheerful as he started talking about Earth. "I like it. Humans aren't perfect but they still try to solve their problems. They always strive to become better. Their ability to love and feel fascinates me." "Haha, and you fascinate me. You aren't really different from a human, you know. Just like them, you also feel empathy for Earth and a need to protect it," Alexander reasoned. "I'm afraid you are correct. I fear that this will get me into trouble from the Council of Watchers someday." Yuetu sighed. "Oh, someone is here," Yuetu loudly announced. Suddenly two people who looked like they were from the same species as Yuetu appeared in the room. One of them had a big slate-like thing in his hands and he read it loudly. "Yuetu, Watcher of System Soul. You have been found guilty of multiple counts of breaking the Watcher Oath. You are to be presented in front of the council right now to face the judgment. Ueda knew this would happen someday, so he didn't fight. Alexander suddenly stood up and spoke. Then I announced that I will be his counsel. I'll come with you. The two new guys were surprised as they hadn't noticed him yet. This cannot be allowed. He smoothly denied. Alexander suddenly walked to Ueda and handed him a paper. Ueda understood after reading it and quickly signed it. It was a contract to hire Ueda as an official guard for his fire whiskey stash on the moon. Then you can't take Ueda. He is my employee and you can't take him away without my permission. Alexander handed them the contract. He was the Emperor of Finta, so he had the power to notarize papers like these, which would make it applicable in most of the areas in the universe. Even the Asgard recognizes it. A Watcher cannot be hired by anyone. This contract isn't applicable. The guy retorted. No, that rule only works if the employer is immortal. A supreme being who governs the nature of the universe can hire him. Alexander argued. And you are saying that you are a supreme being? Alexander said nothing and showed them his palm. Then suddenly a real active sun appeared in his palm. Now, this is a real sun. How big do you want it to become to make understand who you are talking to? Alexander loudly said and released some of his divine aura. He rarely used it as he didn't like making people kneel. The sun and the aura increased in their size with each passing second. Soon the two new guys felt scared and kneeled. Please, put that sun away, we will take you with us. They pleaded. Good, let's go then. Before he knew it, they both appeared in front of the Council of Watchers. Alexander was first to talk. I am the Council of Ueda, and he pleads not guilty. Silence, this is not how the Watchers work. He broke the oath and meddled in the affairs of the world. For this, he should be removed from the Watchers. One of them spoke. Then I must remove your council for enslaving Ueda, Alexander argued and released his aura to tell them that his words should be respectfully heard. What do you mean? We don't do the act of slavery, they retorted. No, you do. You enslaved the free will of Ueda. You are stopping him from doing what he wants to do. He stated. It was a valid point that they couldn't argue. But he willingly joined us and took the oath. He also willingly broke it, so he should be punished. Punished for what? Helping an entire species from dying? Listen to me, you immature intelligent people. The destruction of the first world you gave the nuclear tech knowledge to was your own mistake. Tell me, who did you give the knowledge to on that planet? He asked. To the strongest organization. One of them answered. And there you have it, the answer. Did you do a thorough checkup of the planet, its people, its culture, and history? What if the strongest organization on the planet was the one trying to conquer it? What you did was foolishness. You don't hand an energy blaster to a man who doesn't even know how to make a stone spear. Tell me, should I punish you for this crime too? He questioned. Putting them all in deep contemplation. He imagined what would have happened if someone like them had given nuclear tech knowledge to Hitler. I am not saying that what you do is wrong, but have you ever thought about the good you could have done? The space is filled with warlords who destroy worlds or pirates who enslave worlds. Wouldn't killing them be the greatest service to help the various planets flourish? Ueda did a great service to Earth by protecting it. And I am happy that he's not a watcher, he's a protector. Let's do this. Give Ueda 30 years and you'll see that his savings the Earth has many good effects on the universe. He suggested. All the council members couldn't come to a unified decision, so they agreed to wait. 30 years was nothing to them. Okay, the trial will resume in 30 years and reaction from Ueda's actions will be assessed. Till then, Ueda is removed from the Watchers. They concluded. Alexander was quite happy. This meant that Ueda could live however he wanted to and didn't need to hide anymore. So he gave the guy an apartment on top of the Westeros bar. Ueda would alternatively live on the moon and Earth. Thank you, Ueda said. Haha, it's okay. I'll see you around then. Say hi to Dobby downstairs too. Alexander said goodbye and teleported to Finta. But somehow he didn't reach Finta. Someone had interrupted his teleportation. He stood in blank space and in front of him was a giant golden humanoid being with 3 heads. One face fully uncovered, one fully hooded and one half showing. Guess the character. You can see Ueda on illustration channel of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. Something is wrong with the app. I am getting errors in my drafts and published chapters. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 140. Alexander on trial. Alexander quietly looked at the living tribunal to speak. He's the caretaker of the multiverse, just the universe's link to Marvel Universe. The Living Tribunal was a vastly powerful humanoid cosmic entity that had existed as long as the universe itself. Its function was simply to safeguard the multiverse from an imbalance of mystical forces. It may act to prevent one universe from amassing more power than any of the others, or from upsetting the cosmic balance in some way. The tribunal may also act to prevent an overwhelming imbalance of good or evil within a universe. He was a single entity beyond space and time. There was just one of him in the multiverse. In terms of power, he was just below the Beyonder, not the aliens, and the one above all. Alexander Maxim Universe, God's son. You have created an imbalance in this universe and the multiverse. You are summoned for your trial. The Living Tribunal spoke. If you know my identity, then you must also know that I work for the Creator. It is my duty to bring good and destroy evil. He replied with not a tad bit of fear in his voice. But a balance must be kept, or else it would bring consequences. The Living Tribunal reasoned. No, the balance is not needed. If you have the power to bring good, then you should. No one deserves to die because of this stupid mentality. Don't tell me Thanos got the idea of balance from you. Alexander mocked. No, Thanos does not kill for good. He kills to impress the death. The balance is just a farce. He clarified. And yet you do nothing. Tell me, was it satisfying to see all those people die because of your messed up rules? Alexander harshly questioned. With great power comes great responsibility and little happiness. My happiness is minuscule in front of keeping order in the universe. The Living Tribunal said in his majestic voice. Whatever, I advise you to not interfere with my work. You may think that it's your responsibility to put me on trial, but let me clearly warn you. The Creator would erase your existence if he found you are interfering with my work. Alexander warned and continued. One more thing, the Beyonders, the alien race, will kill you in a few years. You will need mine and I will need your help in dealing with them. They are the biggest threat to the multiverse. Beyonders are a near-omnipotent alien race from a dimension outside the multiverse. They have enough power to destroy this whole reality and then rebuild it from scratch. They can easily kill you, a being who can even nullify the Infinity Stones. Alexander reasoned. Yes, they are a very big threat. If what you said is true and they will come in the future, then your actions have been in the direction which would make the universe stronger. I hereby deem you not guilty for now. The Living Tribunal announced his judgment. Alexander wasn't lying when he said that the Beyonders were a threat. Alexander didn't know how strong they were, but they were strong enough to kill an entity like the Living Tribunal. Alexander knew he was strong but not strong enough to really even put a fight with the Living Tribunal. He'd probably just get killed and then respawn again and again until God helped. After his talks ended, he left the place to Finta. He was going there to check up on Brian and his small intergalactic merchant guild. So, how much have we made this year? Alexander asked the 4 people in the meeting rooms. They were all his distributors of drinks. Brian was their leader. Haha, you won't believe me, sir. Our business is still increasing. This year we made 12.3 trillion credits. He happily announced. He was thanking all the gods he knew of for the past few years. Meeting Alexander was the biggest thing to have ever happened in his life. He was now one of the 5 richest people in the Kree Empire. But it also brought danger to his life, so he sought help from Emperor Alexander. He received a magic artifact that would teleport him to his safe house in Finta in case his life was in danger. The same was the case with the other 3. How much after taking out your percentage? Alexander asked. Sir, this is after taking out our percentage. The other guy, a half Skrull and half Kree, spoke. Alexander was truly surprised. You all did a very good job. Here, bonuses for each of you. 5 billion credits each. They all took it happily. Who doesn't love money? Alright, have fun, and keep doing business. I'll probably introduce another premium drink like fire whiskey soon. It will be the opposite of fire whiskey, called frost whiskey. He revealed. Frost whiskey was also a magical drink. It was made by the Iceman in Frostheim. It had the property to calm down even an angry dragon in heat. Just like fire whiskey, taking a sip of frost whiskey would make you spew vapors from the mouth, but cold instead of hot. The 4 merchants had stars in their eyes. We will be eagerly waiting for it, then. After the meeting, Alexander went back to Earth. He let himself fall on Earth randomly while being invisible. Though it wasn't really random. He wanted to meet the Ancient One and he sensed her there. Boom. Alexander loudly touched the ground. Mordo, who was with Ancient One, got into a fighting stance. But he was stopped by the Ancient One. He's a friend, Mordo. She told him. A friend falling from the sky, Mordo silently thought. It took a few seconds for the dust cloud to settle down around Alexander. Ha ha ha, Yao, it's been a long time, my friend. Alexander walked up to her with his iconic loud laugh and gave her a hug. I am surprised but nonetheless happy to see you here, godson. She replied. Mordo stood at the back, still trying to recognize the man but couldn't. Alexander still had his unrecognizable charm on. My friend, I came to meet you. What are you doing in China? He asked. Oh, a group of bandits called Dragon Raiders somehow got a hold on the bow and arrow of Apollon. It could be very destructive if left in their hands. She briefed. Indeed it can be dangerous. Let me help you then. He offered. I'll be glad. She said. Alexander cast a silent oxio on the Dragon Raiders group. Soon 15 men popped in front of him one by one. Each time a guy pops in, Alexander would comically strike their heads with a big wooden hammer, making them fall unconscious. Very convenient, I must say. Ancient One interjected. Yes, too convenient. Don't we have a magic like that, Ancient One? Mordo asked. Sadly, no. Our magic doesn't allow us to do such. But don't be saddened. You still have a lot to learn. She answered. Alexander clapped his hands clean and picked up the bow and arrow to examine it. Why the hell did Apollo leave this here? Alexander asked himself. It must have gotten stolen. Greek gods were in a hurry when leaving Earth and left many things like these behind. Ancient One reckoned. Possibly. They are also fools. Especially Zeus. Anyways, what are you going to do with it? He asked. We will put it in our New York sanctum. Let's go there. She opened a portal. Haha, I like these portals more than my way of teleportation. They are beautiful. Alexander exclaimed. Who is he? Calling the portal just beautiful. It's magnificent, Mordo internally exclaimed. After putting the bow and arrow, they went back to Kamartaj, where Ancient One and Alexander found a nice spot with a good view of mountains and drank tea while talking. So, what can I help you with, godson? She spoke. Oh, don't hurt me like that, Yao. Just call me Alex. And I came here to learn mystic arts. I also want to teach it to 3 of my children. 2 of them are normal humans, but I've enhanced them physically. But they don't have my kind of magic as they're adopted. Then there is my biological son. He has a very high affinity to my kind of magic and has already started to master it. He's just 4 years old, but he's still a kid and acts like one. His hobby is to actually create things that can help people. So I think coming here would satiate his learning needs for some years at least. He only has a good mind when it comes to magic and knowledge. He's average at physical fighting. I will be learning here too. So tell me. Will you allow me to come here with them? He asked. The Ancient One was surprised by the request. But she was also happy. Having connections with Alexander would certainly help protect the Earth from dimensional dangers, as she wasn't sure about the future now. Alexander was changing too many things. You can see the Living Tribunal on illustration channel of my Discord, https://discord.gg/dghkrn, or see them on Instagram, https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 141. Kamartaj. Whistle. Alexander barged into Rena and Amy's room with a whistle. Leo was already up on his shoulders. Soldiers, attention, he said loudly. Amy slowly got up and rubbed her eyes. She was already smiling seeing her grandpa like that. What happened, Grandpa? Ah, just 5 more minutes, Rena said in her sleep. Good morning, sweetie, and I am taking you to a place called Kamartaj in Nepal. You would meet a very nice person there. She will teach you all kinds of magic. Different from mine but still magic. You will be able to make portals and probably fly too. Alexander's words grabbed Rena's attention and she quickly got up. Soldier Rena reporting for training, sir. Magic always fascinated her and it was her long-time wish to learn it. But Alexander's magic couldn't be learned by her. Yes, Soldier Amy too, Amy jumped. Haha, then brush your teeth and pack your bags. We are going on a very long trip. He said and left the room. Both girls rushed to bathrooms to get ready. My clothes? Leo asked from over Alexander's shoulders. He was just 4 years old at the time. Your clothes are already packed, my boy. Let's go out and wait for the 2. Your mother is likely to get angry about this. He thought. Yes, I am angry. What is this about you taking our kids away? She angrily asked. Oh, my dear Olivia. Don't get angry. It's just like a tour camp for them. I'll teach them magic. You can also visit them whenever you want to. He reasoned. Why do you think that a 4-year-old boy should learn to fight? She asked. Because he is not a 4-year-old son of a couple living in some suburbs. He is the son of God's advocate. Besides, I'm not forcing him. He's too bored staying here and doing nothing. Kamartaj will be a nice change for him. He replied. Yes mom, I want to go, Leo pleaded, showing his cute big eyes. His technique seems to work on her every time. Sai, I hope you know what you are doing, dear. She came and gave Leo a kiss on the head. Yes, mom. I'll be a good boy. Just then, Rena and Amy walked in. Rena had a huge bag on her back. It looked quite comical. Amy had a small bag on her back and she was also carrying her painting kit. Grandma, my kiss. Amy shouted. Ah, come here Amy. You get 10 kisses. Olivia fawned over her. Alexander walked to Rena and checked her backpack. Rena, why is your backpack only filled with food? I don't want to bankrupt Camartage. She replied. It's Camartage, and I'll be sponsoring the food there, so no worries. He assured. Rena felt elated hearing that. Really? That's awesome. But I'll still keep my food for backup. Alexander just sighed, I really don't understand how you fit all that food in your little stomach. He looked at everyone, all right, soldiers, are you ready? The three clumsily stood up in a line and saluted him. Yes, sir. Haha, good. Follow me. He turned around and took out the anywhere door. Wait for me, a new voice came. They all turned their heads and saw Howard running up to him with a big bag on his shoulders. Alexander had already given him the high human serum, an upgraded version of the super soldier serum. Did you think you can go without me? I want to learn magic too. He said. Uncle, howdy. Leo and Amy happily ran to him. Haha, all right. You can come, Howard. Alexander accepted. Camartage. Mordo was silently sweeping the main hall. It was to be readied for the evening feast ordered by the Ancient One, for the arrival of the upcoming guest. Suddenly some noise started to come from behind him. He looked and found a strange pink door. Whistle noises were coming from the other side. Bam! Suddenly the door opened to his face and Alexander walked in. Behind him, Leo, Amy, Rena, and Howard marched in with whistles in their mouths. Left right left they repeated. Oh, what are you doing on the floor, Mordo? We are not in Japan, you don't need to be prostrate. Alexander joked. Ah, sir. Ancient One was waiting for you. I'll lead you to her. He stiffly answered and got up. Okay, lead the way. Soon they marched to the open training ground where Ancient One was instructing others. They all stopped from the noise of whistles. Ancient One, I have arrived with your new students. He introduced. He refrained from calling her Yao in public as everyone had a reputation to maintain. Ancient One came to him and shook his hand. Then she looked at the kids and the extra one. Howard looked at her and gave a small bow. Greetings, Ancient One. Welcome to Camartage. You all will be given rooms and new clothes. But before that, let me introduce everyone. He's also a sorcerer like us but his magic is different from ours. The kids are the new students that will be studying here, so be kind to them. Master in training, Mordo will teach you now. She ordered and walked away with Alexander. She took them to their rooms. Rena and Howard were getting separate rooms. Amy and Leo will be sharing. So, Yao. What are you going to teach me? Alexander asked. Well, that's the problem. I don't think there is anything that you cannot learn. Even the things that I can't comprehend might be easy for you. So, I am granting you full access to the library. I'll just focus on teaching new students. Ancient One was actually looking forward to seeing how good Alexander's children would be. Alright, it'll probably not take much time for me to learn. I am looking forward to what Rena and Amy will learn. One is a foodie and the other is only into art. He thought loudly. Haha, I will have fun teaching them. Ancient One laughed. From there, Alexander headed to the library, only to find Wang. For some reason, Wang had already become the librarian. This meant that he'd be in danger when Caecilius betrays. Hey, Wang. How are you? Alexander asked the librarian. What can I do for you? He plainly asked. Ah, nothing. I'm just here to get some books. You must be hungry. Here he waved his hand and a plate full of various sushi appeared. Enjoy, he said and walked into the huge library. He schemed through the basics and took the intermediate and advanced ones to his room. The magic of the mystic arts was based on not using the energy in the body, but outside it. Everyone has an affinity for it. Some small and some big. Doctor Strange must have it pretty high. For Alexander, it was easy. He just channeled the magic from APEC. Similar to what Ancient One does with the Dark Dimension. The most amazing thing he liked about it was the ability to make mirror dimensions. Now he could go all out with enemies without caring for the world outside. Then it came to the forbidden books. He was disappointed with them. There wasn't anything new to them. They all were books based on studies of the 6 Infinity Stones. That is why they were forbidden. It kind of made sense that Camartage would have such knowledge. After all, their whole society was based on protecting one of them. He still learned it as he was planning on eating them later. He'd probably need the knowledge to use them. 2 weeks passed. Alexander got ready and went to see how his kids were doing. Rena had a muffin in her hand, Amy was drawing the scenery, Leo was acting as the model for Amy, and Howard was trying to make the sling ring work to make a portal. Ancient One was happily looking at them from the side and drinking some tea. How come only Howard is practicing? He asked. Well, your children exceeded my expectations. They all successfully made portals. Leonidas was even able to make one to your planet Finta. It's a big feat in itself as it requires a lot of power to make it. Howard is yet to successfully make it. I'm afraid I'll have to use some other means to push him. She sipped. Alexander walked to all his kids and gave them encouraging pats on their heads. Amy got a bit angry for disturbing her art. Rena was always glutton and made happy noises while eating. Then Ancient One suddenly stood up and walked to Howard. Stark, I'm afraid we'll have to use some other means. She conjured a portal to the peak of Mount Everest and pushed him. Then closed the portal. You do know that he's physically enhanced? That much cold won't hurt him. Alexander reminded her. She nodded, yes I know, but he has only one way to come back quickly. But he can also climb down if he wants. Ha ha ha, let's see how much time it will take. He laughed. I bet 5 muffins that Uncle Howdy will not return today. Rena placed 5 muffins on the table. Alexander and Ancient One just picked one each and ate them. Hey, those were for bets. Rena cutely pouted. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 142, 142. Changes on Earth. Mount Everest. 6 hours had passed. If Howard didn't have a superhuman body then he'd surely be dead by then. Ah, damn it. Just form already, I'm hungry. Howard grunted. Too bad for Howard, magic wasn't something that came with a good brain. After another hour of hard work, he finally made a full teleportation ring and returned. He collapsed on the ground as soon as he came. I want Uncle Dobby's cheeseburgers. Amy and Leo who were playing skipping in the yard ran to him and started jumping on his exhausted body. Mordo who was walking by looked at the scene and shook his head, what has Camartage degraded into? Seeing that there was nothing else for him to learn, he decided to look after his business a bit. Though he wouldn't leave his children there alone so he'd come to Camartage for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Then to read good night stories. It was the 90s and the world was going through a technological change. Many big companies were growing up. Amazon, Google, etc. Stark Industries, on the other hand, was already a behemoth. It wasn't supposed to be like that. This happened because of Alexander's 100 million initial funding. It was already valued at $80 billion. Alexander as 15% owner of it, was worth $12 billion. Many times a probe was launched to find out the unknown 15% owner of Stark Industries but it failed every time due to some unknown reasons. Alexander's dividends were still piling up in the bank, which was now worth $50 billion. Stark Industries wasn't a major tech industry yet. It mostly dealt with weapons. Though it did have a research department. They were also working on the big arc reactor. Tony was what Alexander expected of him. He was careless, narcissistic, and a playboy. Newspapers were filled with scandals. Howard would surely get angry when he finds out. But, there was an even bigger monster among the companies. It was Nevia Industries. It hasn't stopped growing even now. But the interesting thing was that it was still a private company. Run by a board of directors who were his serifs. The estimated market value of it was speculated to be between $150 to $200 billion. It had revolutionized the medical industry with its technological advancements in medical equipment and medicines. Many tried to stop the company but all attempts were thwarted. One of them even came from the president at the time, Bill Clinton. And it didn't go well. His threats went public on tape and people didn't like it. Mass protests broke out against him. All in all, the guy was going to be impeached. Then there was the Kind Heart Foundation. It wasn't a company but it was still worth billions. There was a very famous monthly magazine by the name of Kind Heart in which all its achievements and work gets publicized. All the rich people donate money to the Kind Heart Foundation in the hope that their name would appear in the magazine. Surprisingly, the biggest donor was neither Nevia nor Stark Industries. It was a company called Dobby's Brewery. A company that Dobby started to sell butterbeer and fire whiskey. He had allowed it to be only sold in bottles around the world. Only he could install tabs in his West Eros bar. West Eros bar was a very famous place now. It was like a tourist destination. Whoever came to New York also visited the place. The reasons were simple. 1. It was the birthplace of butterbeer and fire whiskey and 2. The building was where the America's old man lived and drank. The bar had hundreds of pictures from World War II. Dobby had faked his identity as the son of the late General Dobby. West Eros Bar had also received a Michelin 3-star rating for its burger. The whole E69th Street had changed with all its new skyscrapers, but the West Eros Bar building was still unchanged. The building and the flat of Alexander were actually added to UNESCO's World Heritage Site. Howard's mother had also died in the same building at the age of 89. She died with a smile as she had seen her son become a big man from nothing. Alexander's old car was also put in a World War II museum, owned by Kind Heart Foundation. The museum also showcased all the paintings and sculptures Alexander took from Hitler's vault. April 30th was still a national holiday and was celebrated as Warriors' Day. It was also celebrated in the UK, France, and some other European nations. Alexander was surprised when he saw that the world had still not forgotten him. There were movies based on him and Steve. Museums dedicated to him and Steve. Anything related to him is now a collector's item. The gun he used to kill Hitler was sold in an auction for $150 million. Though it was bought by Howard. Nevia Industries. Alright, everyone. You all did a great job. Even better than my expectations. Alexander talked to his seraphs. We are happy to serve you, All-Father. One of them replied. All-Father had become a common name they used to refer to him. Haha, I hope you are not overworking yourself. You know the rules. Overworking gets you 1 week detention in the amusement park. He reminded them. This was the rule he made to make sure that they didn't follow their old house elf tendencies. So, I called the meeting because I had the idea, why not use all the knowledge I have to make games, movies, and TV shows that won't exist in this world? So, I've decided to create an entertainment branch of Nevia Industries. It will make movies, TV shows, and games according to the data I provide. But first, we need to push the technology. So let's launch a simple LCD first. Make a purchase of Sony's entertainment branch and release the PS2 with slight modification. The PS3 will be launched in 2004 and the PS4 in 2010. I will send 5 more seraphs to ease out the workload. You can also hire the droids. Arnold had trained them well. He explained. Soon the meeting was adjourned and Alexander headed to Venice to check up on his faceless men. They have made a big name as the strongest and most dangerous assassination organization. But it was also famously known that the faceless men were a religious bunch and never hurt children or innocent people. He was greeted by Jacqueline Hagar. Jacqueline was wearing a nice black suit now. How are you, my boy? Alexander asked. We are very good, All-Father. This world is really in need of your cleansing. I could not believe that this place is so much worse than Planitos at first. Jacqueline spoke. What happened, boy? Why such views? The mere contracts we receive are many times more than Planitos. There is also so much going on. Just the other day we dealt with an Italian mafia family who was trying to set themselves up in Venice. Even after it is common knowledge that Venice is our territory. He explained. What do the people here think about the faceless men? They are happy. Because of us, no Italian mafia comes here to bully or extort money. They look at us like we are their protectors. He informed. Haha, good job then. So, who did you receive the most contracts against? He inquired. Tony Stark. We ignored them though. There were some for Elder Dobby as well. Someone didn't like that Elder Dobby owned a whole street in New York, inherited from you. Whistle. This world really is messed up. Anyways, good job. Keep working. If you get into any trouble, make sure to call me. Remember, this world is very dangerous. He gave his blessings and returned to Camartage for dinner with the kids. He ate dinner and went to have a chat with Howard. So, how is my son doing? Howard asked. Well, the company is doing great. Can't say the same about Tony. Alexander replied. Howard was surprised. What happened? Your son doesn't have self-control. He's narcissistic and a playboy. The news is filled with his scandals. There's a rumor out there that he sleeps with a different girl every night. He told him. Howard clenched his fist. I'll give him a good hard slap when the time comes to meet him. Haha, then expect one from Maria on your face too. You were too hard on him, Howard. Instead of being strict, you should have acted like a friendly father. A father with whom he could share his feelings. Just like what Medusa and Rena do. The Loki incident is an exception. Sigh. I think you are right. Maybe I was too hard on him. Howard contemplated. Alexander patted his shoulder. Don't worry, you'll get your time to repent soon. Let's go back now. Amy and Leo must be waiting for me. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 143, 143. Artist Amy. Amy and Rena didn't have magic reserves in their bodies like Alexander or Leo. So Alexander decided to make devices for them that can store the energy from around them. Once he did that, it became easier for the two girls. He gave one to Howard as well. Then he had the idea that his kind of magic should also be usable with some means. So he researched and made new magic. It used the sorcerer's magic of hand seals and diagrams to cast spells. They were a bit weaker than Alexander's but still very usable. Howard had already started to combine tech and magic with runes and Alexander was excited to see what he'd do. Amy had learned to use multiple paintbrushes with magic. Rena had learned magic but she wasn't really into anything except eating. Leo, on the other hand, was a completely different subject. He was still going deeper into the study of magic and wouldn't stop until he knew everything. Leo also had the innate ability to use legilimency and occlumency. He remembered that Leo had performed legilimency on Alexander when he was just born. His only weakness was his physical strength, which could be countered with Alexander's high human serum. Things went on normally as usual. Earth was chaotic as always, but at least there weren't many children dying from hunger around the world. Thanks to Kind Heart. Ancient One had asked Alexander to come to the training grounds today. She had some announcements to make. Soon he came to the training area and found all the monks standing there. The Ancient One was already waiting there. What is it, Ancient One? He asked. Today I have decided to promote someone here. She replied. You mean Mordo? No, you, she said and looked back at the crowd. Today we have all gathered here to honor Mr. Universe. We have seen various talented individuals in Kamartaj but none like him. In all of our known history, there has always been one sorcerer supreme at any moment. Because reaching that level of knowledge and strength is very hard and not many can achieve it. But Mr. Universe did it. He didn't just become powerful, he has also surpassed me and I have no shame in accepting that. So today, I officially announced that Mr. Universe is also a sorcerer supreme. Don't worry, I am not quitting. This just means that there will be 2 sorcerer supremes now. Which is quite good for our society. She ended her small speech. Alexander was still gobsmacked but he quickly accepted the situation. There was no harm in becoming a sorcerer supreme. So he addressed the crowd. Haha, I wasn't expecting that. I haven't really prepared a speech for this. You know, most of you may have come here for various reasons. Some may have come for treatment and some even for finding a path for revenge. But being here changes everyone. You come out of your cocoon, like a new butterfly. I am thousands of years old and have seen many things and kinds of people, and you lot are good ones. Don't ever forget, you aren't here just to become a monk and learn magic. You are here as a part of something big. Bigger than any mortal can imagine. So be honest to oneself and kind to others, let the heavens be the judge of your karma. With that, I'll also announce a grand feast for my promotion so be sure to come to the big hall this evening. All the young monks cheered when they heard about the feast. The original food of Kamartaj was very bland for everyone's taste. That was a good speech, Sorcerer Supreme Universe. She said. Alexander's body cringed hearing that. Let's just stick to Alex. By the way, you call yourself Ancient One and I am older than you. So what does that make me? Ancient One thought for a second, Prehistoric One. Howard also walked in, Fossilized One. Bam, he received a fist to his head. Primordial One. Mordo added. Yes, that's it. My code name for this sorcerer society will be Primordial One. Out of here, I'll still be Mr. Universe or Grandpa Universe. He announced. Alright, Rusty One. Howard shrugged and started walking away. Alexander waved his hand and a pig's tail formed on his back. Good night, Howard, Alexander politely shouted. Howard suddenly stopped as his body shuddered for some reason. What did you do? What? I just said good night. Alexander shrugged. Mordo was trying to hold his laughter. Howard confusingly went away. Alexander was now the big boss of the Order of Mystic Arts. So he just relaxed while teaching his precious children. Amy quickly ran to him with a big canvas over her head. She looked too excited. Glanpaa! She shouted. Alexander's heart always gets weak whenever he hears her calling him. Oh, slow down Amy. What's the matter? He asked. Amy carefully showed him the canvas. She had painted a beautiful panoramic scene of the Himalayas. It was quite beautiful. Just looking at it would make you want to go and really look at the place. Such a beautiful painting, Amy. You are very talented. He praised. Amy quickly puffed her chest in pride. Glanpa, I want to sell this painting. I need money. Oh, you just need to ask me then. Your grandpa is the richest man in the universe. Alexander started to take out his purse. No, I want my own money, Glanpa. Help me sell as please. See, she attacked him with her puppy eyes. Alexander couldn't handle it and gave it in. Okay, but first, tell me why you want money. It's Glanma's birthday next month and I want to gift her the best comfy chair. She said her shoulders were itchy yesterday. She innocently spoke. Alexander's heart nearly skipped a beat. He had forgotten about Olivia's birthday. He gratefully looked at Amy with a smile. Thank you, Amy, you just saved Grandpa from sleeping on the floor, he internally said. He quickly put his on her shoulder and opened a portal for his apartment in New York. Da, take me too. Leo also came running. Alexander couldn't deny. He was a kid too. So what if he had a super brain? Haha, hop on then. He laughed and put him on his other shoulder. West Eros bar was always crowded now, so he didn't go there. Though no one could recognize him as long as he wanted, it was still too crowded for his liking. Dobby had hired a big crew now, so he mostly relaxed. Alexander invisibly went behind Dobby and kicked his chair. Get up, Dobby. You'll turn fat if you keep this on. Ah, boss. What happened? Did someone attack? Dobby asked excitedly. Alexander could see that Dobby was bored now. No, but I'm transferring you to Finta Protection Unit. You can go there from time to time and catch some bad people. But before that, we need to go to an auction house. Amy wants to sell her painting. He explained. Oh, then Amy's wish is my command. Let's go. Dobby wore his coat. Dobby really doted on all the kids in Fihame. He even treated Hella like a child. Soon they walked a few blocks and reached a high-end art gallery which was having an auction. Alexander let Dobby handle it and he decided to roam around and see the art. Dobby went to the event manager and threw some banknotes on his face. The manager quickly agreed to let Amy's painting be on showcase for auction. Soon Dobby himself went and put up Amy's painting in the prime spot. The manager fussed a bit, but Dobby slapped him with more money. After all, nothing was worth more than Amy's happiness. Meanwhile, Alexander and two kids were roaming around, looking at art. Grandpa, why did someone paint a banana? It's not even good. Amy asked, looking at the huge white canvas. In its center was a painting of a banana. Yeah, da. It's not even as good as Amy's paintings. Leo added. Alexander just sighed, my children. Remember one thing, this world is filled with dumb people. Those who make and buy this are those people. Those that buy Amy's painting are the good ones. Both of them nodded. Alexander didn't know how the auction was going to be, so he had put one of his agents to bid. After an hour, the auction started. The banana is sold for $2 million. The auctioneer shouted. See Amy, that guy is dumb. Leo pointed at the man who bought it. The man noticed Leo pointing at him but left silently. Then it was Amy's painting. Our next painting is by an anonymous artist. It's called The Calmness. The bid starts at 100,000. Suddenly Alexander's guy made a bid, we have 150k. But soon another guy bid, we have 200,000. 1 million, a woman in glasses bid. Alexander quickly spoke to Dobby telepathically. Good job, Dobby. You brought more than one bidder for realism. Boss, only the first guy was ours. I don't know the others. Dobby confusedly replied. Alexander also quietly sat through the auction. Leo and Amy were dancing whenever a new bid came. We have 100 million, any more bidders can bid, this is our last chance. 100 million 100. 150 million. An old man who looked like Henry Jonathan Pym aka Hank Pym or Ant-Man, the old one. Auctioneer finally hammered the bid and Amy's painting was surprisingly sold for 150 million. Alexander had no idea why Hank Pym, the senile old man, would buy it, so he secretly went closer. He then noticed unknown magic coming out of the painting. It made one really feel like they were in the painting. Feeling the cool air of Himalaya. He quickly called Dobby, Dobby, did you cast magic on that painting? No, boss. I didn't do anything. What happened? Dobby asked. I think I found out about Amy's special magic. He muttered. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 144, 144. Married again. Alexander just found out that Amy had the ability to imbue her feelings in the paintings she drew, and she did it without even knowing. So when they went back he trained her. It didn't take long and she was able to understand how to use it. Now she could make painting through her imagination and also add smell or feel to it. If she wanted, she could draw a donut and make it smell like dirty socks. She also experimented with her abilities and grew to understand them. Now she draws food paintings for Rena with smell. Rena even ate one of them once. Amy, did you buy the present for Grandma? He asked. Yes, I told Uncle Foxy to get me the comfiest chair in the universe. She replied, confusing him. Foxy. You mean Blue Fang? He asked. Yes, I asked him for it. He said he will bring it today. Blue Fang was the security head of Sakar. The Wolfman had done a good job at managing the place. He also had good relations with Alexander and his family. Okay, say thanks to him. He caressed her hair. I need to prepare a gift for her too. Wait, isn't this our second life? And we both haven't really married yet, he suddenly thought and had a nice idea. Ring ring. Alexander picked up his uniphone. It was a call from his new tech division, Nevia Industries. Old man here, what's the matter? He asked. Boss, there's a man named Tim Berners-Lee is here. He says that he wants our help to start public internet. Seraph replied. Wait, why is he coming to us? Isn't there a company like AOL or AT&T there? He inquired. AOL went bankrupt some months ago and AT&T isn't really that big here. Because Howard had made the designs of new telecommunication systems public, many new companies have emerged. AT&T never got to monopolize the market. The Seraph replied. Alexander fell into deep contemplation. He expected it to be a butterfly effect of him giving Howard 100 million. Wait, I'll come there personally. If things work out, we might be able to give the world a better internet. He ordered. Alexander quickly donned a suit and popped into the company office, which was a huge skyscraper in East 69th Street. He went to the meeting room and met Tim. Hello, I heard you wanted to work with us. Why? He straightforwardly asked. Because of Nevia Industries' reputation. You don't capitalize on the poor even when you can. You help so many people around the world. I wanted my work to be attached to a company like this. Tim replied. Well, that was convincing. So, what can I do for the man who made www? He asked. Sir, I am afraid that some people are trying to capitalize on my work. I have already said that the World Wide Web should be a free thing. But they want to charge for it. It would destroy my work before it even became famous. I want your company to develop the internet for people. You certainly have the power and money. So you want your legacy to be secured. Well, we can do it. I will promote www, while also create a safe and easy to access the internet. Not just for America but for the world. Alexander replied. He didn't really need to do much. He just needed to start hosting servers, make a browser, and introduce 2G technology. He wasn't going to monopolize it though. The 2G tech would be an open patent. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Tim was more than excited to hear that. After a bit more talking, they part ways. Soon a Seraph came in to notify him of something. Sir, President Clinton's impeachment probe has begun. He asked for help from us. Just ignore him. He's too unstable to be associated with. Alexander shrugged and left. 3 weeks passed and Alexander took a holiday from Kamartaj and went to Fahim with his children. It was Olivia's birthday the next day and Alexander wanted to gift her a memory. He secretly prepared all the stuff. He was going to marry her again, and the guest list was too big. There would be unicorns, phoenix, icemen, dragons, and all other people. He didn't know what the kids had prepared for the gift and he wasn't really worried. Even if they gave her a pebble from the seashore, Olivia would tear up and start kissing them. Medusa was thankfully being a good girl. Alexander was afraid that Loki would be a bad influence on her. He had made a strict rule that they cannot meet outside. Loki was also busy as he had slipped 50 or so due to the Sakaar incident. He was now busy learning whatever happened in Asgard while he was away. The next day came and with that Olivia woke up. After she had bathed and eaten, Barry the Phoenix came to her and dragged her out. The moment she was out, the whole scenery around her changed suddenly. It turned into a jungle in the middle of the night. The white light from the full moon was making everything look beautiful. Then she looked behind and saw the same old army hospital she used to work in back in the Vietnam War. All of a sudden she heard footsteps and saw a young Alexander walking towards her. He was in his old uniform. Then she noticed that she was also wearing her old uniform. Alex! She called out. Alexander warmly smiled and grabbed her hand and looked her in the eye. Oli, happy birthday! Remember this place and that night? He asked. She quickly nodded as she looked around. It felt like déjà vu. Yes, you proposed to me here. She then noticed Alexander falling down to one knee with her hand in his hand. Remember Oli, we both vowed to each other that night. That we'd be together no matter what. In this life or the next. You didn't believe in reincarnation but I still made you vow. I think the old man was listening to us at that time. This is really our second life, and I am still madly in love with you. He choked up a little, remembering his old life. Amazing memories with Olivia. His crazed rush for finding a cure for cancer but not being able to. And then losing her. Olivia also kneeled down to his level, she had tears in her eyes. Yes, I remember. I remember the always serious boy. It was me who had to break your shell, and I am thankful that I was able to. God was really listening to us. Even after all the hardships and pain. We are still together and stronger than ever. We have beautiful daughters and a son. I can't ask for anything more. Alexander took out a ring from his pocket, that is why I want to make that promise again, Olivia. Olivia, I vow to be your loving husband in this life and as many more that exist. Will you marry me? And I vow to be your loving wife, in this life and all the others. Yes, I will marry you, Alexander Maxim Universe. Alexander had brought 2 rings and they both exchanged rings. Suddenly there was a small love-filled laugh in the sky and beautiful flower petals started falling from the sky. And you have my blessings as well, my beautiful children, God spoke. See, Oli. He really was listening. Alexander laughingly said. God laughed, ha ha ha. I am everywhere at every time, child. Perks of being the creator. Now, I won't hold you for long. The little ones are getting restless. Alexander then picked Olivia up in a princess carry. Their clothes suddenly changed to a wedding dress. What are you doing, Alex? Olivia got flustered. Taking you to marry me, my beautiful wife. That was just the trailer, there is a whole movie left. He teased her. Suddenly the scenery around them changed and it returned to a beautiful morning. The whole garden was decorated to the brim. A wide pathway was opened for them, leading them to the altar. Dobby was acting as the priest. He was a pure creature so it was okay. He was also Alexander's good friend. The children were waiting for them. Even Hella was there and surprisingly, she wasn't wearing green or black. She was wearing a mixture of white and red, it really made her look a lot more beautiful. Soon they reached the end of the path. Dobby started the proceedings. But it was getting boring and he had a feeling that Dobby was messing with him. Alright Dobby, I love her. I wanna marry her. Yes, yes, yes. He loudly said. Making Dobby grin. Olivia, do you accept to take high? Dobby was interrupted. Yes. The bride and groom make hay. He was again interrupted as Alexander had already grabbed her waist and kissed her. Amy, Leo, Medusa and Rena jumped around them throwing flower petals at them. Happy birthday, my beautiful Olivia, he whispered. Thank you, she shyly replied. Alexander then looked at the big crowd. Everyone, it's time for the feast. He waved his hand and a crazy amount of food appeared on tables. While everyone was eating, the kids were giving their gifts to Olivia. Grandma, you said your back hurt so I got you this. It is very comfy, I checked. Amy showed her the cushioned chair. Olivia got up and kissed Amy on her cheeks. Then she sat down on the chair. Ah, it really is very comfortable. Thank you, sweetie. Hee Amy shyly smiled. Then came Rena, Grandma, I baked this cake with Medusa. I hope you like it. It was probably the toughest thing for Rena to do. Olivia couldn't imagine how Rena was able to control herself from eating it. She gave both of them kisses and tasted the cake. It's very tasty. We will all eat it all today. Leo walked up to her then. Hee, Mommy, I studied very hard to make this. This locket can tell you where we all are. No matter how far away. The locket was golden and had a family photo inside. Ah, thank you, Leo. I'll always wear it. Then Hella gave her a sword and received a kiss on her head. Hella looked very embarrassed at that. Howard being Howard, gave her a customized flying car, fully made by him. Jean had also come as she had become a part of the family now. She gave a cute little ring to her. It had a gem on it and inside it was a real fire. The whole day passed happily dancing, eating, and talking. By the evening, everyone was tired and drunk. Alexander tucked the kids in bed and went to sleep as well. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 145, 145. The Institute for Gifted Children. Jean Grey was living the life she always dreamt of in Fiheim. She was doubtful at the beginning about coming with Alexander. But now she had fallen in love with the place. The environment and the people were so nice that she never lost control of her powers. Barry the Phoenix also helped her train. She spent a lot of time studying occlumency, in the hope that it would give her a better control of her mind. But it was really hard to do and she would sometimes rage out. The Phoenix would sing songs and calm her down. There were the cute unicorns and other animals as well and they all liked to play with her. She could not believe that the old man owned his own solar system. She had become friends with the kind doctor called Erskine. The man had been teaching her. She always wanted to become a doctor and she had already completed her school so she decided to study with him. She completed her 4-year medicine degree under him. Alexander pulled some strings and secretly made her give exams for all the 8 semesters of Harvard Medical School. She passed with flying colors and got her degree. She was also on good terms with the kind old man Ragnarok. She learned about controlling flames from him. She now had a pretty good control over her phoenix power. Alexander had gifted her a locket which would let her know if her powers were about to lose control. She still felt weird that Alexander was a big god. But her time had come to an end today. She wanted to go out and help the X-Men and other mutants. She really liked her peaceful life here, but she needed to broaden her horizon. Alexander was going to come with her to drop her off at the institute. She was looking forward to seeing all the old faces. All right. You ready, Jean? Alexander walked to her in a relaxed manner. Yes, let's go. She excitedly spoke and then got embarrassed realizing it. Haha, I thought you liked living here. Well, I guess you didn't like this old man. He shed some fake tears. No, it was awesome being here. Everyone is so nice. I just want to help at the institute. She clarified. Alexander walked to her and patted her head, haha. I know, child. I was just messing with you. Let's go then. Jean shyly nodded and followed him. She had really grown accustomed to Alexander's kind and loving attitude. Who do you think missed you the most? He asked. Ah, it's gotta be Kitty and Rogue. She smiled remembering them. What about Scott? Alexander asked. I'm sure he's gotten over me by now. It's been 5 years after all. I'm also not planning on being in any relationship anytime soon. I want to focus on work. She thoughtfully replied. Alexander suddenly stopped walking and turned to her. He put his one hand on her head and caressed her red hair. Well, be careful. You have grown into a much better girl than you used to be. You are now a lot more beautiful in both mind and body, and I am proud of you. This new you might make his forgotten feeling resurface. Ah, look at me. Old man rambling about your personal life. Well, I just wish you to be happy. And don't ever forget, you have a home and a family here. You are not alone. His words made her nearly cry out and she hugged Alexander tightly. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you for everything. I was so alone and lost back then. Thank you for holding my hand when I needed it the most. She mumbled. Alexander kept on caressing her hair. Ha, you silly girl. Don't cry, I don't want Charles to say that I didn't give you good food after seeing your red eyes. He really might say it. But I hope he's changed after you gave him his legs back. I haven't forgiven him yet though. She spoke with not even a wee bit of anger in her voice. It seems she had gotten really good with her occlumency. Alexander walked to the anywhere door and opened it. Let's go then. He walked straight into the lawn of the school. It was a huge castle now. Not as big as Hogwarts but still quite big. Charles had bought 50 nannybots from him to care for the castle. They walked into the much bigger school. Little kids playing in the garden stopped playing and looked at the two new strangers. There were currently 1,500 mutants living in the castle. It would have crippled Charles Xavier just feeding them, so he got them help for the Kind Heart Foundation. Now the money for food came from the foundation at the guarantee that it will only be used for food. Alexander saw a 4 or 5-year-old little kid looking at him with interest. Alexander looked at him and pointed to the sky. Suddenly M&Ms started to rain down. They all cheered up and started collecting them to eat. Ha, you really have a way with kids. Jean enviously praised. I was like them once. Alone, hopeless, and looking for little happiness. Experience teaches you everything. I am sure you'll be a great teacher and doctor here. After all, you were like them once too. Alexander imparted some knowledge. Jean thought about the words and looked at joyfully dancing kids. She saw her own shadow in them. Then suddenly a manly voice came, you looking for someone, bub? Alexander turned around and looked at the short man. He seriously didn't know how Logan could look so manly while being so short. Ha ha ha, how is my Wolfie doing? Alexander laughingly walked to him and patted his shoulder. But Wolverine didn't like it and tried to cut his hand, only to be stopped by an invisible shield around the arm. Haha, now. No need to be wild. I guess you don't remember me. You must have lost your memories. Alexander spoke. Wolverine looked confused, my memories? How did why? Jean, a loud voice interrupted him. Kitty came running to Jean and hugged her tightly. Haha, how is my kitty? Alexander walked to her. Grandpa, she then jumped into Alexander's arms. Alexander had been meeting some mutants in the institute secretly. He had helped Rogue solve her touch problem. Now the girl had come out of her low self-esteem personality. I am good. Why didn't you come for so long? She complained. Ah, you know. Your grandpa is a very big man. I was busy. But look, I brought gifts for you. He took out the unreleased PlayStation with various games and a TV. Take this. This is a new product that is going to be launched soon. You can play games on it. He explained. Max aka Magneto slowly flew near him, not even 10 minutes and have already started to spoil them. Haha, that's just the way I am made. He walked and gave him a hug. How are you, son? How is your mother? Alexander asked. I am fine and I took her to Neville Hospital. They pretty much cured her weakened body and kidney problems. Now she has some more years to live. He informed. And see you become a great man, Alexander added. Yes, that as well. Max embarrassingly replied. Then Logan interrupted, wait. Who are these two? I am the security head so I should know before you take them in. Max decided to tell him, Logan, he's the founder of the new institute. He made the whole castle. That lady is Jean Grey. A former student. She had troubles containing her powers so Mr. Universe took her with him. Logan was surprised, I didn't know you were a patron of the school. You are doing a good job. Logan might be a tough guy from outside but from inside he had a heart of gold, maybe a little soaked in blood but still gold. Haha, it's all right. Logan. Come find me later. We'll grab a beer and I'll answer your questions. Alexander offered, knowing that Wolverine must want to know about his past. I'll take you up on that offer. Logan agreed. Grandpa, Jean. Come on in. Rogue would be so happy to see you. Quick. Kitty dragged them in. Soon it was only Logan and Max left. Why does he look familiar? Logan muttered. Max looked at his in surprise, you don't remember him? I thought you also fought in World War II. I did, but I don't remember a lot, Logan growled. Well, you might want to go and see the National War Museum. You'll find about him in there. Anyways, let's go in. He flew away. Logan looked puzzled and decided to go and check out the museum before going to Alexander. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 146. Logan is free. Once inside, Alexander met the X-Men and the senior students again. Most of them had turned out to become a faculty now. Thank you for teaching Jean for all these years. Charles walked in. Haha, it seems baldness has no treatment, Alexander joked and shook his hand. Well, they were already falling so I decided to get a new look. Please come with me to the office. All the teachers would want to know you. He suggested and Alexander followed. Leaving Jean behind to chat with her friends. In the office. So, can she control her powers now? Charles asked. Yes, she can. She can easily deal with mutants like the apocalypse. Though I would not try to force her if someone more stronger appeared. Her powers are limitless and she can keep on practicing all she wants and it would still not be enough. Though I have taught her things that let her keep her mind in check. Now she can sleep even in a crowded room without looking into someone's mind. He explained. Raven took a sigh of relief, thank God. I was worried about her. Well, you should worry more about how you are going to deal with your son. Alexander dropped the bomb as he relaxed in his seat. What? What do you mean? She loudly asked. Hank was also surprised by the revelation. He and Raven had been in a relationship for a while now. Yeah, I mean. You abandoned him when he was small. How are you going to explain to him about that? Alexander said. Where is he? She asked. In this very building. He's been living here for years now. Alexander hinted. Hank caught the clue and exclaimed, I knew it. Kurt is your son, Raven. What? She felt shocked, happy, and scared as well. She had doubts that Kurt was her son but she never tried to confirm it and just kept on treating him nicely. Tell me if you need my help, you should be able to handle Kurt. I wish you luck. I'll go and talk to Max. Alexander left the room. He went straight to Max, who was helping some children learn how to control their powers. You have become a good teacher, Max. I can see respect for you in their eyes. Alexander praised. I just did what you told me to do. You haven't disappointed me either. What you have done would have taken us so many years to accomplish. Max replied. I just got you some of your rights. Which were long due. He shrugged. Alexander had forced the UN Human Rights Council to include all mutants in the same category as normal humans and grant them the same protection. Alexander had subtly changed history and science textbooks all around the world. Now kids learn a bit how the mutants exist. But there was still a lot of hatred and discrimination present in the streets. Max, I wanted to tell you something. What is it? He asked. You have a son and a daughter. Their names are Pietro Maximoff and Wanda Maximoff, he revealed. Max's eyes widened in shock. He didn't know he had children. His blood out there somewhere. He had relations with many women in his life but he never got this news. Where are they? He asked. Hydra had abducted them after their house got demolished from a mortar. They wanted to do experiments on them. He was interrupted. What happened to them? Easy, Max. I saved them before any harm could come to them. They are small. Your son has powers of super speed and but your daughter, She has a problem. When she was born, an elder god Than's residual energies altered Wanda. Than is a god only in name, in reality, he's a demon. I'm afraid Wanda may have a very high talent in chaos magic, but the magic might also corrupt her. So we need to be careful. Where are they? Max again asked. I'll take you to them. He said and opened the door. He took him to Fahim without him even knowing. Max saw two little children playing under a tree with Legos. They were cutely giggling at small things. The two kids realized that someone was there, so they turned their heads. Oh, it's Grandpa AA. They ran up to Alexander for hugs. Pietro, Wanda. I told you I'll find your papa. Look, I found him. He introduced. Wanda quietly looked at Max and asked, why you leave us, papa? You don't love us. Max's heart broke hearing that. I am sorry, Wanda. I couldn't find you. But thanks to Mr. Universe. You are my papa. Little Pietro asked. Max nodded. Yes. Hug me, he jumped beside him. Max also quickly picked him up with sad eyes. Soon after, the three bonded well. Alexander let him take his children to the institute. He had already put protection on them. When Wanda would wake her magic he would teach her. Now only Logan is left, he thought. Meanwhile, Logan went for a tour of the National War Museum and was shocked to see big posters and sculptures of Alexander. He then found about his deeds and returned to the institute to have a talk. Alexander invited the guy for a beer outside the castle. Do you know about my past? Why can't I remember anything? Logan questioned. Because your memories are too brutal. You have an unconscious filter that stops your mind from accessing them. You lost many people, Logan. You've also killed many by your own hands. If you get your memories back then you'll go crazy. Alexander warned. But I still want them. Without them, I am an incomplete man. Wolverine argued. I can make it so that your emotions don't get affected by your memories. Your emotions will be deactivated for a while. Your memories will seem like you are watching a movie. Tell me, should I do this? Alexander asked. Yes, do it. Logan agreed. Alexander kept his words and deactivated his emotions while unlocking his memories. Soon Wolverine saw his whole life. From young to old. How his mother committed suicide in front of him. How the love of his life married someone else. How he then accidentally killed her. All his past scars came to him. But he felt nothing. Do you remember everything now, Logan? He asked. Yes, I do. Wolverine gave a short reply. Then let me tell you about another thing. There is someone behind all this. Someone who has been controlling your family's bloodline for centuries. He controlled your life, all the choices and mistakes you made were because of him. His name is Romulus. An immortal wolf-like man. He's been on Earth from prehistoric times. He likes to control people. Alexander revealed. Oxio Romulus, Alexander spoke. Soon an extremely tall wolf-like man appeared in front of him. Romulus was surprised at first, then he realized he was summoned. Who are you? He angrily asked. Your end. Alexander punched him in his guts and force-fed him a potion. Romulus might be some big shot on Earth and was active throughout history due to his strength and immortality. But he was nothing when compared to the universe as a scale. Even Endgame Thor could beat him. Logan, this is the guy. This is Romulus, I have taken away his healing powers. I will give you back your emotions now. Then tell me if you want revenge with your own hands or not. Alexander announced. As soon as he gave him back the emotions, Wolverine clutched his head in pain. Do you want to do it, Logan? Alexander asked. Yes, I must finish what he has started. Logan boomed. He suddenly charged at Romulus with his claws out. Romulus was still shocked that his healing was gone. Why are you doing this to me, sorcerer? Romulus shouted. Romulus Category 5. Murder 12,314,456. Indirect murder 67,876,999. Rape 678,897. Slavery 1,778,433. Blackmail 9,578,532. Sin percentage 93%. Alexander felt disgusted at the sin chart. You are a rabid dog, Romulus. And like every rabid dog, you must be put down. Alexander loudly stated. Wolverine and Romulus fought for hours. Wolverine was able to inflict a lot of damage on his, but it was still not enough for monstrous Romulus. Wolverine was having trouble killing Romulus. It was normal, though. Romulus had thousands of years of fighting experience. So Alexander made Romulus trip so Wolverine could put his claws in his neck. As Romulus died, Alexander erased him from space and time. Ya 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 ya. Wolverine loudly shouted at the moon in anger and pain. There were some small tears in his eyes as he remembered his past family and friends. Alexander secretly poured a calming draft in his mouth. When Wolverine was back to normal, he looked around in confusion. Why hasn't anyone come here after hearing all the noise? He asked. Don't worry, your fight happened in a mirror world. No damage was done to the outside. Alexander quickly brought them out of the mirror dimension. Thanks, General, Logan spoke. Haha, it's been so long since I heard someone call me that. Alexander laughed. It turns out, my whole life has been meaningless. I don't know what to do now. Wolverine thought out loudly. Son, you can think of it a bit differently too. For the first time since your birth, now you are finally free. You can do anything you want. Make a family, created some cute little pups. Settle down and enjoy little things in life. He advised. Enjoying little things. I might just do that. Wolverine said, looking at the school. Alexander was happy that he could fix the broken man, Logan. Logan didn't deserve all the bad things that happened with him. Fact, the reason why Wanda and Pietro hated Tony Stark is because at the age of 10, while having dinner with her adopted family, a mortar shell hit their apartment building, killing Wanda's parents. The building started to crumble, trapping Wanda and Pietro inside as they hid under a bed. A second shell then hit and landed 3 feet in front of them but did not go off. The twins were left trapped in the rubble, staring at the unexploded shell, reading the name Stark Industries on it. For the next 2 days, Wanda and Pietro feared the shell would detonate before rescue efforts could free them. But Alexander saved them very early in this world. You can see Logan and Romulus of my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 147. She were. September 9, 2001. New York City. Things had been very good for the past few years. Little Amy had turned into a teenager. Art was still her biggest interest. Leo was still small and had mastered the mystic arts, officially becoming a master. He was the youngest master to ever be at just 10 years old. Howard had learned all he wanted and had gone back to his Sakar workshop to surround himself with machines. Alexander's new space fleet was now being used around the universe as a non-profit police organization. But today was going to be a sad historic day. Some guy from Afghanistan wanted to destroy 2 towers in New York. Alexander wasn't going to change it, but he'd save all the people. Glanpa, are you coming to my art gallery today? Amy asked with excitement. She had opened her own art gallery with magical paintings. Today was its opening day. Yes, sweetie. I will be with you the whole time. He caressed her hair. She had grown into a beautiful girl now, but in his eyes she was still the small cute Amy. Soon the duo went to her art gallery. A small crowd had gathered there. They had not publicized it a lot as it would eventually grow famous. Glanpa, I want you to cut the ribbon, Amy told him. Alexander's heart suddenly overcame with joy. Haha, let's do it together, Amy. Alexander dragged her with him and inaugurated the gallery. Olivia came and kissed Amy. I am so proud of you, Amy. She proudly stated. Hee, thank you Glanma. Amy hugged her tightly. Then suddenly a loud scream came across the street. People followed her finger towards the sky and saw a plane ramming into the twin towers. Alexander had his people ready. No innocent life would be lost that day. Not even those who were on the planes. It was the Marvel world and miracles were very normal. Alexander's seraphs invisibly got into the buildings and helped every single person get out before it crumbled down. 9/11s could have been diverted, but it was also the event that shaped the future of America. It also opened the eyes of the world towards the existence of terrorism. Glanpa, what happened? Amy worriedly asked, looking at the dust cloud forming in the air. It probably made her remember her childhood. Alexander walked up to her and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Some bad guys, Amy. They like to hurt people. Then we must punish them. She firmly spoke. And I will, Amy. I will punish them. You don't need to worry. He patted her head. Seraphs safely emptied the building. The plane that rammed into the building also magically survived, which helped the passengers live. After an hour the towers collapsed. Alexander silently controlled the media to make sure that no racism was promoted. The news instead made people aware of the miracle that took place. Except for the terrorists, no one died. A month later, the war in Afghanistan started as Operation Enduring Freedom, intended to target terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda organization, which was based in the country, as well as the extreme fundamentalist Taliban government that had ruled most of the country since 1996. Soon, Tony Stark Industries started to receive big contracts, and his company grew richer. Since the start of the US war in Afghanistan, Obadiah Stane started to work on his ambitions. The guy would probably try to find the mysterious 15% owner soon. The 9/11 event would also boost the development of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury has already become its director and is currently in the midst of reforming the secret organization. Alexander was busy keeping his secret universe empire safe. He had fully infiltrated the 4 empires and nobody knew about it. He'd just need to give a signal and everything would become official. Phone ring. Alexander picked it up and received a message from his serifs from Finta. Boss, the Shi'ar Empire has attacked. The call came directly from their emperor. The serif reported. Alright, start the Project Shi'ar. I will join you as well. He commanded. Project Shi'ar was nothing but an elaborate scheme for a smooth and swift takeover of the Shi'ar Empire. It was ruled by Emperor Deacon, a cruel and power-hungry guy. It came as no surprise that he initiated the attack on him. Planet Finta was generating so much money that it looked like a shining golden ball in dark space to others. The Shi'ar Empire is a vast intergalactic empire that rules a million worlds. It is an aggressively expansionist empire whose religion tells the Shi'ar to marry other cultures, by force if necessary, to become stronger. It was also the strongest of the 3, Kree, Skrull, and Shi'ar. As soon as Alexander's orders were passed, the whole Shi'ar galaxy suddenly turned into a mess. For some reason, many high-ranking people of various worlds killed the leaders and took over. The Shi'ar home world, Chandila, was also besieged. The rest of the High Council was removed. The Emperor and his sister were taken into custody. All the things happened so fast that no one had the time to understand. A lot of Shi'ar Empire's forces were sent to Finta so they were even weaker. Alexander then appeared in front of the Shi'ar forces with his Ironheim. It was enlarged to the size of the Sunday. All the enemy ships were automatically getting attracted by Ironheim's gravitational pull. Alexander made the Ironheim open aside like a Pac-Man and took in all of the Shi'ar forces. He took their ships and imprisoned the people on board. He then headed to Chandila, Shi'ar's home world. He was also transmitting his words on every habited planet of the Shi'ar Empire. I am Emperor Universe of Finta. The Emperor of Shi'ar, Deacon, launched an attack on Finta. For this, I have retaliated and taken over Shi'ar. Nothing will be changing, everything is under control. But if you are sympathizers of Deacon, then you just have to come forward so you can be sent to him. I have big plans for Shi'ar. But first, slavery is banned from now on. Anyone ignoring this law will be cruelly punished. I will also be boosting the economic activities of the Shi'ar Empire. The name, Shi'ar Empire, will be dissolved from now on and it will be called Universe Federation. Let's work to forge a better future. By the time his speech ended, he had already appeared in the Shi'ar home world. He quickly brought out all the prisoners for Ironheim and handed them to his men. He wasn't interested in the Emperor, but his sister was a decent person. Soon Lilandra Naramani was brought before him. Alexander was in a big dining hall, eating food. Please, join me. You will like this cuisine. Alexander invited. Lilandra stayed level-headed and sat down not much further than him. She also ate the food provided. And it was shockingly a lot better than even the best dishes provided in Shi'ar. So, did you know your brother wanted to attack Finta? Don't think of lying, I can detect lies, Alexander warned. She nodded her head. Yes, I tried to stop him but he wouldn't agree. He was hoping to use the M'Kron crystal on you. That's new. From what I remember, M'Kron crystal is as old as time, and inside of the crystal is a beautiful alien city. At the center of the city is a glowing sphere which hosts a neutron galaxy. The sun of that neutron galaxy is the nexus point of the universe and all realities. Should the crystal stasis be removed, it would destroy the whole universe. It also housed the White Hot Room, the afterlife and the base of operations of the Phoenix, the one inside Jean. So your brother was a madman? Trying to destroy the universe. I am not afraid to admit that. He is unfit to rule. She confidently spoke. Well. Everyone is unfit to rule. There's a reason why monarchy is so bad. Even if you are a good ruler, there's no guarantee that your future generations won't spoil your legacy. Lilandra couldn't help but nod and asked. What are you going to do now? Your brother and big sister will be punished. One is a dictator and the other is murdering maniac. Maybe you can work as a diplomat. One thing is sure though, there will be no royal family. He offered. Aren't you going to be the emperor? She asked. I don't need to disclose that to you. Do you accept my offer or not? Alexander straightforwardly asked. I accept, but if I see you exploiting the people, I will fight you. No matter what. She stated, looking him in the eye. Haha, sure. Now, take me to the M'Kron crystal. He stood up. What are you going to do with it? She fearfully asked. Don't worry, I'm not after its power. I want to move it to a safer place. Right now everyone knows it's here and it's like asking for someone to steal it. Take me to it now. She nodded and led the way towards the secret underground chamber. Alexander was just going to put it in his pocket dimension. The thing was too dangerous to be left outside. You can see Lilandra on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 148. Punisher. When they reached the crystal they were blocked by two guys. One was very small and the other one was huge. Stop, you are not allowed to pass. The small one spoke. Lilandra walked to the front, Yoff and Maud. Step aside, this is the new emperor. Haha, and I am the Nova Prime, Yoff joked. Alexander suddenly waved his hand and Yoff's body froze from the neck and below. I believe you are the protectors of this crystal but sadly, you won't be needed for this job anymore. I am the Emperor of Shi'ar, now named Universe Federation, and I release you two from this duty. He loudly ordered. The two protectors understood that it was not good to mess with him and made way. Then he walked up to the crystal and took it away. He was probably going to have a talk with the Phoenix about it after he's done researching it. After that, he started organizing the Universe Federation. The announcement was made to the whole universe that Emperor Universe controlled the former Shi'ar Empire now. Because he already had very good relations with the Nova Empire, he made many trade deals with them. More trade between the two was promoted. Shi'ar Empire was already the strongest of the bunch and now with Alexander, it had become invincible. Nova Prime was more than happy to ally with him. She was feeling lucky for forming good relations with him all these years. Ronan the Accuser had just heard about the latest news. He was also planning on attacking Finta but was beaten by Shi'ar. But now he was thankful that he didn't do it. He finally understood the scope of the strength of the Emperor Universe. He would have doomed the Kree Empire if he had done it. Skrulls were more focused on fighting the Krees so they didn't have any thoughts about Alexander. For the next few years, Alexander worked hard on improving the Empire. He also spent a lot of time with the kids. Not wanting to ignore them. Howard had already invented arc reactors. They now run most of the important facilities in his empire. The tech was not public yet as it could be dangerous in the wrong hands. The universe already had stuff like arc reactors but they were all not as good as what Howard or later Tony would make. Howard also has a daughter now. She was just recently born. She was named Antonia Maxim Universe Stark. Tina was her nickname. It really brought joy to Howard and Maria. They always wanted a daughter. Rena, Amy, and Leo all showered love on their new little sister. Medusa was mostly busy with Loki and Hela was always either training or teaching her siblings how to fight. Bucky was not living in Fiheim. He was living in Sakaar and worked there. Amy had grown very famous on Earth for her paintings. Leo was in his teens. He was always experimenting with something. But also sometimes went out to help in keeping peace in the universe. Ragnarok had been living with Dobby all that time. They had struck up a very good friendship. There was calm all these years, but Alex knew that it was going to change soon. Various events will start to take place on Earth. So he decided to move back to Earth, as a part-time bartender in Westeros Bar, and his official return to Earth would come later. All the kids had already grown old enough so he wasn't very worried about them. They could all come to him anytime if they needed something. Olivia was also working on Earth at her Kind Heart Foundation. She had forged a new identity to work. Westeros Bar. Alexander popped in the backside and entered the bar. Thanks to various branches they opened around the city. It was not very crowded anymore. They also added a charm on the door so that only people in need of help, characters of MCU, journalists, and other important people would feel like coming in. Other normal people wouldn't. Dobby and Ragnarok sat on the customer side of the bar counter. Alexander went by himself and made himself a nice drink. You two want anything? Alexander asked. I'm all right, boss. One beer for me, Ragnarok said. Alexander looked around and saw that it was just them in the bar. Where's Maria, Dobby? Oh, Frank came back from Afghanistan. Frank said that his family has this ritual where he takes them to Central Park for a picnic. Ragnarok informed. Haha, good man. We should go out too. Our old bodies should breathe some fresh air once in a while. Alexander suggested. I agree with you, but Center Park is far from having fresh air, Dobby muttered and got up. The three locked the door and crossed the street. The park was just across the street from where Westeros Bar was. The park was filled with families and children playing and running around. Ah, look, there they are. Ragnarok pointed to the castle family. They went to them to say hello. How are you, son? Alexander spoke. Frank turned around and saw 3 old people. He smiled at Alexander. Fit and fine, sir. How are you? Haha, as old as you last saw me. Grandpa Lisa and little Frank ran to him. Alexander spoiled them by giving them chocolates. Alexander knew the Castle family for a while now. He had met Maria when she was desperately looking for a job. She had just given birth and her husband had gone for army training. She needed money. So he had offered her a job at West Eros Bar. Since then, she's been working there and it also became Frank's hangout place. Where were you for so long, uncle? Maria asked. Oh, I was busy with work. Just found time to relax with these fools now. He pointed at Dobby and Ragnarok. Bang! A loud gunshot came. Then multiple gunshots sounded. Alexander knew Frank Castle would become Punisher if his family died that day, but he couldn't bring himself to let Maria and the children die just to make Frank Punisher. If things went well, Frank would still become Punisher, albeit a bit less violent. Alexander silently stood while everyone else in the park was screaming or running away. Frank quickly covered his wife and kids. Then he remembered the 3 old men and was surprised to see them relaxingly standing like nothing was happening. Then he noticed Alexander waving his fingers secretly. Wherever his finger pointed the shooter fell. Alexander controlled all the flying bullets and made the 2 hired gangs really kill each other. He made sure that no innocent was harmed. After a while, the gunshots stopped. All the people started getting up from the ground. Parents hugged their children with tears in their eyes. Frank was doing the same. The kids were scared. So Alexander gave them more chocolates to make them a bit happier. Let's go to the bar. It's not a good sight here. He suggested. Maria and Frank quickly gathered their stuff and left with them. Frank still had confusion in his mind about what Alexander did. He knew about mutants and for now, he was guessing that Alexander was one. He didn't have anything against mutants, they were people with feelings just like him. Maria, you can take them to the spare apartment and let them sleep, Dobby advised her once they reached the bar. Soon it was just Frank and them, and Frank spoke. What were you doing with your finger back then? Saving you and others. Francis David Castle Sr., I came to save you because I know your future. That was no gang war. It was a facade, set up to get you killed. Alexander revealed. Frank was shocked, why would someone want to kill me? Try to remember, didn't you see something in Afghanistan? A certain murder? A video. Frank's eyes widened when he realized. But who ordered them? Let me show you, your alternate future as well as those who wanted you dead. Alexander tapped his finger on Frank's forehead. Frank suddenly saw the scenes. His family's death and those responsible for it. I will kill them all. Frank growled in rage. And I will not stop you. But you must sign a contract with Nevia Industries first. You will be leaving the army and will work for the company as its security head. This is all after you are done with revenge. You can go after Schoonover as he's already a drug lord. Leave Agenda Orange to me. Don't worry, their crimes will be coming out in public soon. He assured. Frank saw no harm in it and signed the contract. He went upstairs, said bye to his family, and left to hunt Schoonover with his full gear on. On the other hand, Alexander just made a call and Agent Orange was caught. The next day. In the news. We bring you breaking news, the shootout case at Central Park yesterday has taken a new turn. It turns out that it was a ploy to get a man killed. The gangs were hired by the notorious drug lord by the name of Blacksmith. The blacksmith was actually Colonel Ray Schoonover. He was smuggling drugs from Afghanistan in deceased bodies of US soldiers. Another man named William Rawlings, the chief special agent, was also heavily involved in it. Both these men were found brutally murdered when the police went to arrest them, the 2 were allegedly strangled with their own intestines. This incident raises various questions, who can we trust if our protectors have turned into our exploiters? Frank changed the channel for the kids. They were all still in the bar and the kids were having breakfast. Frank just quietly looked at Alexander with a thankful gaze and nodded. Alexander did the same and went on to talk with Dobby and Ragnarok. Frank Castle, the Punisher, was now officially a part of Alexander's camp. You can see Punisher, Dobby's face and how the elves look on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 149, 149. Tony got rejected. Get up, it's my college graduation day. Leo woke him up. Leo was about to turn 15 and has already completed his master's in biotechnology. Okay, let's go. Alexander got up. He used magic to wash up and headed out with Leo. Is your mother coming with us? He asked. Nope, she's going to India for kind heart work. Rena is probably eating somewhere with her hippogriff friend, Monty. Amy is off somewhere painting and Medusa is probably snuggling with Loki. Haven't seen big sis Hela. He told him. Then it's just you and me, I guess. Let's go. Alexander patted his head. Alexander took out a random Rolls-Royce and went with him. It wasn't really important to personally go to get graduation ceremony, but Leo had gotten a bit famous for his good brain. His popularity rose even more, when no one could find who his parents were or where he lived. Who could have guessed that he lived in a different dimension? Soon they entered the university grounds. Are you going to do a PhD as well? He asked. Maybe, it's not like there's anything left to learn. The degrees are just for the validation purpose. He replied. Well, why are there so many people here? Oh, look. Our genius billionaire playboy philanthropist is here to give a speech. Here, take these earplugs. Haha, why are you so critical of him? Leo asked. You'll know soon enough. He replied as they took their seats. After a while, Tony went on stage. How are you all noobs? Ha, I like that word, my father used to say that a lot. Anyways, you all are graduating. Good for you. You should also be happy that I have paid for all your student debts. Yes, perks of being a billionaire. I am also starting a Stark Industries internship program. I've heard that a genius is graduating with you all. I forgot his name. Oh. Wait. I remember, it's Leonidas. Leo quickly stood up and walked to the stage. Sorry to interrupt you, but your genius brain has failed you this time, Mr. Stark. My name is Leonidas, with an L. Ah, yes. Leonidas, I am happy to announce that I am offering you a position in my company with a yearly salary of 500k. You and your parents should be happy, kid. Tony haughtily announced. Leo shook his head in disappointment. I must respectfully decline. Tony interestingly looked at him and asked, why? I don't want to associate myself with a company that solely makes money from creating weapons that kill people. I'd rather work in Nevia Industries. Leo replied. But don't you want to get rich? You are pretty young and they would surely not pay you as much as I can. Tony wanted to hire him now as he thought he was interesting. Hey, I don't need money. Forget my father, even my uncle, Dobby, or even my big sister, Hela, can buy the whole Stark Industries like it's nothing. Flexing on money won't take you very far, sir. Now I need to go back. I am quite busy. Leo took the degree certificate and left the stage. Tony just looked at him leaving. What an attitude, Jarvis. I want you to search for his background. Who are his parents that can buy Stark Industries? Jarvis quickly replied, there is no data on him, sir. It's like he didn't even exist up until 5 years ago. I like mysteries. Keep an eye on him. Tony ordered and continued his talking. Meanwhile, Leo had come back to Alexander. He's too full of himself, I can't imagine how angry Uncle Howard would get if he saw him like this. Haha, see, I warned you. Let's go now. They got back into the car. Suddenly Ghost spoke. Sir, there's an AI following you. Do you want me to remove it? It asked. It must be Jarvis. Don't kill it, Ghost. Just make sure that it can't track us. He ordered. Yes, sir. Alexander and Leo headed to the West Eros bar to celebrate his graduation. Jarvis suddenly found himself losing his target. It was like someone deliberately made everyone a target for him. He couldn't differentiate. Finally, he lost and reported it to Tony. Sir, I just lost the car Leonidas was traveling in. There was another man with him but I couldn't see his face. I could also not follow the car for some reason. It was like someone blocked me on purpose. Well, what can we do? The kid must have made something to stay hidden. Don't fret about it, Jarvis, you are not perfect yet. Tony, being his careless self, stopped thinking about it. Do you think we can become like Grandpa God someday? Leo asked. We probably can. But we'll need to get very strong for that. Strong enough to be able to create universes. Alexander thoughtfully replied. How close are you to that point? Well, I can surely make a small world with my powers but I still have a long way to go. I am sure that I am not even 5% equal to Father's powers. Whistle Grandpa God is strong, he exclaimed. Look. He's blind, we should help him. Leo pointed to a man in a black suit and a helping stick in his hand. We should. Let's ask him if he's trying to cross or waiting for the bus. Today is transporters' strike and he might not know it. Alexander said. They pulled over near the guy and Leo asked. Do you need help? Do you need to cross the road? The man felt a bit surprised but not enough to fluster. Oh, thank you but I am waiting for the bus. But the buses won't come. Their drivers are on strike today. Get in the car, mister. We will drop you off. Leo offered. It's all right, lad. Get in. Alexander added. A bit reluctantly, the blind man got in the back seat. Alexander asked for his destination. Where are you going, lad? West Eros Bar on E69th Street. Haha, what a coincidence. We were going there to celebrate my son's graduation. What's your name? Alexander asked. The man quickly took out his business card and gave it to Alexander. Matthew Michael Murdoch, a lawyer. Good, I'll keep this card in case I ever need a lawyer. He must be going to meet Frank aka Punisher, he thought. Please just call me Matt, and you can call me anytime you need a lawyer. Matt politely answered while looking around with his radar sense. He was surprised how easily Alexander accepted a blind man being a lawyer. Soon they reached the bar. Leo ran in to greet Dobby and Ragnarok. Uncle Dobby, Grandpa Rag. I want 10 burgers today. Alexander and Matt got into the bar. Frank was already sitting in one corner probably waiting for Matt. He helped Matt find Frank, acting like he didn't know about Matt's powers. Frank spoke to Matt. Why did you come with him? He gave me a lift. Why? Any problems with him? Matt, interestingly asked. No problem. Let's talk about the plan. I am going to kill these hand-effers, Frank angrily stated. I do not support your ways, but Nobuyo Yoshioka must be dealt with. The two planned for their excursion while Alexander was having a drink with the others. Yet, he denied the job on the stage. In front of everyone, Alexander told them about their morning. Haha, I can't wait for Howard to whip that boy when they meet. Ragnarok laughed. Suddenly Alexander's eyes fell on the TV screen and saw a giant green guy jumping around and destroying things. Dobby and Ragnarok also followed his vision and looked at the green man. I guess you'll be going there, boss, Dobby predicted. I have to. Otherwise, he'll be running and hiding from the army for the rest of his life. Leo, I'll be coming for dinner. Find Amy and get her back home before night, she sometimes gets too engrossed in painting. Alexander instructed. Yes, Dada. All the best. Leo replied while munching on burgers. Alexander went into the backside of the bar and took out his anywhere door. He selected the destination as Hulk and opened the door. Just on the other side, he saw Hulk in the desert, wreaking havoc on the nearby military tanks. He instantly pulled him into the mirror dimension. Hulk suddenly noticed that the tanks were not shooting at him anymore. Then he saw Alexander. He was already seething with rage and only saw Alexander as his target. You can see Matt Murdoch on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad. 150. Grandpa is angry. Hey, Hulk shouted at him to show dominance. Not seeing any fear in him, Hulk jumped to him with his fist out. Alexander took his fighting stance and prepared for the oncoming punch. Boom. Their fists collided, which created a sonic boom. Hulk looked at his fist with surprise. He grew angrier for not being able to Hulk smash Alexander. Alexander was evenly returning all the attacks Hulk tried. We can do this all day, my friend. We both have unlimited potential. The more we fight, the stronger we'll get. But bad for you, my rate of evolution is higher. Alexander spoke and punched again. But this time it was much stronger. Hulk felt pain for the first time since his birth. Hulk's body flew away hundreds of meters and collided with a rocky mountain. Hulk got angrier and returned to fight Alexander. Again and again, Alexander kept on beating him. After an hour, Hulk's body had various bruises. But the green giant was still getting angrier. Alexander levitated his body to stop his maneuverability. I might not be able to kill you with normal means. But you are mistaken if you think I don't have other ways. Alexander walked to Hulk. He was trying to tame the beast so it wouldn't go crazy in the future. Suddenly, Hulk started to feel his body freezing from his toes spreading upwards. I can freeze your body on a molecular level. Then just one punch and you'll be turned into fine powder. He tried to scare him. Hulk tried to move but his lower body had already started to freeze. He constantly looked at Alexander and his feet. Finally there was fear in his eyes. Listen to me, kid. I get it, you are hot-headed, but there are limits to things you can do. Like you can never damage buildings and good people. Only when someone bad attacks you, can you retaliate. I can spare you as long as you promise to be a good boy. Alexander authoritatively spoke. Hulk breathed fast and thought for a while. Then suddenly he lifted his hand and showed his pinky finger. Shockingly, he tried to speak, P-Pa-M-Miss-H. Ha ha ha, yes. Promise, Alexander laughingly made the pinky promise. This at least confirmed that Hulk's brain wasn't very developed. Alexander removed the freezing charm from his body. Now I want you to go back in and send Bruce out. He politely said. Hulk nodded and soon the green giant was reduced to a small human. Alexander had decided to conduct some tests later. He needed to know if Hulk was just Bruce's alter ego or a real person. Humans on Marvel were weird and anything was possible. Bruce Banner was unconscious, so Alexander picked him up and took him to Westeros Bar. He put him in his apartment and let him sleep. You were fast, Dobby interjected. It was nothing complex. He's unconscious on the upper floor currently. Alexander shrugged. I kinda wanna see him. Ragnarok left to see the green guy. Dobby followed behind. Bruce Banner didn't know what happened after he turned into Hulk. The only thing he knew was that his body was hurting. He was also hearing some noises. Boss, are you sure this is the guy? Yeah, Alex. He looks nothing like that big green man. For the last time, he is the one. He can turn into that big green guy when he's angry. Nat, I don't believe you. Look at him, he's so small, Alex. Bruce slowly opened his eyes and saw 3 big men standing near his head. One of them was nearly as big as Hulk. He scaredly woke up, thinking that he was caught. Easy, there. You are neither in the custody of the army nor any other government agency. Alexander tried to ease him. What? Then where am I? He asked. You are in New York. In Westeros Bar to be precise. Dobby spoke. How? I was in Brazil. He grabbed his head in confusion. You were unconscious while we brought you here. Tell me, do you want to live a normal life, Dr. Banner? Alexander kindly asked. Yes, but there's no way. I'm a monster. Bruce said in self-loathing. I had a talk with Hulk. He won't be destroying and killing mindlessly now. But you must give him an hour to have fun every week. Alexander explained. Bruce was confused. Even if you are speaking the truth, General Ross won't let me go. He would rather have me in a test lab. He's of no importance. Dealing with him is as simple as flicking my fingers. All I need from you is to perform a drama. I know you have tried to kill yourself before. I want you to do it again, but on camera this time. Leave everything else to me. Though do tell me if you'd like to work in Nevia Industries in the future. Alexander asked. Who are you? Bruce asked. Just think of me as a very powerful well-wisher. Trying to find more would not be good for you. Tell me, do you agree with these terms? Sigh. Do I even have a choice? This is better than doing nothing. Bruce surrendered to his fate. The next day, breaking news hit every news channel. A video of Bruce Banner telling his story about General Ross being involved in trying to create super soldiers was being shown on every news channel. It didn't take long to get General Ross court-martialed. Alexander didn't want to involve himself personally, so he just left a nice file about General Ross and his secret illegal attempt to create super soldiers at S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury's desk. The one-eyed paranoid bastard went crazy when he found that someone could enter his office without being seen. But after reading the file, he got angrier at General Ross. He immediately got permission to arrest the general from the council and also the president, as it was a huge political storm. So he caught General Ross trying to flee to Mexico. Then it came to what would happen to Bruce Banner. So Alexander told Banner to go and surrender to S.H.I.E.L.D. Bruce was against it at first, but Alexander assured him that nothing would happen. Bruce's surrender was shown live on television. People were sympathizing with him. As much as it annoyed Fury to let Hulk into the open, he didn't have any other option. Bruce signed a deal that he'd help S.H.I.E.L.D. if an extraordinary threat arose. Then Nevia Industries announced that they'd be hiring Bruce for his talented mind. In the end, it was a win-win for everyone. Bruce got his freedom and girlfriend. Fury got another Avenger in his Avengers initiative. But it was still making Fury crazy, thinking who and how did someone enter his office. Bruce had come to Westeros Bar with his girlfriend to say thank you. Matt and Frank were also there. They had successfully defeated Nobuyo Gioka. Both of them had decided to drink after what they found out about the Hand. The Hand was an ancient organization. Originally formed by Kage Nobuyo Gioka in 1588, dedicated to Japanese nationalism. But it was later corrupted by the Sickly Ones. Sickly Ones were pre-human, 4 billion years old entities that worshipped the Beast. The Beast was a demon of unknown origin but immense power. He occasionally gave powers such as resurrection to his followers. He rarely meddled in Hand's activities but greatly influenced the clan's destructive tendencies of killing whatever lived. The 4 billion-year-old Sickly Ones who started Hand, also started Hydra. Frank and Matt were confused about what to do. They didn't know how to fight this new huge enemy. Frank, I think this is the right time to talk to your super powerful friend, Matt suggested. Frank had hinted him about Alexander and his powers without revealing the identity. Yeah, I can kill people anytime you want. But demons or humans with demonic powers are beyond me. Frank stood up to go to Alexander, but he stopped as he saw him busy on the phone. Alexander had received a call from Olivia. He got excited thinking about talking with his lovely wife, but all he got was curses. Alex, what the hell have you been doing all this time? They were trying to turn my orphanage into a drug factory. They even attacked the kids with guns while I was here. The little ones were so scared. What the hell is going on? Who is this hand? I found out that they have drug trade routes in India. She angrily spoke. The glass in Alexander's hand got smashed in his palm as he stood up slowly. His body radiating dangerous air. I am sorry, Olivia. They are a clan of demon worshippers. I promise the hand won't exist after tonight. Alexander replied and put down the phone. Attacking his wife was a no-no, but attacking little kitties under his protection was courting death. What happened, boss? Dobby quickly asked. I have a demon to slay. He monotonously replied. Ahem. We have a demon to slay, Ragnarok spoke, already in his armor. Haha, let's go then. Alexander walked to the back of the bar. Frank looked at Matt with a conflicted expression. I don't think we'll have to worry about the hand anymore. So it was them. Matt thoughtfully replied. Yes, and pray that you are never their enemy. Frank downed a whole glass of fire whiskey. You can see the beast on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 30 advanced chapters are available on patreon.com/MisterImmortal. Special thanks to Joachim Johnson and Conrad.